Oh, what the fuck's good? How's it going, everybody? Which is nobody. I don't know. What are you supposed to say for the first 30 seconds of stream when literally no one is watching you? Okay. Standard Hunter, hello. Welcome. Hi, Regular Zebra. Good to see you. 20 yards, excellent. 20 yards, I want you to know that I did in fact take care of the Ahegao reductions that you redeemed at the end of stream yesterday, as I will now take care of the ones which you have just redeemed, thereby honoring the ancient pact between us. I hope you guys are well. I'm super excited to catch incuritis today. I think incuritis might actually be a psychic condition that results from hearing the word incuritis for the first time, because it can never be unheard. You know, I say that. ZJ Mac, hi. Oh my god, that song was so short. Anyway. Hi ZJ Mac and RB, and oh yes, thank you for the, yes. This is indeed Barry's shirt that she let me wear. I was wearing it yesterday morning when I was doing my makeup because it was cold downstairs. I was shivering. It is stormy here in Philadelphia. Some of you may have heard, or indeed may be experiencing, the quite severe storms that are happening along the coast of the American South right now. That's not extending up to Philadelphia, but we are getting consistent rain here. So I was chilly, and then Barry let me wear this long sleeve shirt yesterday while I did my makeup so I wouldn't shiver. And she told me that I looked really good with my beat face and then also this shirt. So I resolved to wear this on stream today. Yeah, no, Regular Zebra, it's really not a big deal. It's just like 4 or 5 consistent days of rainfall. I checked the weather forecast, and yeah, it's gonna be a fucking minute. That's okay. My mood is pretty high right now, pretty positive, so it's not like I was relying on sunshine to help break me out of a slump or anything. Miss Inner Corner, hello! Speaking of which, this song is so fucking sad. Why am I listening to this right now? Fuck off! There we go. As you can see, Barry, before I went live, Barry brought me the Fighting the Nether Brain at the End of Baldur's Gate 3 special, which is I think this is a vanilla Coke float. It's fucking delicious. And also a grilled cheese. Let's all say thank you, Barry, for that. Yeah, it's funny. I told Barry about incuritis, and her first thought was to compare it to bonitis from Futurama, which was also my first thought when it was introduced. The boldness of that naming convention really just struck me dumb in the moment of it, but my first thought was bonitis. The thing is, though, that it's even worse. Because bonitis is just like a very vague name for a disease. It's like any affliction affecting the bone, as opposed to plot device-itis. But incuritis is some unobtainium level shit. And, much like unobtainium, its name is invalidated by the narrative that it has been crafted to support. Because incuritis does have a cure. The little egg thing. And unobtainium is obviously obtained. Jenny Trash Panda, thank you for that. Regular Zebra, I believe, I can think of, there's a 2-word compound that I'm familiar with for constructs of this sort, which is lazy writing. I will say, though, there's lazy writing and there's lazy writing. There's lazy writing like calling it incuritis, or having the gang in the first act who used to operate out of the restaurant where Phoenix Wright works be called the Bad Guy, BADGAI gang. But then there's lazy writing like, I was discussing this with Barry again this morning. The guy is just called Romain Latouche. The victim in this case is just called Romain Latouche. I actually came up with a potential explanation for that. It doesn't really make any sense, but it's better than nothing. So his name is just Romain Latouche. He's not a grocer, he's not a farmer, he doesn't eat lettuce, he does not have lettuce-shaped hair, he does not have green hair, he is an undercover Interpol agent. He's a big, heavy guy with a big gun, and his name is Romain Latouche. And I was sitting here trying to figure out why the fuck they would call him that. The only thing I could come up with is that he is a plant. As good an explanation as any, but still not a very strong one. I really liked Romain Lettuce when I first encountered him as a child, when I played Apologistus as a child, because I liked romaine lettuce, and I was like, oh, nice. This man reminds me of one of the great joys of my life. 20 yards, I don't know what to tell you. Take it up with the people who translated this fucking game. I was shocked reading the localization blog for the third game, that they had considered joke names for fucking Diego Armando for Godot before he got blinded and became a prosecutor. It's like a really huge hit, like, what do you call it? I'll just say keystone character of the game. Linchpin character of the game that everything is built around. They were gonna call him, like, I'm having a coffee or something instead of an actual fucking name. Like, come on. That fucking sucks, Zatoichi. That fucking sucks. What do you mean the original Japanese name comes from romaine lettuce? How could you do that? That is like a joke you would make if you were writing a show about a writer. Like, I need a name for this character. Fuck, I'm coming up, I'm blank. I can't think of anything. Shit. Looks over at Greengrocer, Romain Lettuce. Romain Lettuce. Yep. Cool. Regular Zebra, I'm so fucking glad that I've never played Alan Wake, because it won a big award, but outside of, like, professional tier criticism, like game reviewers writing reviews, I have not heard a single fucking positive word about it. All I have heard and seen is media making fun of it. Cohen is constantly making fun of it. And there's an entire section of the Hex somebody had me play via Test Custom that's just openly mocking it. So I cannot believe, I don't know, it seems like there is a lot to be annoyed by in it, which is not generally the kind of game that I like to play. All right, Regular Zebra. Okay. You know, Arbeat, if he was named Roman, that would make more sense, but he's not Roman Lettuce. He's Romain Lettuce. He's Romein Lettuce. They could have given him a name. They could have tried. They could have actually made it try to seem like an actual name. Honestly, if it was Roman Lettuce, I don't know if I would have noticed straight away. But as it is, he is my favorite example for a ridiculous Ace Attorney name. That being said, I have not actually gotten to either of the 3DS games yet, and I understand there's characters who are just named shit like Peace, Love, and Understanding, but misspelled, so I'm sure we're all really looking forward to those games. Also, though, I don't know if I can play those games, because it might break kayfabe vis-a-vis Phoenix Wright being a alcoholic fail dad now, which is something I understand why they backtracked on that. I understand why, if they put out Apollo Justice, some people might have been like, what's the point of Apollo? He's just a worse version of Phoenix. I don't like that Phoenix has lost his law license for using forged evidence, even though they're always using forged evidence in those games. They're always just pulling some bullshit out of their pockets and saying it's evidence. It's like, no, Phoenix is supposed to be a great and noble guy. I can see why they got picked up for more Phoenix Wright games in the 3DS era. They would just go back to Phoenix and not continue moving forward with Apollo as the main character and Phoenix as a washed-up drunk. But I appreciate that Apollo Justice tried to do something different, that they didn't just want to stay in the rut. Because, like, doesn't one of the 3DS Phoenix Wright games also just, like, bring back Edgeworth as a prosecutor? And it's just, like, Phoenix against Edgeworth again. Like, we've done that a bunch of times already. And also, while I too, as a child, was initially resistant to the idea of Phoenix Wright being a washed-up bum, I honestly really liked the calm it brought to his character. And how you can sort of read elements of the younger Phoenix Wright in the older one. Like how the older Phoenix Wright is a huge fucking cheapskate because the younger Phoenix Wright never had any money. It's nice. I don't think I like when a character in a work of media is exactly the same for their entire life. It's interesting to see a character, I'm not necessarily grow and change, but change. It's like how I said that I'd grown and changed a lot since high school, and Ray told me that they thought I'd changed a lot. You know, not even necessarily become a better person, but just like change as a person, because that's what happens to people in real life. And I don't know, it sort of enhances the veracity of the character for me if I can see them go down a similar path. Tune in another 10 years when I will be a washed up drunk, just like Phoenix Wright. I guess it would be 7 years. I have to lose my streaming license and start playing piano badly in shitty bars, which I can definitely do. What's my shirt? This is a shirt advertising the John Carpenter Halloween movies. In Japanese, Maddox Evolved. Kent, thank you for the $5 donation. This is actually like a bright aqua color, the shit that looks just like gray here. Here, let me turn off the chroma key. RQ. Where's my fucking camera source? That's actually a great question. Well, here's one of me upside down, so this is just as good, probably. Oh, cool, you can actually see my right side up face through the chroma key. That's actually sick as hell, dude. Wow. Okay, I found the real one. See? Isn't that nice? Also, look how much fuller the, color palette on my face is when I'm not blocking out all the fucking green light. Behold. Isn't that a shame? Oh well, what are you gonna do? That's right, regular zebra. Yeah, I was thinking that I should just like put a rectangle behind me that's this color. And then we can imagine that the shirt is not being chroma keyed out. Is this, yeah, this is Distant Traces of Beauty. This is Dahlia Hawthorne's song playing. Remember how great Dahlia is and how beautiful and wonderful she is and how she could never do anything wrong? I will say, having recently streamed all 3 Phoenix Wright games and now streaming Apollo Justice, I think I am validated in my opinion that the 3rd game is the best one. Because I mean, they're doing a similar thing here with Apollo Justice. I think they were trying to build off of the success of the 3rd Phoenix Wright game, where the game like had an entire cohesive narrative arc. And all the cases were interconnected, as opposed to something more like the 1st Phoenix Wright game, or honestly the 2nd one, where the cases are more just kind of, you know, it's more episodic. There's a bunch of different things that don't necessarily directly relate to each other, and there's like moments of character connection within them, like how Phoenix and Maya become a team in the 2nd case of the 1st game. But yeah, I just really love how, except for the Furio T. Gray case, mainly, the cases in Phoenix Wright 3, Trials and Tribulations, do form like an arc. It really feels like each of them contributes to the whole in a meaningful way. And also, it has a really hot guy who is a huge asshole to Franziska von Karma specifically. And that works for me. I do still think that also makes that float look like some kind of goop or slop. No, I think this is a goop or slop. Yeah, I think this is being represented accurately. Sorry, I had to make a cat noise to center myself there. Alright, the thought has completely left my brain. I'm gonna start playing the video game. Please? Video game? Video game, would you like to appear? Phoenix Wright? Apollo Justice Ace Attorney Trilogy? Thank you so much, Apollo Justice Ace Attorney Trilogy. Okay. I was making some kind of a broader point about Godot's character and or his misogyny, and then I was just thinking about Godot, and it just fucking dropped out of my brain. It was useless. Oh, yeah! Ezer, thank you. And yes, Ellen, I am eating a grilled cheese. Literally Maddox Ken. I don't know how they can call that. Sorry, hang on, I'm gonna go back. I don't think any moment in the entire series Trucy's missing panties come close, where she's talking about her panties and saying the word daddy like every other sentence. But I don't think any other case in any other Ace Attorney game comes close to how fucking horny the 4th case in Trials and Tribulations is. And they don't even leave the fucking courtroom. But Edgeworth calls Mia a bimbo. Mia calls Edgeworth cute. Diego Armando calls Mia and Dahlia kitten. The judge is trying to fuck the witness. It's just a mess. It's sex court. Like, I have never seen... I don't know if they just, like, can't hear Diego Armando and Mia on that defense bench, but, like, Jesus Christ. You want to talk about contempt of court? He's, like, verbally fucking her at the defense bench. Ba-na-na-na. It makes it so fucking obvious they're in a relationship. Like, my God. So much for professionalism. Alright, let me cut this dumbass Steel Samurai song. I actually hate this song. Go away. Okay. Video game time. Do this shit. Great news! I'm using Amber's controller today, so I don't have to deal with my controller constantly disconnecting, and I will also be using Amber's controller for the subathon. Nice, Ellen. Yeah, I fucking love my beloved vegan cafe. I'm very sad that I no longer live near that beloved vegan cafe, but I'm happy for you that you do. Well, this is it. Today's the day it all goes down. We're gonna pin this crime on the one guy who apparently did the crime. They really fucking fed this answer to me, by the way. They literally had the guy... The other guy from Clavier's band come up to me and be like, I never liked you guys, either of you. Stay out of the crime scene. I'll do anything I can to keep you from investigating this. It's like, okay, well, I guess you're the fucking killer now, man. They really didn't have to fucking feed me that. I thought there was still some room for interpretation, because it kind of seemed like Lamirar got clobbered by the magician guy and not by Darian, and the magician guy was like hanging around right after the murder happened. I thought there was some credibility that Darian was not the murderer just because he's like an angry guy who knows how to use a gun. But no, they were just like, here, have this one. You know what, here, I actually am gonna do a really stupid thing real quick. All right. Let me just select the appropriate color. No. Yeah, it's like that. Okay. Maybe a little greener. Okay, cool. And I'll do that. And I'll call it grun with a U, which is probably the word for green in some language or another. Hi. Okay, so that's gonna sit behind me while I stream. Fuck yes, dude! Oh my god, that worked so perfectly. As I move side to side, it's probably gonna get fucked up, but look at that, you guys! Not bad, huh? Oh fuck, hang on. Alright, I just need to keep perfectly still and not budge at all. You know, like the boob height window to the screen behind you? Here, let me cut grun. Nah, that's no good. I gotta have grun back there. Okay. It's my chair is doing a lot of heavy lifting right now. Don't ignore that, ignore that, ignore the edge of grun behind my chair. Okay. Today's the day it all goes down. And then there was yesterday, which was the day before it all went down. And then there's gonna be tomorrow, which is the day after it all goes down. This meeting is over. Sorry, I forgot to even drag this away from the suspect, our defendant. Also,
I'm me.
Thank you so much for the $10 donation, Kringus. Do you think Machi is called Machi Tobai because he smuggled in the cocoon? So there is much to buy from him? Do you think that's what it is? It would make more sense if it was like Machi to sell, but just give me 5 more minutes. We can call them back after that. Sorry, no go. Come on, piano boy, we're leaving. Darian, wait! I never liked you. Either of you. Huh? We have known him for literally 24 hours. Darn it, we were so close. He was about to tell us. Hey, Apollo. He didn't want us to hear what Machi had to say. And
I think I know why. Time to bring down a little justice.
Bang.
What was that?
He has heard. I'm gonna assume this is Uncle Valant. He has heard but unseen.
Who's that talking?
Yep.
Valant Grammary!
I exclaimed as he walked in through the door normally.
You aren't the witness today, are you, Uncle Valant?
A preposterous proposition. How could I stand to stand upon the stand? Why, my secrets would be free for the plucking. I might even have to sign autographs. That is why I intend to remain hidden for the entire day.
Ooh, with vanishing magic?
Indeed. No, I will be in the closet. I will jump upon an express train and express myself the next town over.
All right, you're sounding really suspicious right now, actually.
But before I go, a word of warning.
Warning? What?
A grand grammar glamour resides at the root of all that has happened. Do not forget this truth. You're going to have to work out how I did my magic trick on your own, even though it's the linchpin evidence in a murder trial.
Glamour?
A spell, a sorcery, a great illusion. Miss True says, though it pains me to part so, I need to get in line for a ticket. Farewell!
And there he goes. He sure seemed happy about that illusion thing. Oh, big illusions are the bread and butter of a magician. You can't pull off a show without one. The big illusion is always a spectacle to remember. Usually it involves cutting up things like people or elephants, or the Eiffel Tower, anything really. So he was talking about what we saw at the concert. Lamarar's disappearing act, and prosecutor Gavin's exploding guitar. I wonder what he meant by it being at the root of all that has happened. Well, it's about time. Shall we go?
Excuse me, sir. The scheduled starting time for the trial has been changed. The trial will not be commencing until 10:30 a.m. Sorry for the inconvenience.
Huh? Did something happen? This is a first.
Yeah, trials are never postponed in real life.
It was by the judge's request. Some urgent personal business.
Great, I bet he stayed up too late last night watching courtroom dramas.
Apparently, he's visiting the hospital again.
It's given my neck a bit of a pallor. I don't think so. Ellen, take a good look at my neck. I don't think anything's changing. I think I just have a pallid neck. I just have pallid neck syndrome.
I believe it was mentioned that the Chief Justice's son is unwell. He's got fucking incuritis if your dumbass forgot from the first half of this trial. Apparently his condition worsened considerably this morning.
Chief Justice's son.
Oh, that's right. Remember yesterday morning? The judge said he had to go visit him after the trial.
There's an article about it in the newspaper. Incuritis syndrome, first case in country.
Oh God. Spreading.
If you care to read about it yourself.
Newspaper article added to the courtroom. Disease strikes closer to home than ever before. Is it fucking contagious? Oh no, Garrulus. I'll let you read that article for us, Apollo.
Actually, I can't. It's all blurred out except for the headline. Look at these graphs, though.
Just leave the TV guide page to me. Try not to lose the page with the funnies if you can. They don't give a shit. They're such idiots. Posture check, of course. July 10th, 10:30 a.m., District Court, courtroom number 3.
My apologies for the delay.
Okay, that's as long as I could hold that.
Court is now in session for the trial of... how do you say this name again?
Machito Bai, al suspect fortissimo.
Right, it's his...
Suspect fortissimo? Fuck off.
It's his trial in any case.
The defense is prepared, Your Honor.
The prosecution is ready to rock. I always have to say some dumb shit like that, because I'm the rock star guy.
Is something wrong, Your Honor?
No. Well, yes. It's just I've been friends with the Chief Justice since we were students. It pains me to see him going through such a difficult time. I've been friends with the Chief Justice since we failed out of law school together.
That article said there's no known cure. What, did you not play the game up to this point?
Herr Judge, let me say with all honesty, I feel your pain. But now's not the time for tears. Now's the time for law.
Indeed. We left off at quite the juncture yesterday.
I asked Interpol about that number. IPXX 314206. The agent registered under this number was Romain Latouche.
Thanks for looking into that for us, Detective Crescent. It's a great help.
Oh, no problem at all, Your Honor. I'll be heading out.
Hold it. I didn't know that I had such a cute little French voice I could do, but I'm glad that Lamorar brought it out of me. Wait, that voice just now. It was him. I'm sure of it.
It was him?
That voice I heard talking to Mr. Latouche when I heard the gunshot fired. It was him. It was Mr. Darian.
No way!
Quite a sensational ending. Who would have thought Darian would guest star in the season cliffhanger as a suspect? Are you like a music guy or a TV guy?
I asked the prosecution to look into this matter. Please tell the court your findings.
Darian Crescent is a member of my band, the Caffeiners. He's also a detective, making the current charges serious indeed. Yet after investigation, I have found no cause to alter our case or file new charges.
And your reason is?
Weren't you aware, Herr Forehead? He has an impeccable alibi.
An alibi?
We fucking went over this. Let us review the facts again, shall we? The concert held on the night of the shooting was in 3 sets. Play the music. No, they're not playing the cool rock music. Gee, who's this guy right here? Who's the first guitar in the Gaviners? Also, who's the drummer in the Gaviners? Also, there is a 5th member of the fucking Gaviners. They're not pictured here. But when we were going over the recording of the set yesterday, there were 5 parts. Oh, you said something about the Gaviners tearing up the first set. I didn't mean to advance that. For the second set, our guest took center stage. The only performers appearing were myself, Lamorar, and Machi, all along with a drummer and bassist for a total of 5. Where are the drummer and bassist? They're not in the video. You didn't even make models for them. This is case number 3, Frampus, yes. This is case number 3 of 4. There are 4 total, but there's also a flashback somewhere in the game. So either the 3rd case is super long, and there's a flashback at the end of it, or the 4th case is half flashback and half present day. Yeah, Faith, I was saying in the Discord yesterday, they should have actually had every member of the Gaviners be a character in this case. Be like a real rogues gallery of stupid assholes. It's like, wow, who did it? The shooting in the dressing room, however, took place during the sunset. Lamorar and the defendant, Machi Tobai, had left the stage at that point, and the Gaviners were already rocking. This is when 2 shots rang out at the scene of the crime. Shots heard by Detective Emma Sky, mind you.
And Apollo. You heard them too, right?
I sure did. Furthermore, Lamorar herself witnessed the moment of the crime. Well, perhaps I should say she heard the moment of the crime. Then she claims to have had Mr. Latouche and Detective Crescent talking.
But that's impossible! Detective Crescent was...
Precisely. Detective Crescent was on stage, getting his groove on, no less. Voila! A perfect alibi.
Does the defense have anything to add to this?
It's true. When I heard those gunshots, he must have been on stage. Still, there's something here that doesn't quite add up.
It appears the defense has no objections. I believe we can safely say that Darian Crescent's alibi has been acknowledged.
Which means that Lamorar was sadly mistaken. Her testimony cannot be true.
Very well, of course, if we disregard her testimony. Then I see no evidence keeping us from declaring a verdict. If indeed there are no objections.
Uh-oh, Apollo. If he declares a verdict now, yeah, Prosecutor Gavin's case is airtight. Lamorar might have been lying to protect Machi. How can I rely on her testimony? Wait, what about yesterday in the detention? What about the entire day of investigating I did yesterday? About the case? What about the case?
He wants to tell us about Mr. Latusse's death? This meeting's over. They love flashing back to 10 minutes ago in this game. It's honestly kind of grating. I don't remember the other Phoenix Wright games doing this so heavily.
Darian?
Machi was trying to tell us something, I know it. Maybe the best thing to do is ask him under oath.
Very well, the court finds the defendant, what was his name again?
Your Honor! Thanks, Just. I agree.
No, that wasn't it. It was something like Marquis or Mr. Justice.
Your Honor, before you declare a verdict, I would like to call another witness.
Exactly who else do you need to hear from?
A witness who, until now, has not been given a chance to speak in this court. Because he doesn't speak English.
You don't mean?
I do. The defense calls defendant Machi Tobai to the stand.
What? But he doesn't speak English. We have no existing infrastructure to accommodate a non-English speaking witness.
We'll use an interpreter, you fucking cunt.
Interpreter? I'm afraid you'll have to look elsewhere. I only speak a few phrases, such as I love you and where's the toilet?
The defense would like to request Lamirar as the interpreter, someone with absolutely no vested interest in this case whatsoever.
Lamirar? But there's a possibility she's protecting the defendant.
But she'd be interpreting for the defendant. Why would she lie?
This is most unusual.
Bravo, Herr Forehead. Herr Judge, the prosecution agrees with the defense's request. If Lamirar lies, I'll be able to tell. Even my limited knowledge of the language should be enough for that.
Okay.
Well, if both prosecution and defense are for this, I see little cause for refusal.
Finally, some progress.
Bailiff, please show the defendant and Lamirar to the witness stand.
The double sprite here is really, really, really fun. There's some great sprite work in this game, especially during the weirdo bracelet focus sequences that I feel really guilty about depriving you guys of playing the remake of this and not the original, but it's just too enticing to be able to stream the entire thing from one screen and not having to do split screen. Like, for example, that's the scene I set up for streaming DS games, which I've never been able to use because MK hasn't been able to get the capture card of the DS working. Poor baby Tess.
I suppose that's the first time for everything. Shall we proceed? Your name to begin with, if you would, Lamirar.
Yes. He says Machi Tobai is the defendant.
This is certainly a first for this courtroom. Not that we really needed an interpretation of that message in particular.
so far so good. They're speaking Borginian, Frampus. Borginia is an invented country in Northern Europe, and the script looks like this, or hieroglyphics, depending on the situation, which makes it sound like Coptic or something, if they speak it in Northern Europe. I wonder if Borginia is in Northern, or whatever it's called, is in Northern Europe in the Japanese version of the script, and not like South Asia or something.
Very well, Mr. Justice, if you would.
If I would what, Your Honor?
What? You called the defendant to the stand, did you not? What would you have him testify about?
Oh, what do I want him to testify about? Yeah, I haven't thought that far yet. Machi, just start riffing. Apollo! Aren't you gonna ask him what he was about to tell us yesterday? How can I if I don't know what he was saying?
Excuse me a moment, if I might speak.
Yes, Lamirar?
Just now, Machi said there's something about which he wishes to testify.
Machi wants to testify about something? What could it be? As a defense attorney, I'm not used to calling witnesses to the stand.
What sort of testimony is he talking about?
One moment, please.
She is so pretty. I've been talking in previous Apollo Justice streams about how they really don't have enough women with huge cans in this game in comparison to the previous Phoenix Wright games. And it's like, obviously it makes sense for Trucy and Emma to not have huge cans. There is no excuse for Lamirar not having huge cans. I am putting my foot down here. Ugh, the suspense is killing me.
What?
What? What?
Well, Lemurah.
I'm really sad that Machi's not speaking in hieroglyphics here, because I was looking forward to going.
According to Machi, he has proof of his innocence.
What?
Oh, the back sprite. I love Machi's little pantaloons. Thank you, Stream Elements. Yeah, guys, I'm raising money for a new CPU to go with the new really good SSD that I just bought, also on MK's recommendation. I'm trying to have a top-of-the-line computer so that I can always stream the best games for you, the viewer. So if you'd like to help support the stream, in my capacity to do cool things on it, I hope you'll donate. Thank you. So this is a supplies. Yahoo! Victory, Apollo! We did it!
This is sounding too good to believe, and I know what that usually means.
Well, if that's true, then this is vital testimony. Machi, please testify to the court.
It doesn't make any sense that the judge couldn't pronounce Machi.
Very well.
Witness testimony.
He says that word of Mr. Lutus's death came as a great shock. If the killing truly followed the lyrics of my song, I, that is he, could not have done it. He says that because the lyrics are in English, he does not understand them.
I see. He wouldn't have understood the English lyrics to the song. That would prevent him from following them so closely.
I wondered what he meant by proof. Why, you would only have to ask Lemurah to know the meaning of that song.
Lemurah, did you ever explain the lyrics of that song to him?
I did tell him generally what the song was about, but never in so much detail, and he never asked.
Has my oft-repeated warning already fled that forehead? Lemurah might be protecting the witness.
Well, anyway, let us proceed with the cross-examination. Mr. Justice, if you would.
Yes, Your Honor. Something's hidden in that testimony, I know it. I'll just have to trust my bracelet to tell me where. I'll have to trust my gay little bracelet.
Oh, okay. This is gonna suck. Okay, does Machi understand English? Am I gonna find that out? Okay, no change here. Yep. Bingo.
Machi, you're not telling the entire truth. I can see it as clear as day.
Perhaps my interpretation is at fault. Now he says I have no idea what you are talking about.
Apollo, neither of them looks uncertain at all. I fucking saw the animation on his eye. What do you mean neither of them looks I clicked too fucking late.
Good God. This is a really good implementation of this system. Oh my God, do I really have to wait through the whole thing as well? There we go!
Gotcha!
Okay, and maybe the cursor was not in the optimal place. Alright, fucking fine.
Machi, you can't fool my eyes. You glanced toward her the very moment Lemurah said the word English. Ignore 5 seconds ago when we established that you weren't uncertain at all. Actually, why? And don't bother interpreting that. He understands me. Machi, tell the truth. You can understand English, can't you?
What are you saying? Of course he can't.
Oh no, wait, that's Lemurah speaking, sorry.
Must he continue this charade?
Mr. Justice, Machi says this. I know the word English.
Huh?
Before coming to this country, he heard me speaking English. He learned the name for this language, that is all.
What? Give me a break!
Is that such an unusual word to understand? Do you not know Espanol, for instance?
Well, yeah, but...
I'm sorry, but he truly does not understand your language.
Well, then explain this! How does he know the crime followed the lyrics?
Have you always been such a suspicious-minded lad?
Tell the truth, you can shock restaurant owners with how much you understand English.
Young Borginian boy amazes New York pizza owners by placing order in perfect English, in perfect obscenity-filled English.
It is simple, so simple it hardly requires an explanation. I read about it in the newspaper.
The newspaper?
The Borginian Daily Bugle. You can buy it in this country these days, you know. They have already begun to report about this case in our homeland.
That's true, yeah, I do have a stream. I do have a subathon happening on Monday, guys. You should be there for that.
I've never seen a woman.
Jenny, thank you so much for the 14 months. Oh, I was right.
What is wrong, Mr. Justice? Your eyes are quite fierce all of a sudden.
Machi is lying. Maybe it's time to show them proof that he's lying.
Article about the case. It doesn't mention the lyrics of Lamarar's ballad. Thanks for the fucking heads up. Take that! That's yes, Faith, the Daily Bugle.
I have here a Borginian newspaper. The Borginian Daily Bugle, as a matter of fact. Indeed, there is a feature article about the case. Could you read this for me, Machi? That's right. It doesn't mention the lyrics.
What? What is this all about?
I'm sorry, Machi. You couldn't have read about the lyrics in a Borginian newspaper.
Just so, regular zebra. Man, I miss the psyche lock.
What does this mean?
But I don't see how it's possible. I know. He must have heard the lyrics when the police were doing their questioning, yes.
Not possible. The subject of the lyrics was not brought up in police questioning. I read the full report myself.
So the lyrics weren't in the newspaper and the police didn't mention them.
It's regular.
The only place we could have heard them was in this courtroom. In English, no less.
The witness will explain himself.
Machi says, he says,
Yes?
it is true I read the newspaper, but this is not where I learned of the lyrics. I was mistaken. Now I remember.
You remember?
He says he heard of the lyrics from me.
What?
I hate that face that Apollo makes.
Is this true, Lamarar?
Yes, I'm afraid I had forgotten it myself.
Lamarar, man, you were supposed to be our impartial translator. Don't these bastards have an embassy in this country? They don't have anybody who can translate. That interpreting must be the main thing they do there.
Then it looks like Herr Forehead's been jumping to conclusions again.
It seems so, yes.
No, no! I was onto something, I know it! I can't let this chance slip away.
Time is an issue today, Mr. Justice. Are you finished with the cross-examination?
Yeah, Jules, I'm pretty sure that Apollo Justice, Ace Attorney, and Breath of the Wild are the only two pieces of media to depict a character in a veil.
What are you going to do, Apollo? If I'm gonna keep on cross-examining, I better have an angle of attack. Or else. My bracelet's still reacting. Your Honor, please allow me to continue.
If you must, you must. Very well, witness.
I understand. It was I who explained that the crime followed the song.
Yeah? Okay. Last time her throat started undulating? Oh hey, her throat was undulating, I think. Maybe? Run it back to the beginning. Yep. Gotcha! Sorry.
I can't give up this chance not to let my client exonerate himself. Lamarar, I'm currently cross-examining Machi. Why should you be uncertain?
Me? Uncertain?
Yes, you swallowed the very moment you told the court. It was I who explained.
I see there is little point in trying to hide anything from you.
Lamarar, are you indeed protecting someone?
That is not a question with a simple answer. To tell the truth, I do not believe it myself.
Then allow me to answer for you. Lamarar, you're protecting.
I mean, the logical answer is Machi, which makes me think I'm not supposed to pick him. But who the fuck else? He's secretly eating M&Ms in court.
Lamarar, you're protecting Machi.
Okay, cool. Specific dialogue. That means it's real.
That's why you lied and told us that you had explained how the crime followed the song.
What's the fucking point of this song and dance? I try to call Machi as a witness and Lamarar as an interpreter, and Clavier says she might cover for him, and I say no, she won't. And then he shows up, and then I say you're covering for him. What the fuck is the point of this? Yes, Ellen.
That's why you lied and told us that you had explained how the crime followed the song. I don't fault you for trying to help, but this is not the way. Machi, I believe you didn't do it, really. I trust you. But you've lied to us twice. And now you have Lamarar lying on your behalf. If this is going to work, you have to trust me too. Your two lies cover a simple truth. You understand English. You have to. Ah!
Yeah, Tess, that's a voice you want to give him? We're gonna run with that if he starts speaking English?
Witness, is this true? Do you understand English?
Meow's a little lonely.
Fuck, I didn't think I was gonna have to voice this fucking cute. Dude, no. Oh, no. Let the court note that A was in English, not Borginian. Oh, my God. Yeah, just a little Persia regular zebra. Fast, he could see, now he can talk. And you did not know about this, Lamarar?
No, I did not. It is quite a surprise.
How many secrets is this witness hiding?
Last. This is last. Machi, could you tell us what really happened? No shooting! I did no shooting! So you weren't in the dressing room when I heard those two gunshots, correct?
Apparently, the answer to that question is in simple Isa. Alright. Maybe he should be Russian? No, it's fine. I can do a French voice for him. I can do more than one French voice. Y'all don't even fucking know.
I was in dressing room, behind desk manager, here on the floor.
Which would be after the shooting, right?
Then there's voice.
Voice? Or voice says? Was it you and Emma, Apollo? So when Machi went into the dressing room, Mr. Latouche had already been shot. And then we came to the door.
Then I take off. Run away, run away.
So it was you who escaped through that air vent.
As the prosecution was up. Garrulus, I did Russian in the first case already. Olga Orally is already our Russian character for the game. As the prosecution has upheld all along, no less. The defendant has admitted to being at the scene. Might we take this as a confession?
No! He clearly denied that he did it!
I have no shooting. Manager on floor. Already on the floor.
The victim had already been shot, you say? I find that hard to believe. The defendant understood the song lyrics. He was at the scene of the crime. This can only mean one thing. He is the shooter.
Does the defendant have anything to say to this?
He's clammed up, Apollo.
Then let's ask Mr. Justice. Will you require any further testimony from the witness?
What the fuck do you think?
Is that it? Is there nothing else I can get him to testify about? Wait, no, of course there is! I'm a lawyer! What is this cocoon, anyway? I don't know.
The cocoon, the silk, is a potent cure.
A cure? Well, Machi, are you a smuggler? I don't know.
He won't tell me.
That cocoon has to have something to do with this. Machi, please tell us the truth for your own sake.
No more speak. Not to any of you.
So much for your precious truth, Herr Forehead.
Hey, you were the one who didn't believe him.
Regardless, this brings us to an impasse.
It does seem that the defense and defendant are at odds. I doubt we are likely to learn anything more of value should this continue. I see no other course but to declare a 5-minute recess.
I thought you were going to say declare a verdict.
The defense will work things out with the defendant so that we might proceed.
Chum chum.
Apollo Eustace.
Oh no, is he supposed to be Eastern European?
That's justice.
Better learn how to say it if you ever want to get some. Wow, racist Apollo.
Believe I'm not shooting.
Machi claims Mr. Latouche was already down on the ground when he entered the room. Maybe it was a trap and he walked right into it?
Suddenly I hear a revolver. Close. Very close. Then I hear a voice.
You heard gunshots?
Yes, it's true. I hear revolver, but only sound.
Wait, you're saying you went into the dressing room and found Mr. Latouche already dead, and then you heard shots? If that's true,
Yeah, I mean, I figured as much, man. I got the sound system in there. It immediately made me think of the Columbo episode where the guy has an alibi for the murder because he, like, left a walkie-talkie up in his room and spoke through it from a different part of the building. It sounded like he was in his room. Don't even trip, Arbeat.
if that's true. So, you were at the scene of the crime when you heard those shots, and you escaped through the air vent.
I know.
Huh? What do you know?
I know if I opening vent, I can leave stage and backstage.
So the vents went to both the stage and the backstage area. Is that what he means? Hey, he's right! Look, Apollo! Ah, yeah. But how did you know it was connected like that?
My beautiful girlfriend.
Wait, I bet his father was the architect that designed the hall or something.
I hear this from magician.
Magician? Don't look at me! A magician, huh? Gee, I wonder who in this case fits that profile. I couldn't possibly think of it. Well, at least we're clear on one thing. Machi didn't shoot Mr. Latouche. Yeah, but what does that leave us with? We're supposed to say he went into the room to find the body and then he heard the shots? That one's gonna go over well in court.
Not. Wow, that one's gonna go over well in court. Not.
Apollo, you're his defense! You're supposed to believe whatever he says, even lies.
That's true.
That's what Daddy always told me. Daddy gave you good advice. So, what do we do? You're sure you won't testify, Machi?
I'm not talking. No. Tessa does not have enough accent for me to speak more often.
That cocoon.
I can't go home.
Can't go home.
I can't go home to Virginia. I do not want to go home. The penalty for taking a cocoon from Virginia is death.
That's right, it's punishable by death.
Yeah, they still use the guillotine in Virginia as well.
Of course, he's scared. Oh well, I guess we'll just have to try a different approach. That's the spirit, Apollo. So what's your plan? If Machi won't testify about it, we'll have to get someone else to testify. Someone else? I think we're out of time. Let's get back in there.
Right. You get Lamirar in there. July 10th, 11:28 p.m. a.m. 11:28 p.m. would be insane. District Court Courtroom number 3.
Court is now back in session. Mr. Justice, have you sorted things out with the defendant?
Yes, Your Honor. We had a good talk. We had a good talk and we were really emotionally open and we figured out how to be more honest with each other moving forward.
Very well, so will he testify?
Your Honor, the defendant will not testify.
What?
Shame. Until I thought this was your big chance to turn the case around.
Actually, it is. Nerd, get fucked. The defense would like to approach this case from a different angle, Your Honor.
A different angle?
If Machi won't testify, then I know who will.
Probably at least Lamirar and then also Darian, because we have to get Darian on the stand if we're ever going to accuse him.
I would like to cross-examine the witness in this case, Lamirar.
Lamirar?
What are you up to now? I thought we determined yesterday that Lamirar's testimony was insubstantial. There's nothing you can...
Lamirar was taken to the hospital yesterday with injuries.
What happened?
She was assaulted, Your Honor.
Assaulted?
Someone wanted Lamirar dead. Thankfully, she was able to save herself.
What? I've had no such report.
Prosecutor Gavin, why would anyone be out to kill Lamirar? Can you think of a reason?
Well,
Think of how she's known in our country. A singer from overseas who doesn't speak English, yes? Yet someone tried to keep her mouth shut. Who could that have been?
You don't think?
I do. It was the same person who shot Mr. Latouche. The killer was afraid of her, afraid of what she might say. The defense believes that something was hidden in her testimony yesterday. Something that the killer doesn't want getting out.
so am I to understand that this is what you're saying? Namely that there's a nugget of truth in Lamirar's testimony? A nugget we have yet to uncover?
Exactly. We're always uncovering nuggets of truth here.
If Lamirar was attacked, this has serious implications. Very well. There were some vague points in her testimony during yesterday's trial. Perhaps we did not inquire as deeply as we might have into some. The court will hear Lamirar's testimony once more.
I'm really looking forward to the flashback part where I can voice... Alright. Let me see if I can show you guys the situation that I'm being faced with in my room right now. Oh, she's coming over here, actually. Hey, Kenton. Echo's in here, and she wants to be let out. Now, Echo, I know that we've built up a lot of trust recently, based on my not touching you when you don't touch. And that amount of trust we've built up has resulted in you not clawing me as much as you have. But consider that if I picked you up and showed you to my viewers, they would really love it. I'm gonna get you now. I'm gonna get her. Enjoy Groon while I'm gone. She's scratching and hissing at me. She hates me. She hates me so much. Ah! Ah! All right. I'll open the door for you now. I think she might have gotten me on the face there. Ellen, I tried to pick her up right, but she squirms around too much. Oh, I know I've betrayed her trust and will pay. I already paid. I think she got me. All right. Yeah, Ellen, so here's the thing. I try to pick Echo up, right? I try to do the thing where you, like, scoop the cat up, and you put one hand, like, on her breast and the other hand under her ass, and you're supporting her butt as you hold her upright. The thing is that as soon as I touch her at all, she becomes a whirlwind of claws, meaning that I need to hold her in such a way that points all of her limbs away from me, which violates that rule of how to hold cats. But if I hold her in a way that's comfortable for her, she will just cut me. My poor face. Oh well.
Lamirar, I must apologize. We must ask you to stand again and speak. You need not apologize. I know that Machi is innocent, and I will do all that I can until the court realizes this.
Let's review your testimony from yesterday. Yeah, Lamirar should have, like, Dark Souls 1 Guinevere tits. Thank you, Bren. Would you believe that's the first treat for Tess that anyone has redeemed yesterday or today? Oh, nice, look at that. If I hold the sweethearts over Grun, then the box doesn't get chroma keyed out. Isn't that nice?
I know, right, Brent?
You told us you heard 2 gunshots and the shooter's voice through the window. And that the voice belonged to Darian Crescent, yes?
That is correct.
At which point I proved she could not be correct. She couldn't have heard any of those things. The small window at the scene was closed and was found to be quite soundproof.
The gun is loud as fuck! Bullshit! It's 1 layer of glass!
You have nothing to say to that, Mr. Justice?
I don't know exactly what yet, but I do know there's something there.
There is, it seems, much you do not know.
And yet it is my duty to hear him out. Perhaps the witness would be so kind as to testify once more to the court.
Of course, Your Honor.
Witness testimony, what I heard.
I was on my way from the stage to the backstage exit. That's when I heard them, Mr. Lutus and the detective. I heard the faint sound of a gunshot and stopped. Then I heard another gunshot. There was the smell of gunpowder. I knew I must tell someone, but I was in a hurry, so I kept moving past the small window.
And ask her why she was in a hurry, and that will establish that it was during her set and not during the following set.
I am sorry. I'm not used to speaking much in this language. Perhaps my descriptions are lacking in some way. Yet everything I've said here is the truth.
Then this is my distinct displeasure to say this. What you have said to have happened is impossible.
Do I have to repeat myself? Lemurar was attacked because of this testimony. What, Trucy?
Apollo,
You know, for a moment there, you're pretty cool.
aww, aren't they cute?
Maybe I do better when I don't try to think ahead.
Very well, Mr. Justice. Perhaps you can coolly cross-examine the witness. Getting all that pussy. Shut the fuck up. Do your job.
I was in a hurry. Here we go.
You were in a hurry to go where?
I was on my way to the backstage exit, as I have said.
Why were you in such a hurry then?
Well, I don't think that has anything to do with this case.
God fucking damn it! It very well might. Please answer the question.
Are you alright, Lemurar?
Yes, I am just tired.
Recall what I told you yesterday, Herr Forehead. Lemurar suffers from serious amnesia. Please refrain from traumatizing her further.
Yeah, what, so he can just dismiss questions he thinks are too traumatizing?
Why don't you prove her reason had a connection to the case before talking about it, yeah?
Prosecution's objection is sustained. The current question is moot. Mr. Justice, please continue with your cross-examination.
Lemurar was attacked because of this testimony. I know she was, so something's gotta be hidden here. Maybe there's some detail we're missing. I guess we'll just have to get her to fill in the blanks. Right.
Bum 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 bum. Evidently garrulous, which means that the window shouldn't have been closed. Thanks for telling me the answer.
Why didn't you tell someone immediately?
Well,
If it were me, I would have gone to the police right away.
Well, yeah, you're a judge.
It's our duty as citizens.
This may be besides the point, but Lemurar isn't a citizen. So one would hope such common sense prevails in Virginia as well.
no, we are smart enough not to call the cops when something goes wrong.
Lemurar seems awfully quiet all of a sudden. That's strange. Could she be hiding something?
It is as you say, yet at the time.
Oh, okay, cool. I'm just gonna press everything, why not? I haven't done that yet today.
Is something wrong?
I know I said hold it, but she's saying the same thing she said before.
Mr. Justice?
Sorry, it's nothing. Please continue with your testimony.
Now I know what they mean about the reckless youth these days.
The one in Redorf is as a shining example, Herr Judge.
You're the last person who should be pointing fingers, Mr. Rockstar. Darian Crescent?
I did not know his name at the time, but yes, it was him, the one who took the stand yesterday.
How many times do I need to remind you that's impossible? There's no way you could have had him.
Because the window at the scene was closed? Is that why?
Of course.
Apollo, if we keep asking the same questions as yesterday, we won't get anywhere. She's right. Maybe there's a different angle I can try.
Did you hear anything else?
Thank you, Stream Elements. True, MK told me to get a new CPU with a really good new SSD that she also told me to get. I want to have a good computer. It would mean a lot to me if you were able to donate to the stream. Thank you.
Here, let me throw my new SSD at the camera. It probably would not damage it at all, honestly.
Did you happen to hear anything else at the time?
Anything else?
Anything else besides the victim and the shooter's conversation? Anything at all?
That's quite a vague question. No, it's not. Hearing is her primary sense. It's like saying, did you see anything else noteworthy? No. Oh, actually, I did attach it to me. Here, I will turn off Bluetooth on my phone, and then it all will be solved. Alright.
As well, since the conversation, I heard the clock ticking, the two men breathing, footsteps. That is all.
Nothing new there as expected.
Ah, I was hoping for a little more than that.
Perhaps we should just carry on with the cross-examination. Perhaps Tessa should press that point again and ask the other thing.
What were they talking about?
Lamorar, do you by any chance remember what they were saying to each other? If so, please tell us. Hi, Todd.
I have given it much reflection, but
Jesus died for you. Thank you for the follow. I don't know if you're trying to antagonize me, but I don't feel antagonized by that.
I have given it much reflection, but
I was afraid of this. She doesn't remember.
Oh, just. What if they were a nice, annoying evangelical Christian?
I only heard one phrase clearly.
A whole phrase? You remember something that was said? Why didn't you say anything yesterday?
Though my memory is clear, I was afraid to speak. You see, I do not understand what was said.
This could be it. The clue I've been waiting for. Well, what did he say?
It was the other man speaking, not Mr. Letus.
The shooter, then. Darian Crescent.
Well, what did he say?
It's over. Press the switch. Now.
Switch? And the shooter said this to the victim, Mr. Letus?
I thought it quite strange myself afterward.
It is a mystery. What could it possibly mean? Mr. Justice, care to shed some light on this?
I mean, sure, I'd be delighted. It's very vital. Maybe we could add that to the testimony. Maybe, Apollo?
Okay. I mean, I'll save, just for the sake of having a save. There's no contradiction there, probably.
And it was Detective Darian Crescent's voice?
Yes, I am sure of it.
It's over, press the switch. Why would he say that to Mr. Letus?
Apollo! The murder weapon, the revolver, was Mr. Letus's, right? Yeah, what of it?
Well, maybe when he said press the switch,
he really meant to say pull the trigger. Because his English isn't so good. Darian Crescent is a native speaker! Oh, right, sorry, I kind of forgot who that was. Press the switch. That's not something a killer usually says to their victim, is it?
Was there no one else in the room?
I do not know. All I heard was Mr. Letus and the detective.
Shit, really? I mean, I can present this switch, but I don't think it's gonna do anything. Objection! That's not an objection, that's not a contradiction, you're just bringing up evidence.
Press the switch. There's only one key that can unlock the mystery of those words.
Oh. Yet there was nothing at the scene that could be called a switch. Saves the lights.
True, there wasn't a switch at the scene. But it just so happens, I have a switch right here.
That certainly does look like a switch, doesn't it?
The problem is, this was found not at the scene of the crime, but on the stage.
The stage?
Where the concert was held, yes. This was found hidden there.
On the stage.
Are you claiming that the voice never are heard? Was there someone commanding another to press the switch?
It's a possibility.
Oh, Herr Forehead, I'd call that an impossibility.
So is the idea that Darien Crescent was using his riches from being in a rock band to buy the cocoon from Machi in order to get in good with the Chief Justice, because then you'd be able to get like nepotism kickbacks because Darien Crescent is a police detective, and that he and Machi were in cahoots together, somehow disguised this sale, or maybe he was like able to blackmail Machi into helping him conceal murdering the Interpol detective who was investigating him. What a fucking complex web of lies.
Why?
It's hardly necessary for me to remind the court of the layout of the concert forum. The stage is quite far from Lemuel's dressing room. Not to mention that the Gaffiners were in the middle of a concert on that stage. They aren't known for being a quiet band. You could shout all you wanted and not be heard.
The detective's voice was loud, but certainly not a shout.
So too have Herr Forehead's cries of possibility fallen far short of being heard.
Sorry, but he wouldn't have needed to shout.
Excuse me? I don't know anything about sound transmission. I'm only in a very famous rock band.
You heard what I said. Or do you need me to shout it for you? It would have been quite simple to be heard on the stage from that dressing room. Oh wait, you like evidence, don't you? Oh yeah, ooh, big man, Prosecutor Gavin, you like evidence, don't you? How about this? Using this, it would be easy to get a message to someone on stage from the dressing room.
Sorry, I lost it. Here it is. Yo, do we have 3 pages of evidence? That's the first time that's happened in this game. Nice. The evidence locker. What is it called? The court record gets so fucking bloated in some of these cases.
Prosecutor Gavin, perhaps you're familiar with this.
Why that's...
What is it? Is that some kind of newfangled phone they invented when I wasn't looking?
I looked it up. For those of you wondering, the game Apollo Justice Ace Attorney takes place in the year 2025 and 2026. Except for the flashback cases, which must happen in 2018. So there you have it.
This is a type of transmitter, a communications device.
Communications? Device?
From what I've heard that night, everyone on stage was wearing one of these. Isn't that right, Prosecutor Gavin?
Oh my god, Phoenix Wright is a Zoomer, isn't he? If this is 2025... No, a younger millennial, I guess. Phoenix Wright would have been born in 92. Cool.
Yes, actually. Therefore, talking between band members. Yes, actually, I know exactly how you would transmit sound across a noisy form. My mistake.
Just so, regular Zebra. Apollo's definitely a Zoomer, though. He's 22. Yeah, which means he was born in 2003. Oh, man. And yet Apollo never hits the gritty like Zoomers are.
Yes, actually, so...
Yeah, they didn't know that Zoomers were gonna do that yet when they made Apollo Justice. Apollo Justice was only 4 years old when they released the game about him.
We all had one on.
So you admit that if you were wearing one of these, talking from the backstage to the stage would be simple.
Apollo Justice was born after 9/11, yes, correct. Here, I'm gonna review the videotape real quick to see if we can see Machi pressing the switch right before Clavier's guitar goes up. Oh, I do hear the bass. That's interesting. Where the fuck are the bassist and the drummer in this case? Okay, well, there's Machi. Okay, we're zooming in. That's Machi's silhouette on the piano over on the left. Okay. It's like right here that it happens. There it is. That fucking animation.
true, but wait, so send out an electronic signal. To avoid interference with the audio systems, their range is quite limited.
Lamarar said it was about 30 feet, right?
The drummer is a gray 3D model.
Look at this cross-section diagram of the concert forum. Listen, I'm just saying it makes Darian very, very obviously the shooter, having him be the only other member of the Gaviners, other than Clavier. They should have had another couple stooge Gaviners in there to confuse things a little. Frampus, they're all fucking involved in the case. Apollo is like the principal witness of of Romain Letus's death. He heard his last words. Exactly. The walk from the stage to the backstage seems far. The direct distance is less than 30 feet.
That can't be! So when Lamarar heard the shooter's voice, he'd been talking to someone on stage!
You're claiming this is the switch in question? Why did it have to be on the stage at the time? It could be placed in a pocket and carried anywhere. Someone could have hid it on the stage after the fact.
Hey, he's got a point. How do we know where it was when she heard the voice? When the shooter said press the switch? Well, I guess we don't.
An unfortunate situation. I'm afraid that until we know where the switch was, there's little point in debating it.
Yeah, I was sure this was the way to go with this.
What is this switch, anyway? We don't even know that basic fact.
Oh yeah, I concealed evidence from him, specifically to pull it out at a dramatic moment today, because that's how courts work. I do know what this switch is. And if you follow that train of logic to its incredible conclusion, it ends up in proof that completely changes this case.
It's talking like a fucking clickbaity YouTube video.
What's up, Apollo? Apollo? We know about this switch, right? We know what it is. Yeah? Well, think of when it was used that day. Think of what happened.
Well, Mr. Justice, if you have no further information to share concerning this switch...
Your Honor!
Yes, Mr. Justice?
I've been remiss in not telling the court this before, but I did it deliberately. I know what this switch is.
Well, it seems the defense is set upon linking this switch to the case. Let's see your evidence of the link. What evidence do you have to explain what this switch is?
The igniter?
Prosecutor Gavin, you remember this? Ugh, that's that.
That what? Is it another one of those newfangled phones?
Yep, Persephone.
This is an igniter. What phone looks like this?
Igniter? You mean it's like a lighter?
Yes, actually.
Bars?
You aren't saying this switch is a remote.
I am. This is a remote trigger for an igniter.
What?
Look, I'll show you.
Yow! Mr. Justice, you will cease and desist from burning down this courtroom.
Sorry, that was a bit more fire than I'd expected.
If my whiskers had caught on fire...
That reminds me, Amber's been burning candles in the window for a little ambiance. She has to stack a bunch of shit up on the windowsill with the candles, or Echo will jump up there and catch herself on fire.
Prosecutor Gavin, let me explain myself. The switch is a remote igniter trigger. Doesn't that suggest something to you?
You're talking about what happened to me, aren't you?
Ah! Exactly. That night at the concert, there was one unusual burst of flame. When your guitar caught fire in the middle of your performance.
Wasn't that part of the stage show, though?
Prosecutor Gavin was entirely unaware such a thing had been planned. And the guitar that burned was a valuable keepsake. That's right, he got it in Borginia from Lanarar. He said the sound was amazing, before it burned, of course. Now it just kind of smokes.
The better the guitar, the brighter it burns. Herr Forehead!
Yes?
Don't tell me you're trying to tie these two things together. Those being the shooter's voice heard by Lamarar, and the guitar suddenly catching on fire.
I am. It's really simple when you think about it. Mr. Letus and the shooter were at the crime scene. The shooter was wearing a headset. He ordered someone on stage to press the switch. The switch was pressed and the guitar caught fire.
Well, that does seem to make sense. Though something about it is bugging me. Can't quite put my finger on it.
Really? It seems pretty simple to me.
Are you serious? The shooting was supposed to have happened during a different set. This is the linchpin conflict of the entire plot, which is that the time that the shooting took place has been disguised. Herr Forehead, don't destroy what little respect I have for you.
Wow, he respects me?
I was expecting something a little more sensible. I guess I was wrong.
What's this all about, Prosecutor Gavin?
The simple story simply makes no sense. Think, that night my guitar caught fire, yes. The cause may have been this indeed. However, the guitar caught fire during the second set.
That's right, of course. The guitar caught fire during Lamirar's song.
Indeed, yet the shooting happened during the third set. The two are utterly unrelated.
Yes, that must have been what was bugging me. The whole premise for this is faulty.
See, the story makes no sense.
Are you sure about that?
What exactly do you mean, Mr. Justice?
Maybe it's not the premise for my explanation of the switch that's at fault. Maybe it's our premise for the entire case so far.
What premise is this specifically?
I'm glad you asked. I'm saying that maybe the killing didn't take place in the third act.
What's this? But Detective Emma Sky had shots and found the body. All of this happens in the third act.
Gunshots rang out, and according to his testimony, Machi was in that dressing room at the time.
Where are you going with this, Mr. Justice?
Stay with me, Your Honor. He also told us this in his testimony. Namely, that the victim had already been shot. We all heard gunshots, but no one saw the shooting.
This is insane!
Just before the shooting took place, the shooter was heard on this headset, telling someone to press the switch. The next moment, Prosecutor Gavin's guitar burst into flame. We know that a remote-triggered igniter was inside the guitar. From all these facts, we can draw only one conclusion. The crime did not take place during the third act, but during the ballad performance, the second act.
What?
Order! Order! But that goes against the evidence!
What does, Your Honor?
This crime was carried out according to the lyrics of that song, yes?
Hey, he's right, look! The bullet is supposed to come after the fire. You're thinking about it the wrong way. Huh? Look, why would the shooter craft the events of the day to follow the lyrics anyway? It's an awful lot of trouble to go through, with little merit for the person doing it.
Well, I'm sure whoever it was had some reason.
Yes, they did. A reason that made it advantageous to follow the lyrics.
You're saying the all of us were versed on purpose?
Reversed, Prosecutor Gavin?
If the criminal followed the lyrics strictly, then yes. The shooting would have had to come after the guitar burst into flame. Yet Herr Forehead has raised another possibility. That fucking thumb ring looks so good on him. He's claiming that the bullet came not after, but just before the fire.
Couldn't have put it better myself. We were only meant to think that the shooting came after the guitar burst into flame. That was the criminal's objective. The crime followed the lyrics to a point, but that was the ruse. Why else would the killer risk discovery by moving the body? That was the final touch to make us think he'd follow the lyrics the whole way.
And Darian was the one who reported his own guitar missing.
Order! Order! That would explain this most unusual situation.
It does! The killer changed the order of events to create himself an alibi.
Brevi. Careful, Brevi. You're gonna get me excited.
In other words, the killer was someone who had an alibi for the third set, but not the second.
I was hoping it wouldn't come to this, but sadly it has. Let me tell you why your little fairy tale makes no sense at all. Oh, it sounds good, I'll give you that. You've given us a reason why the killer bothered following the lyrics of my song. But I question your logic, for it's flawed from the very beginning.
Flawed?
Yes, a contradiction, Herr Forehead, one I've pointed out several times, no less. At the time of the crime, the small window at the scene was closed. How could Lemirar have heard a voice through it?
Oh.
I know that you would like to divert our attention from this critical fact, but you're basing your entire line of reasoning on a false premise.
Right. Lemirar's testimony is my entire case. That voice she heard, a shooter's voice. what if she couldn't hear it, Apollo? Look, what do we have? A man saying press the switch. And near the crime scene, we have a switch, which acts as a remote trigger for an igniter. And last but not least, Prosecutor Gavin's flaming guitar. It can't all be coincidence, but how do I make it work?
I see a more direct line of questioning is required. When the crime scene was investigated immediately after the crime, that window was closed. Care to tell us how Lemurar heard the voice?
A key point, to be sure. Mr. Justice, can you explain this to the court?
Okay, Justice, you've got one thing to prove and one thing only. Lamarar heard a voice, and she heard it during the second act. Think, how is Lamarar able to hear the voice?
What? I was thinking that she could have heard it through the headset that had been dropped on the floor. Yeah, Garrulus, I am also trying to figure that out. The window was open.
Obviously, the window was open. It had to be for her to hear the voice and fucking smell the gunpowder, which we glossed over earlier.
News bulletin, Herr Forehead. That horse is dead. Stop beating it for all our sakes. That window was closed. This is a hard fact reported by the investigation team.
But,
Oh, you have evidence to the contrary, perhaps?
well, no, but
Then do be quiet. I tire of this charade.
time to rethink this, actually. Okay, she was somewhere else then. Oh, was she in the fucking air vent? When we investigated the scene, the window was closed. The shooter had no reason to close it had it been open either. Meaning it was impossible to hear the voice through that window. What do you mean the shooter had no reason to close it? How about so nobody heard the fucking gunshots, like happened?
Ah, it's good to hear you making sense again. For a moment, I was afraid you might be a Borginian too. You know, so silly Borginians. You know the joke about the Borginians that build a submarine with a screen door on it? But you know the other one about the Borginian space mission going to the sun? You must be Borginian to be that fucking stupid.
As I was saying, Lamarar could not hear the voice through the window. So there can be only one explanation. She heard the voice from another location entirely.
What's this?
You do amuse me so. I thought you and Good Sense were back on speaking terms. I'm afraid you and Good Sense speak two entirely different languages. Indeed, you are probably speaking Borginian. Shall I interpret for you, Herr Forehead? Lamarar clearly stated she heard the voice through that small window. There's only one small window at the scene.
Are you sure? Think about it. Isn't there another small window at the scene? There is?
Ah, I know that look. He wants us to ask him. Very well, you claim Lamarar heard the voice from another location? Mr. Justice, show us where this location was.
Lamarar heard the voice from here. This is where Lamarar heard that voice from.
But that's no small window. That's the air vent.
Yes, that's right. The small window on the ceiling. I noticed that I have not had any dialogue for quite some time, even though I'm still standing at the witness stand.
What did she tell us? She said she's a Borginian, unfamiliar with our language. It's not a stretch to imagine that she called this air vent a small window.
Now you've done it. You've gone beyond ridiculous and into ludicrous. So Lamarar was up in the ventilation system listening to this man's voice?
It's the only logical explanation, yes.
Logical? I do not think this word means what you think it means, Herr Forehead.
Okay, what about it isn't logical?
It hardly mounts saying. Why would Lamarar be in the ventilation system? Hiding like a rat. No offense intended to her, of course.
The explanation for that is simple, Prosecutor Gavin. Isn't it Lamarar? Oh, isn't it Lamarar? You've been listening to our discussion here, yes?
Yes. I admit it's had me quite confused since yesterday. Yes, the small window was closed, but why should that mean I could not hear through it? I felt our prosecutor might himself need an interpreter.
Ugh! The problem here is words. Lamarar, this small window through which you heard the voice, was it up high on the ceiling of the room, not low on a wall?
Yes, it was up on the ceiling.
What?
Order! Order! I will have order!
It does, Garrulous. Yes, just. See, that's the thing. So, this is an issue with all the Phoenix Wright games. In actual court, you don't say objection when you notice a point at which the witness's testimony contradicts evidence. You just say like, well, that's interesting that you say that you were out all night because we have the security camera footage which shows you parking your car at home at this time. You don't say objection contradictory. Objection is for when like the opposing counsel breaks the rules or the witness is engaging in speculation which might affect the ruling of the jury. You don't just say objection when you see a contradiction. But because they say objection when they see a contradiction in this game, and in no other contexts, it means that in situations where they should object, like opposing counsel leading the witness, they don't object. Sorry, I got this grilled cheese cooling on the desk. I gotta eat this thing.
Are you in fact saying that you were up above the ceiling of the room? And that's where you heard the moment of the crime?
Yes, in fact, I was. I'm sorry, I never imagined it would become such an important point.
Yes, well, why the heck were you up there?
I believe it's time for another testimony.
I'm not sure I can.
May I remind you, this is a murder trial. We will hear your testimony. Tell us why you witnessed the crime from above the ceiling of that room, please.
Well, looks like I'm on the right track.
It's true, Garrulous. The testimony overlay in the upper left is fun.
Yes, I was above the ceiling when I heard the voice.
What a cute drawing of her, oh my god.
I had heard there was a small window there before. It was in the middle of my performance. I had no time to report what I had heard. As to why I was there, I cannot say. I am bound to secrecy on this matter.
She looks like a shrimp.
Bound to secrecy?
In my line of work, one has many obligations to uphold.
But you say you were in the middle of your performance. So this did happen during the second set.
I did not witness the crime, you must understand.
Fucking hearing the crime still counts as witnessing it.
I only know what I heard. I do not know everything, you understand. I only know what I know.
Yes, but you must tell us what you were doing in detail.
That's what the cross-examination is for, yeah, Herr Forehead? Our mission in this court is to discern the truth. No obligation, no binding pact may hinder that mission.
Very well. Mr. Justice, you may begin the cross-examination.
What are you gonna do, Apollo?
Sorry, sometimes I start Trucy's line and it's Apollo's voice.
What are you gonna do, Apollo? I'm gonna find out the truth. She was up above that ceiling for a reason. I just have to get it out of her.
I mean, I know why. I'm just wondering... I'll press her on it before I do anything else. I'll press her on it, and then I can just, like, present the videotape if I don't have anything else to talk about.
You heard the gunshots during the second act during your performance. You're quite sure?
No, Todd. Apparently nobody fucking speaks Virginian, even though they literally have an embassy here.
Yes. Why would I lie about the time?
Why didn't you tell us this yesterday?
No one asked me. I thought you all knew. I told you Machi was not the killer. I told you this many times.
Yes, you did. But you never told us why.
I'm sorry. I was not able to speak of it.
Unable or unwilling?
She's not talking, Apollo. What do we do?
We'll just have to prove it ourselves. As long as she's bound by this pact of silence, she won't talk. If I can prove why she was up there, she'll have to admit it.
But how are you gonna do that? She was singing on the stage, Apollo. She couldn't have been up above the ceiling, too.
Yet she could. I've got a theory as to why, too. Maybe I've got the evidence to prove it.
Again, not a contradiction. I'm just explaining why.
Lamarar, truth be told, the reason for your presence above that ceiling is quite clear. Especially when you consider what happened during your performance.
What happened?
Yes, it's all right here on this videotape. The year is 2025, and we're using a VHS tape as court evidence.
How did they get her cloak to go all the way up to the destination point? Was there like wires attached to it or something? Hey, can I skip this? No, I cannot skip this. I hope you guys are enjoying watching this for the dozenth time. Look at our cloth physics. We spent so much more time on this. God, she looks bad. Now she looks okay. Wow, 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 wow.
As we can see, Lamarar was clearly not on stage for her entire performance.
Oh!
Though it saddens me to be so realistic. Lamarar is incapable of actually vanishing, let alone teleportation. So the only explanation is that she was hidden from view. And during that time, she moved to the back of the forum.
Apollo! What, Trucy? It's not nice to reveal a magician's secrets, and it's against the rules.
But I'm a lawyer, I'm not supposed to be nice.
Wow, what a great line.
This is all very fascinating. How is it possible? There's only 20 seconds between when she disappears and reappears. She couldn't have moved that fast. Is something wrong, Prosecutor Gavin?
This was his concert, his show. He knows how the illusion was performed.
Aha!
He's just realizing his own oversight.
Lamarar's cloak is sick as shit. I want a cloak like that.
Let's look at the cross-section diagram again. Here we can trace a route through the ceiling. It goes from the stage, through the backstage, to the rear of the forum. Recall Lamarar's testimony from yesterday.
I was on my way from the stage to the backstage exit. There was something like a little window there. That's how I saw it.
She went from the stage to the backstage exit. A perfect description of this route above the ceiling!
Lamarar knew of this because of her part in the illusion. She wasn't the only one who knew.
What?
Just now in the lobby, Machi told me something.
I know if I opening vent, I can leave stage and backstage.
He said that?
Oh, were you not informed, Prosecutor Gavin?
I knew about the Vanishing Act, of course. But I had no idea of the routes that would be used. Why didn't that magician tell me? Magicians only reveal details of their acts on a need-to-know basis. They're the bread and butter of a magician's life, you know.
Which is why he bound Lamarar to secrecy. Well, Lamarar?
I am impressed, Mr. Attorney. But he was right about you.
So, what does this mean? Are you saying you used this route above the ceiling?
I did.
Well, that's that. But I'm still a little confused.
So sneaky Bojinian magicians. There's a main thing that Virginia is known for is their evil magic.
Why's that, Your Honor?
As I said before.
They are clever people. That went into French, sorry. Oh, mercy.
There was very little time between when she disappeared and when she reappeared. 20 seconds, tops. How could she do it so fast? Especially if she stopped to hear the shooter's voice.
I get fucked up on my French and German accents because they both use S's and Z's or the TH sounds. Because most accents have a way of approximating the TH sounds in English, the thin and that sounds. And German and French use the same technique for them. So I get to a sentence with a lot of THs, and I start speaking like this, and very easily I can end up doing one or the other. Also, they have the same R. Anyway,
That's a good question.
Can the witness explain this to the court?
I cannot.
Very well, Mr. Justice.
Yes?
It's all up to you. Do your thing.
What thing, Your Honor?
You need to explain how Lamarar was able to teleport like she did, or I'm throwing your case out with the bathwater.
Yeah. Why do I get picked on? It's Lamarar who isn't going along with the program here.
Standard Hunter, thank you so much. It will have a treat.
As I have stated before, I am not at liberty to speak of the illusions at night in detail.
Then you'll just have to tell us what you can. We'll hear your testimony on this. Break it down for me, Apollo.
Yes, if you would, please, break it down.
Right. I feel like a student before finals.
Good luck, Apollo! Well, Apollo, it's reasonable that you would feel like a student before finals because you're fucking 22. You probably passed the bar exam 2 seconds ago.
I followed the route exactly as I was instructed. There's an emergency exit in the backstage, where our stagehand waited. From there, one can enter the forum on the opposite side from the stage. The plan was for me to move there in 2 minutes. I was on my way when I heard the voice.
2 minutes, you say? The mystery deepens.
Yeah, how the fuck did the trick work at all if she showed up 1 minute and 40 seconds early?
I suppose it was too much to hope that the judge would come up with something.
Why have they added this wrinkle to the case?
That's just my curiosity. Take it away, Mr. Justice.
Right, Your Honor. All I have to do is find the contradiction between what Lamarar is saying, what we can see plainly in the video.
I figured it out already. I am a magician after all.
Well, tell me!
Not a chance. I can't reveal another magician's secrets. Come on!
Okay, you're supposed to be on my side here.
I mean, I guess I'd just present the video and say, no, it only took 20 seconds. I'm sure I don't fucking know.
Throw it back, Apollo.
No, that wasn't it. Interesting. Okay.
How exactly are the evidence of the statement related?
Well, they are if you'd give me a chance to...
Fuck you!
There's an emergency exit in the backstage where a stagehand waited. From there, one can enter the forum from the opposite side of the stage. Has the map of the, the diagram of the forum been updated with the secret passageways? It has, okay. Bum 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 bum. From there, one can enter the forum on the opposite side from the stage. And it was for me to move there in 2 minutes. I was on my way when I heard the voice. Huh. Like, that's clearly not what she did. She snuck through the air vent in a direct path because we have a diagram showing where she went. She didn't go, like, all the way backstage, exit the forum, go all the way around, and come back in. And it wouldn't have even made sense for her to do it in 2 minutes because the trick wasn't 2 minutes long. And it clearly worked the way it was supposed to because she caught her robe again. I really don't understand the point of this.
Did everyone on the concert staff know about the trick?
Not all, only a few that were needed to help.
See, like I said, it's on a need-to-know basis.
So not many people knew about the trick.
One needed to open the emergency exit. The door to the stage is locked, but once through there... From there, one can enter the forum on the opposite side from the stage.
Like at the back of the audience?
So when you came back out, you were behind the audience, right?
Right, that's what they're saying.
That is how it worked.
Not a bad show, if I do say so myself.
But on the video, you were only gone for 20 seconds.
Yeah, can we fucking... What is the issue here?
Yes, it would be hard to go so far in only 20 seconds.
But... What the fuck?
Objection!
Nope, not that either. Wow. I am really lost here.
It doesn't make sense that there would be two Lamirars because she lost her brooch. She was wearing the brooch in the video and she was crawling around the fucking vents. The brooch fell through the vent and she reappeared without it.
Hold it!
How did you, proceed along this route?
How? Why, I walked.
But you arrived behind the forum much too fast to have been walking. Tell the truth, Lamirar. You rode some kind of vehicle.
What? A vehicle? What vehicle?
What an awful idea. I like it.
Hey, that's not a bad guess. Wrong, but not bad. Yes, laugh at the dumb attorney. I don't mind.
I'm sorry, but the girl is right. That vent was much too small for vehicles. It was a tight fit. Even I had to crouch as I walked. I cannot imagine a vehicle that would fit in such a small space.
What the fuck are they talking about? What? I am so lost. What are they talking about? Genuinely. She didn't go through an emergency exit at the back of the stage, walk around the building, and emerge again behind the audience. She did this. She used the fucking secret passageway that is plainly shown in this cross-section. And it was Darian's voice you heard.
Yes, I am certain it was him.
Matter best left for later, yeah? Put that forehead of yours to work on this illusion first.
I fucking understand how it works!
Important Schmortens. Objection overruled. Tell us about the illusion.
Viewer, I am open to any and all suggestions here. Because I think that what they want me to do is say that she used the secret passageway shown on the cross-section. But I have no idea how mechanically in-game they want me to do that. Press on the 2 minutes thing? I think I did. 2 minutes?
Yeah, oh, I didn't do this yet, actually. Yes, it can be done in 1 minute if you are running.
Running in that cramped dark tunnel above the ceiling?
Haha, Mr. Attorney, have you forgotten? Dark or lit, it makes no difference to me.
That's true, but
So you're saying that on the night of the concert, you made this trip in 2 minutes?
we have video evidence that she didn't! What are you talking about?
So I nearly didn't make it in time. You see, I stopped halfway.
Lamara disappears in the video for 20 seconds. She says she made the trip in 2 minutes. If you want my professional opinion, I'll bet the answer's there in that video. I have no idea what the fuck they are getting at here. I truly don't. They seem to be getting at the idea that there's a Lemirar double, but there isn't. It really would have come up. Like, the fact that she drops the brooch seems tailor-designed to make you think that there isn't a double. Sure. What the fuck do you want from me, man? Do they want me to present the brooch? Yeah, Garrulus, that's what I was thinking. Lamirar, do you happen to remember this brooch? Yep, okay. That is an insane fucking way to get through this, but sure, whatever.
Aha, the brooch! We saw that yesterday, did we not?
It was found at the scene, Your Honor.
And you're bringing this up now, why? I thought we had already determined when it was dropped.
This is so bizarre. I don't understand why they're saying that it took her 2 minutes to make the trip when it, like, demonstrably took her 20. I don't know why they've introduced this contradiction. Why wouldn't they say that it just takes 20 seconds to get from one end of the secret passage to the other? So did I, but we hadn't. Take another look at the video. I also don't know how this resolves the contradiction. Here you can see she's wearing the brooch.
So she is.
Let's look a bit later.
What? The brooch! It's gone!
What? Yes. The brooch disappeared in the short space of 20 seconds, and it takes a full minute to run from the stage to the backstage. Which means there can be only one explanation. The Lamorar we see before the vanishing act and the Lamorar we see after are two different people? How the fuck does this prove that, even remotely?
What?
The brooch was found on the floor at the crime. How does that prove that? If anything, it demonstrates they're the same person. If she lost the brooch during transit and reappeared without it, it would make more sense if it proved there were two different people. It'd be like, ah, there's a contradiction here. You see, when Lamorar reappears in the video, she's still wearing the brooch, but we found her brooch on the crime scene floor after the set, which demonstrates that she dropped it, so it couldn't have been the same woman. That would have made sense. The way they're doing it is incomprehensible here. And not just on the floor, but on the floor directly beneath the air vent. That's also not even remotely directly beneath the air vent. It's super far away from the air vent. It's in line with the fucking refrigerator. Lamorar, tell me, did you drop the brooch on your way from the stage to the backstage at the very moment you witnessed the crime?
Yes, I think I did.
How does this prove there was a second Lamorar? Who is the second Lamorar?
Prosecutor Gavin!
From your expression, I gather you had no idea this was the case, Herr Judge. I, of course, knew about it.
What?
Don't get me wrong, I wasn't hiding it. It just never occurred to me that the switch and the shooting took place at the same time.
So I was right? There was a switch?
They should have said swap or something, because switch is the same word that they used for the igniter.
There was. Just before the stage's tower rose, Lamorar was replaced.
While we're on the subject, just who was this replacement Lamorar?
Hello, Alexis.
Why, the man behind the illusion, Valant Grammare.
For fuck's sake.
It was...
It was Grammary? That's quite the illusion. But I still don't get one thing.
Kel.
Yes.
Garrulus, I do not fucking ask me. But this fake Lamorar is still singing. And she's pretty good.
That's true.
Come on, Apollo. That's an easy one. They were just playing a recording.
The Caffeine is on some kind of air guitar band, Fräulein.
Oh, you mean I'm wrong?
When we play a show live, we play live. No recordings.
So you're saying that Lamorar was singing from inside the fucking air vent? That would have made the audio atrocious. Do you know what it would sound like, viewer, if you were listening to my mic inside a goddamn air vent?
Perhaps you can explain, Lamorar?
Very well.
Yes, do tell, and add it to your testimony.
What's even the point of having her move from one place to the other if they just use a replacement anyway? Why wouldn't she just stay hidden in one spot the entire time if they use a replacement anyway? Why? What the fuck? No, dude, this shit completely fell apart.
I had to keep singing. I had to keep singing even while I moved.
I know, Garrulus, me too. I thought it was pretty strong up to this point, incuritis notwithstanding.
You were singing?
Yes, Mr. Cavan expressed a dislike for recordings, so I used this.
Wait, so you were singing the whole time? And how the fuck did Darian and Latouche not notice her singing in the air vent above their heads? Even when you were crawling above the ceiling towards the backstage?
Why should it matter where I sing when everywhere I go is the same darkness?
Right, shitty little headset microphone in a literal air vent underground.
But if you were...
Why did they introduce this element? Why did they introduce this element? And how the fuck did the magician know when he came up on the other side not to have the brooch? Was she supposed to remove it? Was that like part of the plan?
But if you were singing while you were walking...
That's right. Wouldn't the shooter and victim have heard? She was singing right over their heads after all. That's right.
You sure?
You'd have to be pretty hard of hearing to miss someone singing at the ceiling.
Once again, we come back to the state of the scene of the crime.
What state? I know what he means. That old speaker, Apollo. The speaker?
I don't know, Garrulus. I really don't know. Maybe they wanted it to be the same Lamorar, but they didn't want, because there's a lot of times you have to sit down and watch this video, and also the song isn't that long. So they couldn't have Lamorar missing from the video for that long, and they didn't think it was realistic that she could move that distance in that time. They could have just said she could move that distance in that time. They could have just said she didn't stop to listen. They could have said she was crawling through the air vent, she was in a hurry, she didn't stop to listen, she overheard this like one snippet of the conversation as she moved, and she reappeared. This introduces so many weird complications, like how didn't they hear her singing in the air vent? Why was she moving through the air vent if the person who appeared on the other side was a duplicate anyway? How did the person on the other side know to remove their brooch just because she accidentally dropped hers? Ugh. Right, and if the speaker could drown out her voice from them, she wouldn't be able to hear anything either. She's a lot closer to the fucking speaker.
Ah, that's for monitoring the stage from this room. Monitoring? It pipes in a real-time feed from the stage microphones, useful for knowing when your set is coming up.
Also, we mentioned she's using a really shitty headset mic and she's singing from within an air vent, so it would sound like absolute shit. Also, another sound mastery point, real time is not real time, okay? Like, yes, it's broadcasting the monitor to that speaker, but that doesn't mean you're hearing it exactly in sync with what the person is doing, especially if she was right next to the monitor. What about feedback? Why wasn't there any feedback then? If the sound of her singing through her mic was being piped through that speaker right next to the vent, and the microphone and the speaker were that fucking close to each other, shouldn't there have been fucking feedback?
Useful for knowing when your set is coming up.
Satisfied. That dressing room was fitted with a large speaker playing a direct feed from the stage. At my request, actually.
This all just feels like the people who wrote this don't fucking understand how audio works. I guess maybe that knowledge was less common across industries in 2007 than it is now, when lots of people, yours truly included, have to be de facto audio engineers in addition to performers, but come the fuck on. So Lamorar singing in the ceiling sounded just like Lamorar singing over the speaker.
Ingenious! Her voice was hidden by her voice.
It's not fucking ingenious, it would be super obvious! And there would be feedback! Lamorar?
I've just remembered something.
Do tell!
When I heard the noise, the gunshots, yes? It startled me, so I stopped singing.
What?
I forgot the words I was supposed to sing.
Song stopped?
Thankfully, it was the very beginning of the second verse.
Oh yeah, she does. She goes, pleasure instead of pleasure, pleasure. I noticed that actually. Last time we watched the recording, I noticed that she only said pleasure once. And I thought, oh, that must be the only line where she starts the verse. That must be the only verse where she starts it by only saying the word once. It's not supposed to be. She is supposed to say it twice. Okay. That at least is consistent.
So not many would notice.
Forehead, that mixing board I lent you. Where is it?
The mixing, huh? That machine, Apollo, the one that breaks music into tracks. Oh, this, I'd completely forgotten about it.
Yep, Garrulus, you nailed it. I mean, there's no other reason why they would have given it to us at the beginning. Ugh.
Let's take a listen.
This is so fucking stupid, dude. Oh my god, they're not letting me skip. They're not gonna let me skip this. They're not letting me do anything here. You'd have away the keys my heart held on to so tight. Oh, just originally it was this top screen, bottom screen. That makes sense.
It was right there. It was right there. She said pleasure. Let me select it, please. It was right there. I heard it. Please. The song does stop there.
It does? I must have missed it.
Look at the lyrics sheet at the top of the second verse. See where it says pleasure, pleasure? Now listen again.
Start the video from the very beginning. Oh my god.
Oh, you mean the English lyrics against the Japanese lyrics, Garrulus? Yeah, it is. See, what did we say at the beginning of this about people not noticing mistakes in shows unless you make a big deal about them?
This is evidence indeed. I believe we are guilty of making a terrible mistake. I sentence myself to death.
The crime didn't happen during the third set. It happened during the second, during Lamarar's ballad. They so needlessly complicated the stupid fucking magic trick. They did not need a second Lamarar. They did... The brooch thing, like, directly contradicts the idea of a second Lamarar. Wait. 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 Oh. I was about to say, but Lamarar is on stage when she fucks up and not in the vent. The first Lamarar is grammary. The second Lamarar is real. That's why the second one is missing her brooch. Because she dropped it in the vent. She took off before the song started. The first Lamarar is grammary. This is still way more complicated than this needed to be. I don't know if they felt like... Again, this feels like an accommodation they had to make for the length of the song. Because it makes more sense... She's not singing when she's disappeared. Right? No, she is singing, actually. Here, look!
RB, he GTFO'd for good reason. He knew this was a shit show.
Look at this. Okay, we're gonna have to sit through this because I can't fast forward arbitrarily. I can only skip between sections. Okay, through the air she flies. Motherfucker here whips the thing off of her. Whoa, whoa. She starts a verse while she's disappeared. Burning on in my heart fire. No, Bremy, this is when the switch gets hit. This feels like they couldn't make the events of the murder line up with the time it takes for the song. Because it would have made so much more sense just to have her fuck up happen while she was gone from the stage. Just say it only takes 20 seconds to get from the stage to the platform. She drops the thing in that 20 seconds. She fucks up the lyrics in that 20 seconds. And this whole thing is much simpler. The inconsistency introduced by having a second Lamarar and then having to explain the dropped brooch. All this shit. I know, right, Garrulus? It's literally.
All right, if that is true, then no one on stage during the second set could have been the shooter.
Which means that Darian Crescent could have done it. He wasn't on stage for the second set. Yeah, it feels like this entire thing was like, they wrote the story for the case. I imagine I am right in thinking that they write these cases before they code them and make all the assets for them. Right, Garrulus. So it feels like they like wrote the premise and then they had to make all the assets. And they were like, we can't make this work with the CGI video we're making. It needs to be like, she needs to be gone from the stage for a really short time. We need the fuck up to be before she leaves the stage. And then they had to do all this insane bullshit and introduce the second Lamarar. Well, Prosecutor Gavin? Fascinating. I don't believe I've ever seen a trial turned around quite so thoroughly. But one problem remains.
What's that, Prosecutor Gavin?
Her forehead theory does have a certain kind of logic to it. I can't believe I forgot all this shit. I completely forgot this shit. Totally. I didn't remember any of this from my... although I think I only played Apollo Justice literally one time when I was in like 8th grade.
that it is entirely based upon Lemeraux's testimony.
Yes, is there a problem with this?
Well, it's quite simple, though it pains me to say it. What if she's lying to protect the defendant?
You have no proof!
All I'm saying is that the truth is as yet unclear.
Also, I feel like they suggested, if not outright said, that the second Lamorar is Grammary, and not the first Lamorar. When clearly the first Lamorar has to be Grammary for this shit to make sense. Viewer, if you would like to pay for my new CPU, and incidentally my therapy after having muscled my brain through this case, I hope you will consider donating to support the stream.
All I'm saying is that the truth is as yet unclear, until we hear directly from the man himself.
The man? You don't mean?
Yes. Though he's a friend and band member, Darian Crescent must take the stand.
Can we fucking use the sound mixer first, please? Can we use the sound mixer first, please?
I see no other way.
Because I know you're gonna make me wait 1,000 years to use the sound mixer again.
As someone with a new perspective on this case?
What did Persephone say? As a suspect, to be frank.
Damn.
Look at all these faceless idiots in the stalls.
Finally, the rat's coming out of his hole.
Freighter 5, thank you very much for the $20 donation. I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
And I'm ready to catch him. Darian Crescent, get ready for justice.
This is as good a time as any to pause the game. The prosecution will summon the witness. Have him here and ready by the time we begin.
High five, thank you so much for the donation. I'm the last man who needs to be reminded of what his duties are.
Very well, court is adjourned for a 15-minute recess.
The Big Illusion. I run the Big Illusion. It's a lot grammary.
My boy, I run the Big Illusion.
July 10th, 1:40 p.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby number 2.
Apollo, I can't believe it. It really happened during the second act, and right in the middle of Lamarar's performance.
Can I fucking do anything with this? Nice. I can. Okay, the first track is the vocals. Awfully kind of them to just let me fuck with this. Alright, let's hear the whole thing with just the vocals, shall we? I'll turn it up for you guys too. Now remember, she's singing this in an air vent over a headset microphone. That gunshot was really fun. Okay, thank you. I'm done. Thank you.
The reason why she was in that air vent, and that switch, when you link it all together, that's what you end up with.
Who the fuck is talking right now? Is it Phoenix? Is it Volant? I knew you had what it took. It's Phoenix! I knew you had what it took.
Daddy! Mr. Wright, you believed in me? Oh man, can I call you Daddy too?
Not really. Huh? I just thought that'd make a cooler entrance than say, hiya.
Why do I even bother hoping? Where have you been lately, Daddy? You haven't been coming to the office at all.
Sorry about that, Trucy. I'm on a secret mission. He's been jacking off and getting day drunk. Secret mission cuts to him doing go-karts.
Secret? You mean like you're undercover?
Yeah, exactly, Bremy.
Like Mr. Latouche, only shorter and not as well dressed. Oh no, what if you're shot too, Daddy?
Would I do a thing like that to you? Anyway, I'm off for a while again.
Huh? You're leaving?
It's like fucking Gandalf. Oh, one thing before I go.
What?
Good luck.
Right. Is that all you came to say?
I think you have things pretty much under control. You'll get Machito Bai off the hook, no doubt.
Yeah, but
But you're after that detective, aren't you?
Darien Crescent.
It won't be easy proving he did it. Especially not under the current court system.
Current court system?
What did Prosecutor Gavin say during the trial? Your case is based on one fragile assumption.
That's true, I am gonna have a subathon on the 30th, which is in like 3 days. It's Monday. Please tune in, viewer. I love you.
Namely, that our Diva Divine is telling the truth.
But what about all the proof? The brooch and the switch.
A piece of jewelry and a lyrical blunder. There are plenty of other ways to explain these things.
Thank you, Frieden Rose. I would love a treat.
A flaming guitar, too.
No, there's not other ways to explain the flaming guitar. We found the igniter. It's ignited by the device we found. There's no other way to explain it.
Thank you for the treat, Frieden Rose.
All because you lack definitive proof of their connection to the case.
What?
If the sultry songstress is lying, your case melts like butter in a frying pan, leaving behind the faintly singed scent of failure.
So what do I do?
Like I said, good luck. And be aware that it'll be impossible to prove his guilt by conventional methods.
Yeah.
Oh, that reminds me. I have something to give you from our detective friend.
Detective Sky? Emma?
Let's see. This bag of snacks here was meant for me. Ah, here it is.
What are those, Daddy? They don't look like very good snacking material.
They were found at the scene. Analysis of the fragments revealed traces of gunpowder.
Gunpowder?
Probably a firecracker or something similar, like the ones kids are into these days. These days specifically. At no other juncture in history have kids been into fireworks. These fragments were found under the sofa at the scene of the crime, actually.
Boy, we sure did miss a lot of evidence in the initial investigation, huh? The shit that he wrote in blood, and also the igniter, and also these fragments? Under the sofa? Hey, Apollo! That's where we found that little device thingy. Right, this. Well, finally, some evidence that makes sense. Burnt fragments added to the court record.
Possibly a firecracker.
That's all from me, I suppose. Be sure to inspect that fucking shit.
So, you think this was some kind of firecracker? Yeah, or one of those noisemakers like you shoot off on New Year's. Do you know that in China they use firecrackers on New Year's to scare off evil?
Wow, Apollo, that's really interesting. Do you have any other fun facts in the in the denouement of this murder trial?
So it's kind of the same thing. Really? I had no idea. Well, did you know this? It takes more than 500 peanuts to make one 12-ounce jar of peanut butter. At least my useless fact had something to do with the evidence. Would you idiots shut up? Apollo's a big China head, a real sinophile.
That's all from me, I suppose. See you after the verdict. Maybe. Fucking, I don't know where I'm gonna be. Dude, I'm fucking so high right now.
Right.
Every man has an igniter inside him.
Oh, fuck! Excuse me?
Find Darien Crescent's igniter and set it off.
Fuck yes, dude! And he walked out the door, just like a magician, normally. What does he want us to do?
Inside you are two igniters. They kiss.
No conventional methods? What does that mean? I guess we just have to take his advice and hope it makes sense when the time comes. I guess. We're almost at the finish line. Hang in there, Trucy. July 10th, 1:55 p.m., District Court, courtroom number 3.
Court is now back in session. Prosecutor Gavin, where is Detective Crescent?
In the fitness lounge, ready to be called at any time.
Very well.
Might I add, I don't believe any of this. Darien was the first detective I ever worked with. We stopped working together when he moved to Criminal Affairs Division 3. His guitar playing, it fires my imagination. Yeah, okay, you guys are gay for each other, I get it.
That's nice, but it has nothing to do with the matter at hand. Hi, Lockshield. Correct.
Oh, I know. Hair forehead.
Very well, call the final witness to the stand. Detective Darian Crescent.
Wow, Clavier, it's like we're slowly, almost like we're destroying your entire family and friend group.
Name and occupation, please.
Darian Crescent, Detective Criminal Affairs Division 3. That's the International Affairs Division, for those of you who didn't know. And I'm a guitarist for the Gaviners. Maybe you've heard of us?
Do you fully understand the circumstances under which you stand before us today?
Yeah, I understand, Your Honor. Yeah, 5, his hair is completely fucked. What I don't understand is how you let this happen, partner. You gave me your word I wouldn't be standing here.
The situation's changed, Darian. And don't call me partner.
So much for old friends. I see what you're doing, Darian. You're pressing the prosecution. Your Honor, if we could begin the trial?
Yes, it's high time we did. Let's hear your testimony. You may begin with your response to Lamarar's testimony. If, in fact, you have anything to say about it.
All right, so what is going on with his hair here, do you think? What? In what direction are the strands of hair in the torpedo facing? Are they all pointing straight forward and it's like shaved off like a topiary? Or is it a curl or like backwards poof like an actual pompadour? And they're like really long and run forward and then are combed flip back. Because you will note when you see him from behind, as we're no doubt going to see at some point in the distance shots, his hair is like really long, it goes all the way down to his ass. So there's not a lot of his hair, it's not like all of the hair on his head is in this torpedo, a ton of it is behind him. Oh, I got plenty to say. Lying must be a national pastime in Borginia. Right, Clavier? Come on, you and I are always telling Borginian jokes. And wherever you're from, Mr. Justice. Conventional methods are out of the window, huh? Here goes nothing. Hi, MK. Darian's rebuttal. Todd, I think it's a little too big. The diva's lying, plain and simple. She's got nothing to back up her story. In the first place, she never heard my voice. She forgot the words because she heard gunshots, as if. Didn't Detective Emma Skye hear those gunshots during the third set anyway? The shooting took place when I was on stage, man! MK, yeah, this is Barry's shirt.
So you claim Lamarar's testimony was a lie?
Hey, don't get me wrong, I dig what she's doing trying to protect that kid. She's got the court eating vague statements out of her hand just because she's blind. She's really playing the blind card here. I'm a really sympathetic character.
You go too far, Darian.
Look, all I'm saying is, you've got a reliable witness. Why not listen to the detective?
Detective Skye? I see. Mr. Justice, you may begin the cross-examination.
Didn't waste any time finding our weak spot. I can't do this with Lamarar's testimony alone. I have to find some other way to prove why the shooting took place. I just fucking found it.
All right. I mean, there's any number of places here I could present the soundboard.
Actually, I was there too.
So I hear. Which means you heard them too, right? The gunshots.
Yes, we heard gunshots. Neither I nor Emma actually saw the shooting, mind you.
Huh. I guess you and Lamarar got the same excuse then.
We know one thing for certain here.
I like how ableist they made Darian. It makes him unsympathetic.
There were gunshot-like sounds that emanated from the room during the third set. What we must determine is whether these sounds were actually gunshots.
Machi heard them too. Remember he said he ran for the air duct when he heard them? So how do we figure out just what those gunshots during the third set were?
Okay, so should I just present the fucking firecracker here?
Objection!
Apparently. I've honestly been really good with my guesses. That moment when I was confused about where they wanted me to go with the magic trick was really the only time this entire game so far I've gotten stuck.
Thank you. Amber said good job. Some things were found at the crime scene after yesterday's trial.
What things?
The first was this small device.
That's a remote triggered igniter.
Correct. Garrulus, where they ended up on it was that there was a second Lamirar. The issue was raised, they didn't really construct it in a way that was conducive to the player fucking understanding it. The issue was, how could Lamirar have made it through the vent to her mark and overheard the dialogue in the time that it took, in the time that it would have taken for her to get from the stage to the back? And the answer is that there was a second Lamirar on stage already. Which is stupid. And one more thing.
What are those? The remains of something burnt? Not another guitar, I hope.
Traces of gunpowder were found on these fragments. There were reports that it was something like a firecracker.
How did Gavin know about this? Because it was his fucking investigation that revealed it, you ass!
What, you think Detective Sky works for you? I received this report this morning before coming here. That's when I made my decision, actually.
What decision is this, Prosecutor Gavin?
I registered Darian as a witness in today's trial. Just in case.
This raises another possibility. Those gunshot-like sounds during the third set could have been two firecrackers rigged to go off by remote control. So that's an issue. Everything involving the magic trick and how we were supposed to reveal how it worked, that's sort of an issue with this case. God. Yeah, no, I was gonna point out something else, but it just fled my fucking brain. Oh, another issue is that they keep on having me present evidence to dialogue it does not contradict. They keep on having me present evidence as an objection to dialogue that is just like raising a question that the evidence answers, as opposed to directly contradicting the evidence, which is how this shit usually works. Yeah, his hair wiggles. Sorry, guys. You know, I think I have more to say about the structure of this case and criticisms I might make against it. No, here, let me think. You got an active imagination, don't you? But you shouldn't say every little thing you think. Your explanation there seems a bit too convenient to me. How so? So you're saying these firecrackers just happened to go off right when two witnesses came walking by? That's right. Darian was out on stage when it happened, Apollo. How would he know something was backstage right then? That's why he fucked up his cue, because he had to hit the switch to set up that sound. And he had to do it at a specific time, which meant that he couldn't play the opening licks to that part. And that's why he missed his cue. There we go. How would he know someone was backstage right then? Oh, he dropped the headset on the floor. If a firecracker goes off in the forest and there's no one there to hear, you get my drift. Why go through the trouble, man? No, I already know it. How can I explain this, player?
He may not look like it, but Darian is a gifted detective. Indeed, I may not look like it, but I'm the fucking district attorney. Show any weakness and he's sure to find it.
He may not look it, partner. Gee, thanks, man.
That reminds me. I had to pass through that very hallway several times that day myself. And I saw something odd there just before the third set.
Something odd?
A headset.
What? I wanted to point it out! Why didn't you let me point it out? That would have been... Oh, come on, man! I felt so smart!
The kind all of the abandoned staff members were wearing.
That's right. We picked this up in front of the door to that dressing room.
What if that headset wasn't dropped, but placed? And what if it was turned on?
Why is he doing this? You could hear what was going on in that hallway, even if you were out on stage. Why didn't they let me do that? Like, I was sitting here thinking, why are they having me explain how the magic trick works? Did they need this case to be longer? Did they need like another segment of dialogue for me to go through looking for a contradiction? But if they needed that, why wouldn't they let me point out the thing about the headset? No. Oh my God. Jesus Christ. Careful, baby, the mic. Ah! No, that's the claw side. Whose side are you on, Gavin?
Listen to me, Darian. There are no sides of the court of law.
That's extremely not true.
Which is why I now turn to you, Herr Forehead. I have a question for you.
Huh? For me?
The igniter and the burnt fragments that were found at the scene of the crime. certainly a possibility that they were part of a ruse to fake the sound of gunshots. Throw the headset from the hallway into the mix and you could fabricate an alibi. But we're still no closer to proving anything. Those gunshots might have been real or fake, we can't say. You've raised the possibility that the shots heard during the third act were faked. Now you need to prove the other half of the case.
Other half? Look, I'll just tell him. He wants you to prove the thing went down in the second act, while our little piano player was on stage. That right, Gavin?
Indeed, if you can't prove that, then to continue this cross-examination would be pointless.
Well, Mr. Justice, can you prove the crime took place during the second act?
Yeah, I think. You better know, Apollo, otherwise we're through. It can be proven.
You make it sound like someone else is going to come along and do it for you.
Let's continue with the cross-examination then, shall we? Witness your testimony, if you would.
Who can say whether that sound was from a firecracker or the world's biggest handgun?
This isn't gonna be easy. I need some decisive proof and fast. You ready, kid? 'Cause I am. Objection! It seems there was clear proof left behind. Seems there was clear proof left behind. Right here in Lamirar's song. Her song?
What exactly is this device thingy? A new variety of gramophone, perhaps?
The judge is 200 years old.
Come on, we just used this. Don't get me started on gramophone. Objection! Your Honor, this man's hair is stupid, even for this series. This device was used to record the performance part by part.
Parts?
You move the sliders to adjust the volume. Each instrument is adjustable separately, Lamirar's voice included.
What year was Clavier born? Like 2001? Yeah, 2001. That's really funny. Jesus fucking Christ, man. Lamirar was born 85. Okay. Machi was born in... Why am I so bad at math, Jesus Christ? 2011.
Oh, but what does this prove?
MK, for once, she is a reasonable age, yes. This guy is a pretty rough 35, but for once the character is a reasonable age. And Phoenix is a pretty rough fucking 33.
According to Lamirar's testimony, at the moment of the shooting, she forgot the words to the song.
She is somewhat milvish, MK. I believe Apollo said something to that effect earlier as well.
You intend to examine the recording of that moment, yeah? We might even hear those gunshots.
I hear one.
Exactly. Ridiculous. Here, let me flick the tip of my extremely phallic hair up. How are you supposed to hear gunshots back in that dressing room out on stage?
Have you forgotten, Darian? We've all wearing these headsets.
No.
We were all deeply involved in our performance, but Lamirar's headset would have picked up what she heard all the same.
Then let's get to analyzing that recording right now.
Lamirar stopped singing when she heard the shots fired. Yeah, it's because somebody told them that they had to have a MILF in this one, because they didn't in any previous game.
Find that spot and I'll find the gunshots.
There's no reason they couldn't have given her big yabos, though. What the fuck was that? Oh my god, she's got the multi-tool. She's making Link noises as she thrusts it at me. No! Did it have to be right on the scene between two parts of the recording?
Your Honor, listen closely to this part. This is the track with Lamirar's vocals.
Yes, let's watch this again, please. It looks so good. They're cutting-edge CGI on the Nintendo DS.
I did hear something faintly there, yes. Why, it sounded like a gunshot.
What? This has to be some kind of mistake. Boing. Fucking Christ, man. They really had a lot of fun with his hair. I believe a case has been made. Gunshots were heard during the second act, which means Lemera's testimony was true. Yeah!
Order! So she was telling the truth about what she heard.
It was the other man speaking, not Mr. Letus.
Well, what did he say?
It's over. Press the switch. Now.
Yeah, MK. Just after that, there was a gunshot, and then the guitar caught on fire. Well, I don't know, actually, MK. I did not rewatch the DS version of that cutscene, so maybe they did fuck with it somehow in the remastering. Yet I think not. Okay, there we go. Sorry, I saw that I had a new message in mod chat, but it was Bremy talking about their egg post from yesterday. Just after that, you heard a gunshot, and then the guitar caught on fire, whatever. Detective Crescent, you weren't on stage during the second set. You could have done it.
But why did we only hear one gunshot on the recording? Weren't 2 bullets fired from this weapon?
Lamirar was moving through the air vent, Your Honor. She must not have been close enough for her mic to catch the first shot. Then, as she passed over the dressing room, the gun fired again, and Mr. Letus's life was taken.
Again, why did there have to be 2 bullet holes then? Because there were, like, how, I guess this is a point they're gonna raise, but that meant that Darien had to engineer double firecrackers instead of just one single firecracker to account for the 2 bullet holes instead of just the first.
Well, Detective Crescent?
Once again, I'm reminded of something. Our performance that day, it was not a day, it was midnight.
Your performance?
Seeing the mixing board jogged my memory. You were there too, Herr Forehead. What is it with today? Problem after problem, Achtung! My hog won't start, my guitar case is busted, my guitar's been burnt to a crisp, and to top it all off, someone's dead. And then there was that performance just now. What was that all about?
This part is off.
Which is that? Second guitar. It was you, Darien. I thought it strange at the time. How could you miss such a simple cue? I know you, I know how you play, you're better than that. Yeah, well,
You what? And Prosecutor Gavin, what are you getting at?
I'm talking about the murder weapon, Mr. Letus's 45 caliber hand cannon. As we have learned, even the shooter doesn't go unscarred with a revolver that size. And yet Machi didn't have any arm injury, and that was not an issue with your accusation of him. The kickback is enough to dislocate your shoulder if you're an amateur.
Wait, you mean his playing was affected because he hurt himself shooting that revolver?
Ha! You're forgetting something.
Yes, Detective Crescent?
I am a trained police officer, you know. I've had firearms training. Plenty of it. I'm no amateur. The standard sidearm issued to police officers is a 38 caliber weapon. A much tamer beast. Also, the murder weapon belonged to the victim, Mr. Letus, which suggests there was a struggle between killer and victim.
So the killer might not have been holding the revolver correctly when he fired. Is that what you mean?
The thought had occurred to me, yes. Flick!
Well, does the witness have anything to say to this? Detective Crescent!
What I want to ask is what Mr. Sleeves Rolled Up Ready for Action has to say. Hey you, attorney! Why would he say anything? The DA is in the process of clearing his defendant and indemnifying you. Why would Apollo say anything he doesn't have to? Exactly which piece of your evidence is decisive again? You got a little noise on a tape that could be anything. You have an alleged guitar cue miss due to a 45 caliber kickback. I weep for this case, Gavin, I really do. You can line up your little weak pieces of evidence all you want. I didn't shoot that manager, and that's the obvious truth.
The witness has a point. The defense's arguments, while persuasive, are not decisive. I believe we should hear what the witness has to say in response to the case so far. Your testimony, please, Detective Crescent. I believe we should give this career police officer a chance to misconstrue the evidence. Tell us your reasons why you couldn't have done it.
Ah, that's good shit. Come on! Why would I even want to kill that manager? You want a reason? Easy. I got no motive, man. This was that diva's first trip to this country, right? How could I possibly know her manager? If I didn't know him, why would I want to kill him?
Thank you, Stream Elements. Yes, MK did suggest I get a new CPU to go with my brand spanking new SSD that she also had me buy. I want to have a good computer for you guys so I can stream any game, anytime, exactly as you would wish to see it. If you enjoy the stream and you want to help enhance its capacity, I hope you'll consider donating.
A simple reason indeed. Prosecutor Gavin, is it the case that Mr. Latouche had not been to our country before?
According to our reports, yes, not even once.
I see. Very well. Mr. Justice, you may begin the cross-examination.
Great, now I need to find a motive. Thanks, Bremy. Let's press on this point. I'm hoping to get something I can use the bracelet on. So you didn't fraternize with him at all during the concert? Also, we already know how we could know Latouche, because he is in the International Affairs Department of the police, and Latouche is in Interpol. So if anyone would have known Latouche, it's him. So you didn't fraternize with him at all during the concert?
Fraternize? I don't think we exchanged a single word. As if anyone would want to talk to that old Eastern blockhead.
You said Borginia was in Northern Europe, not Eastern Europe!
Now the ladies, that's a different matter altogether.
What ladies? There is only lady.
So you see...
You sure about that?
What? What? Wipe that look off your face before I do it for you.
That's a threat. Fucking objection.
Listen, you try throwing out one of your wild accusations. I'll throw it back at you so hard you'll forget who you're accusing of what.
It's very cute that when people in this are racist, you're like, that doesn't seem factually accurate.
Herr Forehead, perhaps it's best if you let your evidence do the talking, yeah?
Man, what evidence? That's what I want to know.
So he's using this motive question as ammunition, huh? I've got ammunition too. Evidence.
Alright. The egg.
I mean, the ultimate answer to why would I want to kill him is the egg, but I don't think the egg is what I should be presenting here. He did write his Interpol ID number on the ground. I'm gonna press the rest of this stuff first. For manager, sure, but Mr. Latouche was...
Oh, right, sorry, an Interpol agent, wasn't he? I just have trouble picturing that big lunk as an undercover cop, you dig? And not a very good one, seeing as how he got wasted. I think it's funny when other cops die. That's cold, dog. Not that it matters either way. See, I had no reason to kill the man, whatever he was.
But that's the same for Machi. No motive was proven for him.
Come on, he traveled around the world with that old fart. He had plenty of time to come up with a motive of his own. Ah, more than I sure did. I mean, think about it.
The fucking collar is reminding me of Ketheric Thorm's armor in Baldur's Gate. I forgot. Yes, it is also, that also bothers me, Garrulus, yes. I really could have used a little more ambiguity in this case as to whether Darian or Volant was the killer. And then maybe I could have found out that they used Volant as a double during the magic trick, and that would have proven that he had an alibi. But I never even got to consider Volant.
And like I said, it also would have helped if there were like more members of the band actually as characters with sprites. I mean, think about it.
Darian, you're a detective with international affairs.
Yeah, what of it?
Even if this was Mr. Latus's first trip to this country, you still could have met him prior to the concert.
That's right. I wanted to say that.
Huh? Or don't you take any international trips in international affairs?
That's right. Well, Detective Crescent.
That's your game, is it? Guess I'd better confess then.
Confess?
Yeah, it's a bit of an embarrassment, but I've never been sent overseas.
What? But you're an international...
See, me and Plains got a difference of opinion. We don't like each other much. I get crazy sicky on Big Plane. I feel throw up and yarts. My condolences, Herr Forehead, but he's telling the truth. He's never set foot outside the country. I can guarantee it. Very droll, MK. As it turns out, my division has plenty of work to do locally as well. That's so unfair. Yes, RB, yarts. Welcome to America. How could I possibly know her manager? Because he's an Interpol? I don't see what I'm supposed to get from this. Huh. Okay, I am supposed to point out something here. Got a reason easy. I had no motive, man. How about the egg? Objection! Really? This early? You're not gonna lead me down the road a little before I present the fucking egg?
Your Honor, take a look at this.
What's that? Looks like candy.
It's not. Don't lick it, please. Detective Crescent, ever seen this?
Looks like a piece of candy.
What it is evidence. Don't lick it before you try it. Specifically, this is a replica of a cocoon. It was found among the victim's belongings.
A cocoon? Never seen one that color.
If you get put on a plane, the pressure deflates his hair. It is a variety only found in the Republic of Virginia. Nowhere else.
All right. But what is this cocoon replica doing in my courtroom? Surely this has nothing to do with the motive for killing Mr. Latus, does it?
It does! Wait, I mean, I think it does.
You don't sound so confident, man.
A cocoon? Is it one of those silky cocoons? The kind that you can make, silk out of?
Not this one. This cocoon makes a powerful curative.
A curative? For what?
Apparently, it is most efficacious at treating a disease sought incurable. It is the only medicine of its kind. However, it is illegal to take one of these healing cocoons out of Virginia.
Whatever for? If it's such a miracle cure, why not share it with the world?
Yeah, that's what I've been wondering. We looked into the matter at some length. Apparently, it isn't difficult at all to manufacture the remedy from the cocoon. Yet, if you change the process only slightly, you can easily make a large quantity of something else entirely. A deadly poison, in fact.
What?
That was not necessary. You could have just said that since it's such a valuable pharmaceutical resource, the Borginians won't allow it to be removed from their country because it forms a big part of their GDP because they're such a small country. Why didn't you just fucking say that? There was an incident several years ago where some of these got out onto the black market. Caused quite a commotion in the global community. So the media was kept largely unaware.
Intriguing.
The Virginians want your products. They say the purity is off the charts. Yeah, we are cooking mess in Virginia. All of this has led to a strict ban on the cocoon's export. One rigidly enforced by Interpol, among others.
Interpol?
Right! The victim, Romain Latus, was an Interpol agent. Detective Crescent, you insist on referring to him as a manager. That is misleading. Romain Latus wasn't killed as a manager. He was killed as an undercover agent.
So I was trying to smuggle this gumball into the country? That what you're trying to say?
I'm saying that could well be a motive for murder.
Oh, so I was gonna sell it on the black market, make myself a pretty penny? Ridiculous! I mean, totally unthinkable!
Unthinkable, you say? Why?
Perhaps it's time for another testimony about this smuggling of cocoons business.
International Affairs got a memo about these cocoons. Interpol's all hot and bothered about them. Can't sell them on the black market, too dangerous. Yeah, cocoon smuggling ain't exactly lucrative anymore. Man, I'm in International Affairs, I know the deal.
Indeed, Interpol wanted these cocoons bad enough to send Mr. Lutus undercover.
You kids think up the craziest things. Not like me, a mature adult of 24. But no way am I gonna risk life and limb just to get my hands on some dirty cocoon money.
Not the most noble of statements, but duly noted.
According to reports, he should have mentioned that he doesn't need the money because he's a famous rock star. These cocoons top Interpol's list. Selling them to an underground organization would be risky.
Very well, you may begin the cross-examination.
This is the only motive I've got. He was up to something, and I'm gonna find out what.
Cross-examination.
But wouldn't scarcity drive up prices?
Yeah, and attention. Every gangster and his brother would want a piece of that action. They'd turn your forehead into Swiss cheese before you could say objection. Maybe we could get them to cut his hair, too. Who's on trial here again? Man, you so obviously know nothing about the market. And that's a bad thing? Don't even try to mess with me about this stuff. Really? We're just gonna go straight here, huh? I was envisioning I would press him, and he would say, even if I could make money, I wouldn't need to because I'm a famous movie star. And it'd be like, well, Mr. Justice, there a problem with that statement? And then there would be choices, and he'd be like, he did need the money, or he didn't need the money. I say he didn't need the money, I was like, but he wanted something else, and then I would show this. But sure, I'll just fucking show this.
Objection! Why not choose a less dangerous buyer then?
I would. Oh, sorry, did I misspeak? I apologize. How clueless are you? Everyone in the market's dangerous. The second they found out I was a cop, I could kiss my keister goodbye.
Why sell it to a black market buyer? How about someone like this?
That article! That's about the Chief Justice's...
A deadly poison can be extracted from the cocoon, but so can a cure! And not a cure for just any disease. A cure for incuritis.
Incuritis? I've heard of that somewhere.
You went to visit a victim of the disease this morning!
Ah! Why, that's the disease the Chief Justice's son has. You aren't saying...
Our witness is a detective. He would have contact with the Chief Justice.
You are saying the Chief Justice would never deal in contraband.
Not even to save his own son's life?
But even if the deal went through, why, it'd be an international scandal.
That's Detective Crescent's insurance. If word ever got out, the one with his neck on the line would be the Chief Justice.
Detective Crescent, is this true?
First I'm a murderer, now I'm a smuggler. Yes, exactly, MK, that's exactly what Amber said when I told her about incuritis this morning. My one regret is that I have incuritis. How many crimes are you trying to pin on me anyway?
Distasteful as it is to think about, if the Chief Justice were the buyer, why, a seller couldn't hope for a better deal. A very cowardly seller.
Don't let sleeves over there trick you. So I made a deal with the Chief Justice? Where's your proof? Well, oh yeah, and you're forgetting one other important thing.
Do tell.
Interpol isn't the only ones out there watching this. Borginian Customs barely sleeps, they're so worried about cocoons getting out.
So we were informed. Let's continue with the cross-examination.
Oh my god. Not everything gets checked.
Objection!
Wow, I actually didn't put two and two together until just that second.
Actually, there is one way.
What?
One way to get something out of the country, no checks.
What is it?
You become a prosecutor.
A prosecutor?
I don't believe it.
Believe it. Believe it, Prosecutor Gavin. What was it that you told me yesterday at your office?
It was a beautiful instrument. It was played lovingly for many years. A guitar befitting a woman like Lemurar.
How did it end up here?
I mentioned how much I enjoy playing it that much, she made a present of it.
So this guitar is from Borginia?
That it is. We couldn't carry it on the plane. Changes in air pressure and humidity ruined the wood. So we vacuum packed it in Lemera's studio. I used a special shipping service available to me for transporting evidence. They brought it right up to my office for me. Pristine and untouched.
Did I get that right, Prosecutor Gavin? Untouched?
Quite. The guitar was wrapped in several sheets and vacuum packed in Virginia. The pack was untouched until the day of the concert. Are you saying that guitar was...
With cocoons this small, it would have been very easy to use your guitar as a mule to smuggle a cocoon out of Borginia.
I abused my power to avoid customs. I've been fired.
What?
Which reminds me, Prosecutor Gavin, you know, it would have been cool if we had a different prosecutor for the last case of this game, but I'm pretty sure it's just Gavin all the way down. Except for Winston Payne in the first case. Which reminds me, Prosecutor Gavin, that guitar had some work done in it recently, yes?
Work?
Good memory here, forehead. Well, you know how guitars have a round hole in the front? It is called the sound hole. Well, they found something attached to the wood just inside the hole. A broken device of some kind.
A broken device?
Yes, this in fact.
An igniter!
Exactly. Consider this, if you will. What if that igniter wasn't the only thing that was attached inside your guitar? You mean...
He means this, of course.
There was a way to get a cocoon out of the country. They could use picky Prosecutor Gavin's privileged guitar as a mule. Ugh. And who better to do that than someone with access? Like a member of the band.
Except he has never been to Borginia, he just said, "Yoing."
Order! So the igniter...
Was placed in there for a clear reason, it seems.
It was a safety precaution.
A precaution?
Her forehead. At last it all comes together.
Every strange thing that happened that day. Care to review? Maestro, the gentle sounds of Lamerar's ballad, if you please.
Tess is going to eat. Never mind. First, my keys were stolen. A harmless misdemeanor. Which forced me to break the lock on my guitar case.
The key was stolen to retrieve the cocoon from the guitar.
I see.
But things didn't go so well. The smuggler wasn't counting on the guitar being wrapped. Only a member of the band could get near that case. Unwrapping the guitar would raise too many suspicions. Then the concert began. Right about this time, a very large problem presented itself to the smuggler.
What's that?
Mr. Latouche.
Ah!
Mr. Latouche, an undercover agent, was onto something. He would have known about the guitar. He'd only have to check the shipping records. So, Mr. Latouche tried to examine the guitar himself.
If the cocoon were confiscated then, the gig would be up. The only thing left for the smuggler to do was to get rid of the whole lot. It's over. Press the switch, now! The guitar burst into flames, and the cocoon was lost. And then... Mr. Latouche died.
Mit Lemmer was there to witness it.
There's your case. Brilliant, man!
Detective Crescent?
I gotta know, you make all that up on the fly?
For a made-up story. Makes a great deal of sense, Darian.
The Republic of Virginia? Sorry, man, but I haven't even been there.
True, you haven't.
Ha! Let's see you make up a story for that, kid. Kid, you know, I'm a whole 2 years older than you. How'd I hide the cocoon in the first place, huh? It's not so hard to imagine. You had help. A Virginian accomplice. That's all. That you had an accomplice was clear from the start. The voice Lamerar heard proves it. It's over. Press the switch, now! We just flashed back to that. Oh my god, why did you have to play it a second time? You made this transmission from backstage.
While your co-conspirator was on stage.
But who was it?
This is it, the coup de grace. And for once, the coup de grace. And for once, I know what I'm doing. There's only one person who could have helped him.
Let's hear what Mr. Justice has to say then, but be warned, with a great accusation comes great responsibility. Make up your answer on the fly, as it were, and you'll be harshly penalized. Are you ready, Mr. Justice? Who was the smuggler's accomplice?
This is it, the coup d'etat. There's only one person who could have done it, and that person is the defendant, Machito Bai.
But Mr. Justice, he's your client.
A defense attorney accusing his client? That's a new one. I assure you, no one is more unhappy about this than I. But I'm here to defend him in the murder of Mr. Latouche. And I stand by my statement earlier that he is innocent of that particular crime, but not of this one, for which he will be executed when he returns to his home country.
Indeed, the defendant is Borginian. He does meet the basic requirements to be the accomplice, but what if it was in fact Lamirar?
It couldn't have been.
Well, you seem sure of yourself.
The reason is electronic signals, Your Honor.
Electronic signals?
Recall that this remote only works to a range of 30 feet. Beyond that, it's useless.
Yes, that's true.
Now, think back to the testimony. When the shooter made his transmission, Lamirar was in the air vent. He is simply an accessory to murder, Your Honor. Right above the dressing room where the shooter stood. Let's look at the stage diagram. This is the area that the remote could reach from the air vent.
Well, looking at this, seems that Lamirar still could have done the deed.
No. When the shooter made that transmission, the stage was slightly different than shown here. It was in the middle of the guitar's serenade. Part of the stage was raised. Prosecutor Gavin and the Lamirar stand-in were in the air. I don't think they established well enough that the stand-in was the one before she disappears, but whatever. They were on a tower, which happens to be 15 feet tall.
Got a fuzzily on this thing. Oh shit. In other words, oh, it's on the band on the headrest, I see.
The remote couldn't have worked from Lamirar's position in the air vent.
Oh!
Well, Detective Crescent, what do you say to that?
Your Honor,
Yes, Detective?
could we see the video where Gavin's guitar burns? Just one more time? We really spent a lot of time and money rendering it in 3D. I feel like we ought to get Capcom their money's worth.
Well, I don't see why not.
What? Don't tell me he has a way out of this.
I think you can tell they didn't have practice rendering human beings in 3D. Too bad, so sad, bunk. RB, you were talking about that earlier. I didn't know what you were saying. All right, sorry. Let me take another look at it. I was eating. Oh shit, you're right. What the fuck? How did I miss that? Look at that! How did I miss that every time? Oh my god! Punk! First you were sleeves, then kid, now punk. You're losing rank fast, Apollo.
What exactly were we supposed to see in this video?
That's me. The problem isn't what we see. Isn't in what we see, correct, Alien? No, I think it's in what we see. We see the fire. There's a fire. Right, it's what you hear. We are musicians after all. No, it's fucking not.
Care to explain for us non-musicians?
Sure thing, punk. Let me get your yarn straight first. You're saying I ordered the wee pianist to set off that igniter? That right?
Yes.
Right, Bremy. Well, in order to do that, he'd have had to press a switch. Am I right?
Okay.
Well, take another listen. Pay attention to the piano.
Piano.
It was in the piano, it was in the piano, it was in the piano. All he had to do was press a specific note. It was in the piano, it was aligned with one of the strings of the piano. Crazy that I missed that so many times.
What seems to be the problem there? Piano sounded just fine.
And that's the problem. Man, you still don't get it? Yeah, how's he supposed to hit that switch if he's playing? You've got Ms. Diva, the guitar, the bass, the piano, and the drums. The only one with her hands free was the diva.
Let me see if you can hear the click, excuse me, on the recording. Okay, piano is number 4. Do. Oh, it's in the second part, isn't it? Huh. Fuck. I guess there's no clack on the mic and I just have to talk about how the switch was in the piano. Yeah, I'm getting nothing here. I wish you could cut the metronome. Oh, you can. Man, that sounds pretty good. Like in terms of synthesizing the sound of a piano. That's not bad. Anyway.
Lamirar!
But according to you, she couldn't have been the accomplice, could she? Your accomplice would have had a hard time helping out. They couldn't even press a switch.
Oh, sorry. Thanks, RB. Beep. Oh my god, no, don't make me watch it again. Why are you doing this to me, you assholes? Nobody even brought it up. Why are you making me do this again?
Piano plays non-stop.
They won't even let me advance the fucking dialogue any faster.
You couldn't have pressed that switch.
Well, Mr. Justice, the piano does seem to be playing when the guitar catches fire.
Well, it's okay. We all make mistakes sometimes.
Apollo, were you wrong? I can't be wrong. Everything makes perfect sense. How could it all just...
Strange.
What's strange?
No, it's just... something's odd about the performance,
Odd?
Mr. Justice, if Majito Bai didn't press that switch, then he could not be the accomplice you claim he is.
Fucking is something odd about the performance? I literally could not hear it. I did not hear a clack anywhere.
But everything points to it. Every fact says he's the accomplice.
You got the facts wrong, man. Here's some facts for you. Gavin's guitar is on fire. And the pianist didn't press that switch. In other words, your story's full of holes.
Mr. Justice, let's hear your final opinion on this matter now. Was the defendant, Majito Bai, the accomplice? Your answer will reflect on everything you've said here. Give it some thought.
Apollo, if Machi's not the accomplice, then our whole case is ruined. I know that. It has to be him. The only one who could have helped the smuggler. He had to have pressed that switch.
Well, you'd better find a way to prove it.
Ah!
Does the switch say... It does not say found in the piano, it says found on the stage.
What do I do? What do I do?
There has to be something that doesn't fit. Something odd.
Something odd. Wait a second. What? You thought of something? What was Gavin saying just now?
Yes, I know! I listened for it, I couldn't find it! Hang on, let me fucking try this shit again. I love starting this over. I will. Also, hi, AG Pepper. I'm watching this to get a sense of... Okay, it's at the, like, ba-da-da-da-da-da-da. So I'm going to listen for that, and it's after pleasure. So let's listen to this again. Bring the volume of the vocals down by half, bring everything else down to nothing. I heard where it's supposed to be, but I can't hear anything weird about that. Is he supposed to like flub a note or something? It's here. Yeah, there's an extra note in the chord. I'm sorry I don't have fucking perfect pitch, video game. Okay, awesome, cool. No gist. The fire starts after the shot. Shot, it's over, hit the switch, fire, in that order. And the shot happens when she says pleasure. No, MK, I played the part in the piano track where there's supposed to be something wrong. I just fucking can't hear it. The shot is not after she disappears, just. The shot is on pleasure. We have established this. That's grammary on the... the shot is right here. The shot is when she fucks up. She gets startled by the shot at the beginning of section 2, which is this. Pleasure. That's why she fucks up and says pleasure only once. I am not looking at the wrong spot.
May I remind you that everything rests on this?
Yeah, there's apparently an extra note or a missing note from this fucking chord. I don't know why they wouldn't just put a clack there.
Can you prove Machi Tobai pressed that switch?
Now, just that would make sense if there was one Lamirar, but there isn't. There's a decoy beforehand who's actually the magician.
Let's hear your final answer. Can you prove it?
Sure, I mean, I can't hear it, but it's apparently there.
As prosecutor, it falls to me to ask you to show the evidence supporting this. Forehead, you're sure about this?
Accept it. There's no evidence, man.
Let's see your evidence, Mr. Justice. On what do you base your claim that the defendant pressed the switch?
I'm gonna pretend I can hear it. The basis for my claim is music, Your Honor.
Music? What about music?
Let's listen to the piano part around the time when the switch was to be pressed. This is making me feel really insecure about not having perfect pitch or being able to hear all of the notes in a chord. Like, maybe if I saw the chord written out on sheet music, I would be like, oh, that note doesn't work with the rest of it, but just from hearing it, I can't tell. Right before the guitar burst into flame. Okay, thanks, MK. That makes me feel a lot better. There. Did you hear anything? You saw the flash. Did you hear anything?
I hear a piano being played.
There's a note that's played only then, okay? But doesn't it sound kind of simple?
Simple?
Fucking Apollo secret music theory genius.
The sheet music calls for an entire chord there, but he only played one note.
I think I know what he's suggesting. You think Machi could have played that part with one hand?
I see. That's what it is.
One hand?
For the record, I play piano, and I didn't think it was weird.
He only needed one hand to press that switch. He could have played the piano with the other.
What, so you're some kind of piano savant? Genuinely.
Actually, no. Then what do you know? You can't play a part like that with one hand. Yeah, maybe I don't know what I'm talking about here. Wait, I know. Hey, Trucy.
Yeah, you got something?
Mr. Wright, your father, he is a pianist. Could he?
Oh, Daddy? He couldn't play a part like that even if he had 3 hands.
So sorry. So sad for you.
No, not really.
Huh?
That was just the easy way to prove it. There's always the hard way.
Man, how are you gonna prove whether he played it with one hand or 2? You can't!
I admit it will be rather difficult to prove, but it's highly likely he was playing with one hand.
How do you know that?
The clue is what Prosecutor Gavin described as sounding odd. What sounded odd? I'll bet we can tell by listening to a certain part of the song.
No way.
Yeah, they really should have had it be like a sour note, like a pleasure. I mean, it was after the pleasure. But they should have had him like literally hit something discordant or have a non-piano sound in it, like a clack. Or a missing note, yeah, or exactly, just a pause.
Well, it seems we've come to the moment of truth at last. Let's hear what Mr. Justice has to say for himself. Show us the part that proves the defendant was playing with one hand, right before the guitar burst into flame.
Machi was definitely playing one hand just before the guitar caught fire.
And one section, you know, it's weird because this part of the case makes it sound like whoever wrote it understood music and sound production. But everything up to this point, like MK, you were not here when they revealed this, but so they did a disappearing act with Lamarar, where the Lamarar that's on stage before she disappears is not her but a body double. And then the version of her that reappears at the end is her herself. But they were not using a recording. She was literally singing the part on her headset microphone. This thing right here, inside an air vent, which, you know, might not produce incredible audio.
One section of the song proves it.
Next to a loudspeaker, yes. Next to a monitor hooked up to her microphone. So there should have been really nasty feedback. Proof he played one-handed? I mean, wouldn't it just be the part of the song we've been talking about? What the fuck is the proof? What proof? Why is it split into 4 now? Also, it was split into 3 before. Yeah, MK, it's also not even necessary to have her sneaking through the vents, because the version of her on stage was a body double. But why would she have to go from the stage to the tower anyway? Why wouldn't she just be hanging out at the tower the entire time? It doesn't make any sense. Why have her crawl through the air vent at all? Oh, you're right, Garrulus. No fucking wonder I couldn't hear it. I'm so right-hand biased. Jesus, really? Why do they play the fucking metronome by default, by the way? It only gets in the way of hearing the track. I don't need the metronome. I'm not playing. You hear the gunshot there as well. Yeah. There we go. There's the low note. Honestly, I hear a lot of low notes in this anyway. Fuck it. I can't even hear it.
That's the section? I'm afraid I don't hear it. What's your opinion as an artist, Prosecutor Gavin?
It's a beautiful song, and the lyrics are outstanding.
Wait, so what was the odd thing that Gavin heard? Switch was pressed to the first half of the second verse, right? I know, I just need to... Okay, they wanted me to present any other part of the song as evidence that that part of the song was played one-handed. Fuck you. Your Honor, if you'll give me one more chance, I think I can find it. Fuck you. Okay, so the next part of the song then.
That's the section? I'm afraid I don't hear it.
What do you want from me? What do you want from me? What the fuck do you want from me? Literally, what do you want from me? I'm a fucking musician. I don't know what you want. Apparently the fucking first section, man. Take that! What? Prosecutor Gavin, I'm sure you've realized by now just what it was that sounded odd to you.
Yes, I'm sure you've realized it yourself, Herr Forehead.
I have not realized it. That's why I guessed I had 4 choices, and I guessed the 3 wrong ones first.
Realized what?
I'll demonstrate. Let's listen to the part in question again, shall we? Pay particular attention to the but a fleeting melody phrase. I'm sorry, I don't fucking hear it. Man, how many times do we have to listen to the same thing?
You're right, enough of that.
Right, there's just a chord and no low notes for a second. Okay. Okay, I can hear that the second time he plays that's different than the first, but why wouldn't that just be a fucking stylistic choice? Yeah, I can hear that it opens with a 3-note phrase, that bum, bottom. Bum, bum. Yeah, that's the idea. That's the idea. Is that he played it differently the second time. But there's literally no reason why he wouldn't just have played it differently. Unless you have the sheet music, how would you know that's not what he was just supposed to do? Literally, MK, why wouldn't they have it be a wrong note? Or have it be like completely silent? One fucking note is missing from the phrase? That's your evidence? Let's listen to another section, shall we?
Another section?
The guitar burst into flame at the end of the second verse. Let's listen to the same spot in the first verse. Pay attention to "Oh, that night in your embrace." Fuck whoever wrote this part. Yeah, bum, bottom. Actually, that sounds exactly the same. That actually sounded the same to me. It was still 3 notes in the first phrase and 2 notes in the second phrase.
Play verse 2 again.
Yeah, we're all super clicked into what's happening here. Oh, mercy. If it doesn't make sense, it's because you never went to law school. No, Apollo, I didn't fucking hear it!
They feel the same, true, but they're clearly very different.
Fuck this fucking case! What? Well put, Your Honor. Yeah, it makes sense that the judge would be able to hear this and Darian, the career musician, wouldn't be able to hear it. The phrase in verse 2 is quite simple, but the same phrase in verse 1 has high and low notes. I genuinely did not hear it. You'd have to use 2 hands to play that for sure.
Ah!
If you played like a second-long clip, and it's like the same measure, first phrase, like first verse, second verse, one after the other, I would probably hear it. But I don't catch it when you play the entire fucking verse. What's that prove? I would think you'd know that by now. This is why I hate dealing with amateurs, man. So the 2 verses had different arrangements. Happens all the time! Oh my god. Not this time, Darian. There's no point in changing an arrangement if you can't hear it clearly. Yes, there is! What are you talking about? Please! Please, why would you do this? I played in a full jazz band on the fucking piano! You can never hear the piano over the rest of the band, and the arrangement is always changing! What is wrong with you? Oh my god. There's no point in changing the arrangement if you can't hear it clearly. Thank you, Standard Hunter. And that wasn't the point. Fuck off, good god. Literally, I cannot communicate to you guys how much you have to go through in order to make a piano audible over the rest of the band. Now, obviously, in this case, it's not a full band with like a brass section and everything. It's just piano, guitar, bass, drums, and vocals. But even then, Arby, that's wise. But even then, you have to, like, the way that you mic a piano if you're just in the rhythm section versus the way that you mic a piano for a piano solo is completely different. Like, you have to cut everybody else's volume and crank the piano in order to make it audible over everything else. The idea that oh, mercy. Yes, you have to mic the piano. Right, exactly. That's why the grand piano opens up like that in the back. Proudly ignorant pianist, thank you for the $10 donation. That's why the you get the grand piano, it opens up like that in the back, the huge bed, you prop that motherfucker up, and then you literally put the mic on a stand in there, right next to the strings. Because like any further away from the soundboard, you won't be able to hear it at all. And yes, the piano arrangement changes all the fucking time. Because composers, like, have an ideal of beauty and like to have fun. They're not a robot putting in notes for the piano being like, this part doesn't matter, you just play the exact thing every time. Rugby, what do you think of this?
I don't know, I think it's pretty cringe.
Ugh. Oh, God almighty. Darling Rugby. Whew. Thank you for expert opinion, Rugby. Double bass and or bass guitar is also going to overpower the piano's bass notes to some extent, so it's super common to rearrange the accompaniment. Yeah. A Borginian would never have fun. Borginian music isn't about having fun. They have a very workman-like type of music in Borginia. I had him play specifically so that the piano would stay in the background. You're a fucking asshole, Clavier. Thank you guys for the treats. I had an earlier treat I didn't eat either. I'll treat it up. Oh, no! That was what I noticed. Why should the same phrase sound slightly different, I asked myself. You only know that because you wrote it! Now ask yourselves why Machi changed how he played, and there's only one answer. He needed a free hand in order to press the switch.
Order! I believe this ties all the facts together in a very comprehensible way that I'm sure the player understood on their first attempt. And definitely understands now that it's been explained to them. Well, Prosecutor Gavin?
Yes, quite. So personally, this comes as a terrible disappointment. What? No comeback? Can't believe it. I finally did it. I shut him up.
Very well, barring an objection from the prosecution, I will now state the court's opinion on this matter.
Good show, Sleeves. No, great show. It's not over. I don't like when he looks so happy. Apollo sadist confirmed. You tell him, Gavin. Tell him what's so disappointing. Personally, I'm terribly disappointed in you, Herr Foreheads. Huh? Me? Yes, don't get me wrong, your case is solid. The facts all check out, but even now, you have yet to show us a single piece of decisive evidence. What the fuck was all that evidence I just showed you? Undecisive evidence? Indecisive evidence? Yeah, but the facts, anyone can see it was him. Yeah, you arrest people on less justification than this, man.
Unfortunately, anyone does not include the law. I'm afraid your case doesn't cut it.
But...
1,000 facts might point towards the same conclusion. And without decisive evidence, it's not proof.
What the fuck are you talking about?
That's the rule under our current legal system.
I don't believe it. What the fuck are you saying?
It does not seem as though the defense has any more evidence to present.
Oh, I think if he did, we already would have seen it a long ways back.
It is unfortunate, but at present, this court is unable to acknowledge your accusation.
What? This case went so off the rails. It was so good for like the first half, and then it just crashed. The truth is staring us all right in the face. Why can't they see it? What's the point of a legal system that protects criminals? Apollo, remember what Daddy said? Won't be easy proving he did it.
Especially not under the current court system.
Quick, we need to start a grassroots campaign and change the courts and the legal system in our country in the next 15 minutes. So what do I do?
Like I said, good luck. And be aware that it'll be impossible to prove his guilt by conventional methods. Every man has an igniter inside him. Find Darien Crescent's igniter and set it off.
Is he literally carrying an igniter? It would be so cool if I could just examine the switch and activate it during court and set him on fire. Damn, okay. Yes, Garrulus, it is fucking insane that for some reason the defense has to prove someone else is guilty to prove their client is innocent. It is like that webcomic that just links every single time I play a Phoenix Wright game. The protagonist is like, you know, my client was supposed to be here at this time. Well, look, here's a photo of them in bed proving they couldn't have done it.
That does prove they didn't do it, but do you know who did?
No.
Well, someone should be executed, don't you think? Guilty!
I wonder what he means by every man's igniter. I think it just means weak spot, no? Kind of thing that a single spark could turn into a wildfire of emotion. I won't be able to press him further by conventional means. I've got to find a weak spot in this guy, something fatal.
So, can I get back to work now or what? It may look like I got a lot of time on my hands. I got no more time to play pretend with this deadweight attorney.
Well, Mr. Justice, we've come this far without decisive evidence.
Set him on fire! Let's assume that the igniter in question is literal.
This witness won't be coming back to the stand once we let him go.
Every man has an igniter.
Huh?
Didn't you say the better the guitar, the brighter it burns, Prosecutor Gavin?
Yes, good guitars are kept high as fire. That provides the best sound.
Even a small spark could cause irreparable damage. Your plan has an igniter in it too, Detective.
I didn't get out of bed today and put on these robes to not kill someone. Prosecutor Gavin, let's get the show on the road already, shall we?
It was there from the very beginning.
What?
Fighting time, Justice! If you blow this one, he'll be out of your hands for good!
Go for it, Apollo.
What, and this igniter's supposed to come burn me up? It's almost poetic there, Mr. Attorney.
All the better. I'm rather fond of poetry. Why are the Gavins fond of poetry? Are they named after a German poet or something?
And I intend to hear this one so to the very end. Herr Forehead, you are accusing this man Darien Crescent of 2 crimes. The murder of Mr. Lepus and the smuggling of a Bohemian cocoon. This is your last chance to prove your case.
This trial has already run on for far too long. Mr. Justice, this will be my last warning. The moment this igniter of yours turns out to be a dud is the moment this cross-examination ends. Understood?
Yes, Your Honor. I, Super, don't know what they want me to do here. Unless it's just to hit the switch on the igniter, which is probably what I'm gonna do. Let's assume they're speaking literally and hit that fucking switch.
Then let's have it. Show us the basis for these accusations against Darien Crescent.
Okay, this is really my last chance. Key that will take apart Darien Crescent's plan is...
You just call Machi and ask him. But I guess that's not considered decisive evidence. Here, try it. The defense is prepared to show the court evidence.
Ha! Be my guest.
Be all of our guests, Mr. Justice. Show us evidence supporting your accusations against Darien Crescent.
Hit that switch, Apollo. Light the motherfucker up.
This is your igniter?
So exactly how am I supposed to react to that?
He's not flustered at all, I picked a dud.
I'm afraid your poetic tale ended up to be mere fantasy.
Reality bites, Mr. Justice. Penalty.
Ow, 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 ow.
I suppose we should let you try once more.
Oh my god, I'm not sure about this, man. I haven't known what you wanted me to do for like half an hour.
Your igniter isn't a piece of evidence.
So what is...
It is true that I couldn't show decisive evidence. Perhaps what I needed to prove my case was something else. even though they literally just said you won't be able to prove your case unless you have decisive evidence. So it makes no sense for me to think that I could use anything else, but I've decided that I can.
You mean a fitness?
Proving his guilt is a tall order, but I've got just the person to do it.
Very well, Mr. Justice. Who is this person who can prove Darian Crescent's guilt?
The one person who can prove Darian Crescent's guilt is the defendant Machi Tobai.
Your client again?
I mean, he can testify that he and Darian were in cahoots, but that would be getting himself off the hook for murder. So they wouldn't necessarily think that testimony was weighty.
Machi Tobai was an accomplice to the cocoon smuggling plot. Without him, Darian Crescent could not have gotten the cocoon. Furthermore, he can easily prove that the one who plotted to smuggle the cocoon is the real criminal in this case.
How so?
Great question.
It would require just one of the very cocoons Mr. Latouche was looking for.
I thought you said they were all set on fire with a guitar!
With the cooperation of the Republic of Borginia, we could burn a cocoon. The burnt cocoon would leave a particular residue.
What the fuck are you talking about? What?
Residue we would no doubt also find inside the burned out guitar.
This sounds like something you would say if I had presented the cocoon or the guitar, which I didn't.
Aha! Very scientific of you!
Thus, if Machi Tobai acknowledges his agreement with Darian Crescent concerning the attempted smuggling of a Borginian cocoon,
No, Bremy, there wasn't!
the case is solved.
They never said anything about getting a substance from the guitar, or a burned substance, or the cocoons having a, chemical signature.
That shit you said was insane. What are you talking about?
Darian's laughing again.
Your unrelenting passion is remarkable. You really want to get me, don't you? Too bad you'll never be able to. Why not? A little key tickler won't acknowledge anything.
Gross.
Especially not anything to do with cocoon smuggling.
What's this all about?
Taking a cocoon out of the country means death. By Borginian law.
Yeah, see? If our pianist really was a smuggler, then testifying about it would be suicide. Believe me, he's not talking. But you're wrong, Detective Crescent. What?
It's the other way around. If Machi doesn't admit to smuggling here, he's in deep trouble.
Huh? How?
Look, if Machi admits to smuggling here, then he'll be tried in our courts by our laws. Fucking news to me. You don't get the death penalty for smuggling in our country. The victim in this case was an undercover Interpol agent. I'm sure that news has already reached Borginia.
And they likely broadcast our dealings in court today, including the part about the Borginian cocoon.
Yeah, but...
But if Machi doesn't admit to the smuggling now, he'll eventually be picked up by the Borginian police. And it's not like he's in any danger in our court. We're not going to find him guilty of murder here, not now. But accessory to murder, definitely.
Yeah, but you can't do this! You can't accuse me!
Maybe the law doesn't allow it. But who's gonna think you're really innocent after hearing this trial? The same goes for Machi Tobai. The cocoon smuggling, your entire plan. Machi Tobai knows everything. There's only one way out of it for him, and that's to acknowledge his own crime. The crime of cocoon smuggling. Fucking don't even trip, guys. We're gonna get through this case. We're just gonna get through this case. I'm gonna move on to the next case. It's not gonna have any cocoons in it. There might actually be cocoons in it. I don't remember. The hole they can be used to make poison thing feels like it's foreshadowing something later.
Don't worry there. I'll get you out of the country. I'll set you up someplace. A hidden mansion? Real nice. You want a house made out of cookies? Or no, a house made out of pianos? Come on.
is! Don't talk!
Oh no, he's flaccid now.
Daryl, I consider that my last session with you. We rocked.
I'm guessing we can treat that outburst as a confession. Uh-oh, he's laughing again. There's a kind of sick desperation in it now, though. Yes, that's...
It's the band's over.
Yes, thank you, Stream Elements. Folks, I'm trying to raise money to get a brand new CPU with a new SSD I just got. I'm upgrading my computer, as MK recommends, so that I will be able to play the latest releases for you on stream. So if you would like to expand the capacity of my stream in that way, I hope you'll consider donating.
Well, have you been listening to today's trial?
Yes.
And you'll talk? You'll tell this court everything?
I didn't want it to turn out this way, but I'm not the kind of lawyer that can overlook a crime.
This trial was all for your benefit, you know. I see no reason why you should hesitate now.
I knew. From beginning, I knew.
Machi.
Situation I cannot explain, but money I needed. Very much money.
Today's trial. This is a delicate issue with our legal system. The only thing definite in a court of law is evidence. This is the golden rule. However,
It has become apparent that not all things can be tried by this standard.
should another case of this sort surface, say, in the fourth act of this video game, we may have to consider an alternative system by which to administer justice. Anyway, Mr. Machi Tobai,
Yes.
I promise you will receive a fair trial by the laws of our country. And with regards to the current charges for the murder of Mr. Latouche, this court is prepared to announce a verdict.
I thank you. I only lie. But you see truth. You find truth.
That's our job. Very well. This court finds the defendant, Machi Tobai,
Not guilty! That's a fun idea, Bremy. Muppet Babies Phoenix Riot. Phoenix Riot is already Muppet Babies Phoenix Riot. Because Mia is like an elder law partner at the age of 30.
Court is adjourned.
No, that's fair, Zebra. Which I have not streamed. That might be fun. Because is the English version of the Danganronpa 1 voiced or nah? If it's voiced, but if it's not, July 10th, 4:42 p.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby number 2. Okay, yeah, Iggy, there's just like individual lines. They just like say things. Is it like The World Ends With You? Did you ever play The World Ends With You? They'll have like a little voice clip, but they're not reading the whole line. I wonder what'll happen to Machi. Well, he did smuggle a cocoon out of Borginia. Yes, Arby. I guess there'll be another trial here.
All's well that ends well. I'm probably Phoenix. Yep. Hi. How's it going?
Daddy!
I owe you both my thanks.
Lamirar?
Mai, is something wrong?
I'm sorry. Machi was your partner on stage, your friend.
Yes, I thought of him as my own son. Even now I do. But something got a hold of him. Something evil, I see there. And he must pay for what he has done. Yes, the 14-year-old must go to jail for life for aiding and abetting a murder. Is that not how it should be?
I'm so sorry.
Do not be sorry.
Sure, Brevi. Yeah, no, I'll do a let's read of the Something Awful Danganronpa translation.
You have given me courage.
Courage?
I am considering an eye operation.
It was my suggestion, actually.
You mean you'll be able to see again? Gently caress!
It's funny, I have always been afraid of the light. Light seems so harsh, so unforgiving.
According to the doctor, Emerald lost her sight due to some kind of accident.
An accident?
As you know, I suffer from amnesia. I felt that if I could see, perhaps it would open my eyes to the truth I have been running from. I was scared.
You know what changed her mind? Hearing your defense in there today. She could feel your gaze, unwavering, always looking straight at the truth.
As the light returns to my eyes, I think I will take up painting.
Painting? That's right! She's the landscape painter in sound, after all.
I will paint the two of you, I promise.
Woohoo! I can't wait, Lamirar. So why did she need... Oh, she only needed bravery because she was afraid of being able to see, not because the surgery has like a low success rate or a high fatality rate or something. That's true, Stream Elements. I will be having a subathon on Monday. I'd be very happy if I could see it everywhere.
I owe you my thanks too, Apollo.
Thanks, Mr. Wright, but for what?
You reminded me I needed to hurry things along. On my secret mission, that is.
A bunch of betting slips fall out of his pocket.
Right, your secret mission.
Apollo, Trucy, I hope that we will meet again someday soon.
You bet! Me too! Hi, Pseudo-Natural.
And so, like a ballad, the trial flowed on until it came to the end. You know, a lot of it really didn't make any sense, and I never could hear the difference between those two music tracks. Thanks to the trial, the guitar's serenade was a huge hit. Prosecutor Gavin's even more dazzling to look at now, except he doesn't have a fucking band anymore. But there's something I want to say to that guy. Next time you write a ballad,
Have them catch the killer at the end. End. All right, case 4, and the one I remember least clearly out of the 4 in this game. Let's see it. I don't remember if it starts in a flashback or if it's like a mid-case cutaway to the flashback. Episode 4, Turnabout Succession. Here we go. This is probably gonna take definitely the rest of the stream today, and maybe we'll not. What the fuck, Mason system? What is happening? What's happening? And it might not even be completed by tomorrow. No, absolutely not, Zebra. But I'm wondering if I'm gonna finish it tomorrow, which I suspect is also not true. Anonymous Gifter, thank you so much for the gift sub. I hope AG Pepper appreciates it. I'm sure. In order to understand it myself, I had to know the story of these last long 7 years. Am I also playing tomorrow? I think so, yes. Yes, behold, this is the internet in 2025. Nothing happens by chance, all is connected. I don't know who's talking, but I'm voicing it like it's Phoenix.
An old-timey gun, a second extremely old-timey gun, and a magician getting shot in the fucking head. And now, you stand ready to begin the final chapter of the story. Behold, an ass. Will the defendant be found guilty or innocent?
That's every case.
The decision is yours.
Was it Christoph talking that entire time? October 7th, 10:37 a.m. Write Anything Agency. Hey Apollo, look on TV. Look.
Yeah, I'm kind of busy.
Whoa, look at that. He's the last Grammary, all right. Amazing. Apollo, you should be watching this. I don't have him in the court record yet, though. Oh, regular Zebra. Good. Yeah, I know who the fuck you're talking about, too. Ow! What? I was writing about our last case in my journal. Lawyers are supposed to write things in records, Apollo, not journals. And why now? That case was 3 months ago. Hey, it's a long story. I did a lot, you know. Remy, the blue-haired girl from the intro. I want to vacuum pack the feel of the moment for later. What's MK talking about? I think they named it that because someone was like, how do we change this? Another person was like, I don't know, write anything. I don't know what you're talking about. Right now, I'm wowing the crowd by figuring out how Lamirar disappeared. That's right, Uncle Valant did that illusion too. but you're missing him on TV right now. I was just getting to the good part.
Oh, right, anything agency. Very droll, MK. Very droll.
After all, her father's expecting me to look after her while he's away.
Hey, 22-year-old, could you take care of my 15-year-old daughter in absolute isolation? I'm not going to be anywhere nearby. Okay, cool, thanks. Don't worry if she starts talking about her panties. She does that a lot. It's chill, it's chill.
What you're seeing now is a rehearsal for the greatest magic show on Earth, happening right here at our very own Sunshine Coliseum.
In fairness, Apollo does seem really gay.
Standard Hunter, thanks so much for the $30 donation. Apollo is always talking about how cool Clavier is and how envious he is of Clavier and how he can't help but admire Clavier despite himself and how, ooh, it just gets under his skin.
The Sunshine Coliseum? Hey, that's where the Gaviners concert was.
Only 3 more days until miracles happen here right before your unbelieving eyes. The legendary troupe Grammary is performing for the first time in 7 years.
That's gonna be great! I'm so there. You and Daddy are coming too, right? The legendary Grammarys. Trucy's real father was still alive. He'd be on that stage performing miracles. I've got the tickets and everything. Here's yours, Apollo.
RB, don't worry about it. Don't worry about who any of those fucking characters are. Oh, you are here. Working hard or hardly working. Is this Emma, maybe? Nope. Phoenix. Oh, you are here. Working hard or hardly working. Hey, how you been?
Hi there, stranger.
Not exactly the kind of greeting I'd want to hear from my own kid. Though he has been gone a long time. How goes it, Trucy? Here, I got a present for you.
Yay, pudding! I love pudding. Ooh, it's farm fresh. And not just one pudding, but 3 whole cups. I'll have to pace myself.
Well, I'm beat.
That's right, Daddy. You're on a top secret mission. No, Bremy, they're not. You've got to take it easy with the secrets, you know.
How right you are. So
you still can't tell us what your mission is?
Maybe it is time. It has something to do with you anyway. Something to do with you anyway. Phoenix, we could have used you at a trial, but you were too shit at piano.
Huh? With me?
Ooh, maybe you're getting a top secret mission too.
There are many numbers like it, this one is mine. Proof that I'm an attorney. To be told, I get a happy feeling inside just looking at it.
I was tasked with fighting the gayest defense attorney in Los Angeles, United States.
Are you ready, Apollo? Ready? For what? For what? For the Troupe Grammary Grand Magic Show. It's not like I'm getting up on stage or anything. What are you talking about, Apollo? You can't enjoy magic if you're not part of what's going on on stage. I'll lend you my spare costume if you need one. Huh? You mean I can't go in this?
No.
Doesn't get more straightforward than that.
Oh good, cross-dressing Apollo.
Maybe you can be one of those guys.
Emma, thank you so much for the follow.
A spy. Can't I just be a defense attorney?
To be honest, telling you about the mission was my whole reason for coming here today. Oh, and AG Pepper, thank you for the follow.
What?
Tell me, you've heard of the jurist system, yes?
What is a jury? I don't think we have those here in America in 2025.
That's right, the new legal system everyone's talking about.
Have you heard of it, Apollo? Huh? Maybe?
Maybe not as many people are talking about it as I thought.
Jurist system, huh? So, Daddy, what's this jurist system thing?
Well, Trucy, you know what a jury is?
I've heard of it. Isn't that those people who sit in court in those old courtroom dramas? The ones who get to decide if a guy's innocent or guilty. Do you know, Apollo? Only from TV. It's not like I went to law school or anything. It's 12 people chosen from the community, right?
Well, they're thinking about reviving that system. They're calling the new system the jurist system.
Fuck you.
Yeah, the system where they use jurists? Are they calling it the jurist system?
No more doing whatever you like, Your Honor.
Not quite that harsh. The jurists cooperate with the judge. They help analyze the case from different angles.
Ah, and there will only be 6 of them under the current proposal, right? Wow, you know your stuff, Apollo. He's a fucking lawyer.
Their findings directly affect the verdict. Hopefully, people will start taking the courts a little more seriously now. You see the batshit antics people have been getting up to in the courtroom? It's completely unacceptable.
I feel like I'm on some kind of educational TV show. Starring Dr. Wright.
Dr. Wright is Assistant Trucy, and Mascot Apollo, the perfect team.
Mascot? Hey! So, what's this secret mission?
The jurist system is my mission. The jurist system is my mission, more or less. Anyway, keep in mind that new ideas like this system are always risky, Apollo.
Too true. Everyone's got an opinion, and they just talk and nothing gets decided. But I like you, Apollo. I'm not that bad, am I?
In any case, we're gonna give it a shot. A test, if you will.
I don't like tests.
We'll take a case as an example, as a sample even, and choose 6 jurists. I'll be the one helping with that process, incidentally.
Helping how?
Yeah, great question, Jess. That's what I was thinking.
Well, for one, I'll be chair of the Jurist System Simulated Court Committee. The chair constructs the ideal situation, choosing the case, the jurist candidates, even the judge in the courtroom. I think I will choose the exact same judge as always, and the exact same courtroom as always.
Wow, it's like you have a real job.
I was never that good at the piano, to be honest.
Once a lawyer, always a lawyer, I guess.
Trial's tomorrow, by the way. Don't miss it. Trial simulation, that is.
A simulation, huh? Sounds interesting. So, what kind of case is the trial simulation about?
Well, since it is the first run-through of a new system, I wanted something simple.
Good thinking. No sense wearing yourself out on something too serious.
Yeah, none of that bullshit where you listen to the individual tracks of a performance. I mean, come on. True. The case is a murder.
That's not simple at all! That does make more sense, Premi. By simple, did you mean that the defendant is...
Guilty. Yep, most likely. So good luck, Apollo.
With what?
With the trial tomorrow. You're defending, of course.
I mean, it's only a mock trial. Fucking relax.
Recall that I said it had something to do with you.
Go for it, Apollo. It's just a test case anyway, no sweat.
Yeah, but there's still a verdict to be decided. And a potentially serious sentence. The most serious in a worst-case scenario.
Yeah, you mean the verdict's for real? That's not a test trial, that's a real trial.
All the forms have been filed, there's no turning back now.
Fucking right, what the fuck?
Trial begins tomorrow at 10 a.m. Hope you can make room in your schedule. I forgot to mention, it's actually not a mock trial at all, and the guy is guilty and you will be defending him.
Why am I only hearing about this now?
Yeah, there was a change this morning. I picked up a new case. Oh, I picked a new case, rather.
Huh?
Something that happened last night.
The fuck, dude? So, Apollo, ready to send a man to the chair? Alright, so what case are you gonna use?
You really want to know, don't you?
Of course I do. I mean, I'm gonna be defending, aren't I?
If all goes well, then yes. Of course, this is just a test. We wanted everyone to start without preconceptions. Blank slate, as it were.
What the fuck are you talking about, man? There's a difference between having a blank slate and just being totally clueless. Whose dumb idea was that, anyway?
Well, mine. Committee chair, remember?
Oh.
Well, if you want to know that badly, I suppose I could give you permission to examine the scene of the crime.
Good! That's better.
But you can't talk to anyone involved with the case.
What? Then how am I supposed to defend?
You let me worry about the details there. Remember, I'm in charge of this trial, all of it. Who wrote this? Who the fuck wrote this game?
But you don't want it to backfire, do you?
Apollo, if I'm in charge of this whole trial, that means the entire affair is my responsibility, for good or for bad.
Wow, this is the first time we saw Phoenix's serious face.
Just do what you can. And don't worry, I know what I'm doing.
All right.
I'd recommend going down to the detention center. Your client's waiting for you. You can ask about the scene there.
But you just said I couldn't talk to anyone involved.
Oh, you can talk to your client, unlike most of the time. If you can get her to talk.
Well, time's a-wastin'. I didn't get to talk to Machi or Waki. Hey, Apollo, I know you're all excited about that secret mission. What about this? The Troop Grammary Grand Magic Show. What if we played a hooky on your murder trial and we saw some magic? Huh? Oh, right. Card tricks. They're not card tricks. They're grand illusions, miracles, the apocalypse. Heaven and earth will shake. So what? That's 3 whole days from now. It's at Sunshine Coliseum. Let's go. Let's go today. We can say hi to Uncle Vallant. Have fun. That's not Phoenix. Have fun. What? I can't go by myself. You know I'm not very outgoing. Not tricks, Michael. They're not tricks, Apollo. They're illusions. A trick is something a whore does for money. Or candy. Right.
Why not go with her?
But what about the secret mission?
No, don't worry about that. You'll hear all about it tomorrow regardless.
I don't trust that smile. He knows something that he actually just told me. Yippee! Now you can take me to the Coliseum. I suppose it wouldn't kill me to pop over there.
Ah, Grammary. That reminds me.
What's this, Daddy? Isn't that silk hat the Grammary seal?
It's a kanji, look at it. Consider it a birthday present, Trucy.
Thanks, it's great. But today isn't my birthday.
Good point. What day is it today, Apollo?
Huh? Today? Why, it's Christmas Day. I think it's Recycle Your Plastics Day.
Then it's a recycle your plastics present.
Yippee! So it's plastic. I've given up trying to understand them. It's much easier that way. So what is it? Can I open it, Daddy?
No.
Huh?
You'll need that envelope someday. Someday soon. Don't open it until then.
20 minutes from now, Tracy's at the Coliseum and can't find a bathroom. Ah, Daddy said I'd need this someday. Well, why didn't you just hold on to it until then? Because that would be the logical thing to do. It's a DNR for Phoenix. An envelope about the Grammaries, huh? Let me just open it. Thank you very much. Looky here, a handwritten signature. It says, as opposed to what, Apollo? We don't use seal signatures in the United States. It's only a Japanese thing. It says, I can't read it. It seems odd to me. I mean, isn't a signature intended to show ownership? What's the use if no one can read it? Isn't it enough if you can read your own? Oh, I never thought of it that way. Open it up.
Plan. It intrigues you, doesn't it?
He just said a handwritten signature, which in the US, all signatures are handwritten. Like, stamped signatures are very rare, but signature seals are extremely common in Japan. Phoenix never said I couldn't open it, Trucy. Not really, it's just the only thing in here that doesn't have some secret function.
No secrets, but lots of memories. And a name, too. Want to hear it?
Not really.
Its name is Charlie. If you were curious.
Really, I wasn't. Look, one of those cigar things. No one's practicing the piano as usual. Even calling him a pianist is an insult to pianists everywhere. Okay, Apollo, I'm gonna guess what you're thinking right now. Huh? What, was I making a funny face or something? Ugh, I'm so hungry. I'm right? Of course I am. There's no of course about it. You guessed wrong. Besides, that's not what I'm thinking. That's not what I'm thinking. It's what you're thinking. How did you do that? You read my mind, Apollo. At least you've got that pudding. That's right. Try not to eat my share, will you? What the fuck do you care about pudding, Apollo? You're a 22-year-old man. That's a gift from her father. That magician in the photo, is that my real daddy? Yup, Zach Grammary. He disappeared when I was little. I hung that up there so I wouldn't forget what he looked like. I see. She's smiling, but I'll bet that smile doesn't go very deep. A plate of plastic spaghetti for displaying in a shop. Where the heck does she get this stuff? Want to have a go at that ring, Apollo? No, I was just touching it. Come on, there's no need to be shy. Just slip it on. There. Ouch! You're way too tense. You gotta loosen up there. How did she hurt him with a hula hoop? The human body wasn't meant to bend like that. What did she do to him? Ooh, careful there, Apollo. A lot of people run into that table, you know. Why, some client knocked the pot clean over the other day. What client? What clients do you guys get? Apollo's the only fucking lawyer here. Why not get a more sturdy table? Maybe the table's partially to blame. There's no maybe to this. That thing is a death trap.
Ah, those legal books were left by my mentor. Too bad I gave up the practice before reading.
There's quite a few magic books in there too, you know.
Those would be Trucy's. She'll remember they're there eventually, I'm sure.
For a moment, I thought Mr. Wright might do magic too.
Scary thought.
That hat, is that a spare? It's exactly like the one you always wear. Oh, the amazing Mr. Hat never showed up in the third case, did he? Only in the second case. What's the first rule of a professional? Be prepared. You know, I put it on the other day, and this strange white substance fell all over me. It was like magic. Or like fingerprint powder. Right, because the fingerprint powder was hidden under there. I can't believe you're using this cutting a person apart box as shelf space. You know, I used that trick on stage the other night. Imagine my surprise when I pulled one of my shirts out of the box. You should really examine your props before the show. Okay, are we good in here? We examine everything. I'll show Phoenix all of my evidence, and we'll be on our way.
Ah, presenting, are we? I did my fair share of that back in the day. Showed my attorney's badge a lot, too.
You may look cool and calm now, but you should have seen him before.
You know me too well, Trucy.
Glad I provided this opportunity for a little family bonding. I really genuinely enjoy how little of patience Apollo has for Phoenix and Trucy's touching moments. He's like, fuck this gay shit. Okay. Nothing to say about that. Can I talk to you about the envelope you just gave me? I cannot. So let's get going. What is that important question, Remy? October 7th. Is Phoenix a DILF? Yes! I don't think that that's even a question that merits asking. The answer is so obvious. October 7th, detention center visitor room. That's 20 minutes we've been waiting here. 20 minutes! Maybe I should complain? I'm sure that guard has better things to do than stand there pretending he doesn't see us. You know the minute we get angry, the client will show. It always works that way. Like shouting, "Oh, waiter!" and they're standing right behind you. "Oh, guard!" Is our client gonna be much longer?
What are you talking about? Haven't you already started the meeting yet?
Huh? Oh, she's cute. Where'd you come from? Well, anyway, please have a seat. There've been a lot of initially silent characters in this game. I'm nervous, Apollo. It's the silence. It builds suspense. Why don't you do something, Trucy? You're a magician, aren't you? That's right. Okay.
I'm the amazing Mr. Hat.
She passed out! This magic underwear might have been a better bet. That's magic panties, Apollo. Duh, we need to make it clear how lewd this is for the reader. Security camera stares down from the ceiling, all-seeing, unblinking. Not that I'm nervous or anything. Same old security guard is glaring at us. He winked. He's not such a bad guy after all. Yeah, I'm sure the fucking corrections officer is a real stand-up dude, Apollo. Thank you, I would love a treat into Hydrate Maddox. Hi. Well, I'm your defense. I really think it has to be fate, you know? And by fate, I mean destiny. Did you know I'm good with astrology?
Apollo, what is you flirting?
Do you know what time you were born? Tell me, what's your sign?
Apollo, flirting in the 70s.
I can tell you mine if you'd like, Apollo. No, never mind. I just got carried away there. I seem destined to get difficult clients, it seems. So, what's your name?
How the fuck did you arrange a meeting with your client without even knowing your name?
Oh, right, I'm supposed to introduce myself first. I'm Apollo, Apollo Justice.
And I'm Trucy Riot.
I know, this is getting nowhere fast.
Thank you, Stream Elements. Yes, I am fundraising for a new CPU. I'd be very grateful if you could contribute, viewer.
Hey, I know. Maybe you can tell us what happened. I'm your defense attorney, after all. Anything out of the ordinary happened lately?
Well, the other day, this tourist from out of town stopped to ask me directions.
Later, Trucy. I feel like I need to ask directions myself here. Well, that was fruitless. I think I understand despair a little better now.
You did a good job, Apollo.
Huh?
Look, she's doing her nails. Oh, fun.
What? Are nails more important than defense? Is that it? Let's go, Trucy.
Is this her speaking?
Excuse me. Could you read this?
I'm me.
Sure.
CJ Mac, thank you so much for the $25.
I feel like a teenager on a first date.
Jesus Christ, Apollo, what is it about this girl that's so enchanting for you? Is it that you've already seen her black out once?
And this is the love letter we passed from desk to desk at school.
Thank you again, CJ Mac, it's very kind of you. Stop looking so wistful and read it, Apollo.
It's a business card with a name and an address. The name is Vera Misham. The address is for Drew Studio.
Vera's card added to the court record.
And you're giving me this card because...
She's obviously Vera, you dumbass. What a pretty business card. Looks like a postcard almost. It is really nice.
And on the back, just her name.
It seems odd to me.
Huh? What does?
Why write your name on the front and back of the card? Why not use the space on the back for a self-portrait or a caricature? Then people would remember what you look like, too.
That's not a bad idea, actually.
Here, give me one of your cards, Apollo.
She's drawing something. Hey, my hair's not that spiky.
Bren, are you saying that because you actually recognize it immediately, or because it is unique? Obviously, that's her, Apollo.
Well, looks like we're finished here.
I wonder if Drew's studio is the scene of the crime.
Let's go find out.
Impressive. Very nice. Let's see Vera Misham's card. October 7th, Drew's studio.
Wow, it looks like a studio.
It's like life imitating art. Or maybe it's the other way around. I didn't even remember that Vera... First of all, I didn't remember her name was Vera. I also did not remember her being the defendant in this case. I literally didn't remember who the defendant was. But the tape on the ground there, it's a bit jarring.
Yeah, looks like we found our crime scene.
Apollo, look at all those paintings.
Hey, don't touch those.
It's okay, I'm just looking. Look, you can't even tell it's been upscaled from a much lower resolution. That's not obvious in every single pixel. Huh? Apollo, look at this one.
It looks half finished. You can still see the rough sketch underneath.
But that's odd. The rough part doesn't look like the rest of the painting at all. That's true, regular zebra.
Yeah, good point. That is odd.
Drew Misham's paintings added to the court record. All the paintings have a really different style, too. Aw, I thought I might find you two here. Who's saying this? Oh, it's just Emma. I thought I might find you two here.
Oh, long time no see. Oh, seems like I run into you far too often. I'll bet I know why you're here, too. You know about the trial sim? Why do they call it a trial simulation if it's a real trial? It makes sense to call it a test trial, because it's a test run of the new trial system. But it doesn't make any sense to call it a trial simulation if it's a real trial. During this case, you have to know the difference between eggshell ivory and cream whites on business cards. I've heard about it, sure. So Mr. Wright chose you, huh? We don't even know what the case is about. Apollo, you have won 100% of your cases so far. Well, he was killed. The artist who owns this studio, that is. Mr. Drew Misham. Misham? And his daughter was put under arrest. Yeah, we just saw her at the detention center. It was funny, though. She seemed more like a victim than the kind of person who would commit murder. Thank you, Stream Elements. Yes, there will be a subathon on Monday. Attention, viewer. You don't say. Not even by poisoning? That's how it was done, you know. Poisoning's a common way to get the job done when the murderer's a woman. Chauvinist ass Eva Sky. Poisoning? Anyway, Mr. Wright told me you'd be coming. Feel free to take a look around. I'll just be over here with my snackoos. We can't talk to anyone related to the case this time around, which means we'd better find out as much as we can here at the scene, or else. So, this Drew Misham was some kind of artist? Apparently. Did a lot of— yeah, we're not allowed to talk to anyone related to the case. Anyway, detective heading up the case. What's the deal with the case? Did a lot of illustrations for books, I hear. And a lot of female fans, too, for what it's worth. I just came up with an incredible idea. Listen. So you know how I've got this aqua rectangle behind me right now, so that you can still see the green in my shirt? I just came up with an idea. What if I created— I don't know if you can do this, you probably can't. If I could create a second video source from the same camera and also run it through the chroma key, but then take the resulting image— oh no, wait, this wouldn't do anything. This would help restore green to my palette, but it wouldn't actually fill in gaps in me. What I was thinking was I could take the resulting image, which is me in my chair, and then I could color process it until it was pure green. And then I could run it behind the image that you guys see. And then the very slight degree to which I am semi-transparent because the chroma key would be accounted for by the RGB green layer behind me, and it would follow all of my movements, so I wouldn't have to deal with alignment issues like the rectangle. That wouldn't solve issues where part of my body is chroma keyed out. It would just sort of fix the color palette, which probably isn't worth it. Okay. All right. Back at it to get a Krispy Kreme. Remy, but have you considered that coming up with it made me feel very smart? Had a lot of female fans, too, for what it's worth. Oh? Well, I guess his stuff is kind of pretty. Like that oil painting over there, for instance. Yeah. That wasn't one of his illustrations, actually. Huh? So it was a standalone painting or something? Is that what she means? He was an odd bird, Mission. Hadn't shown his face to anyone until the end. What do you mean, to anyone? He was always locked up here in the studio, apparently. He had fucking agoraphobia. His only connection to the outside world was through letters he'd put in that letterbox there. Letters? Do people still write letters? Damn, very foresighted for a game that was— well, I guess even in the aughts, people were saying that letters were going extinct. What do you mean, Apollo? I mean, when was the last time you wrote a real letter? Don't most people use— fuck off! Why did you have to ruin it by saying email? Don't most people use email and stuff these days? Not Mr. Misham. Couldn't stand technology, it seems. I like this fucking dude. He did everything by mail. Maybe he thought that way was more artistic, you know? Letterbox added to the court record. Oh shit, look, all the paintings are in the court record. Yeah, Bremy, I noticed that in anime when characters text each other, they call it meiru, like email. Well, what do we have here? Looks like a person thinking about something. Maybe they're worried? Like, what should I have for supper? A hot dog or a hamburger? You know, I've always wondered about that. Why is there supper and dinner? Are they different meals or the same thing? Are they different meals or the same thing? I actually learned this in Pentiment, in which the midday meal is called dinner and the evening meal is called supper. Maybe that's what this person's thinking about.
That is clearly a fucking photo of a pufferfish that's been processed.
Is that a pufferfish?
Apollo, that's clearly a porcupine fish.
They're not the same thing? You know what gets me? They've got all these needles, right? But what's protecting that soft spot on the lower belly there? Nothing. Must remember to keep Trucy away from small, round fish.
Don't they also have needles on the belly?
Apollo, look at this painting. You can see the rough sketch. Oh, looks like it was only half completed. Huh? That's funny. Did the rough sketch and the finished painting look totally different to you too? They do, actually. What's that all about?
Okay, thanks. Thanks for the close-up of the fucking mailbox, my god. In any case, the only person besides him allowed in here is his daughter, Vera.
Oh, you mean the killer? Suspect, please.
We took some fingerprints, of course. The only ones found in the room were Mr. Misham's and Vera's, basically.
Basically?
Actually, last night, Mr. Misham gave an interview to a reporter for the first time. It happened during the interview, apparently.
His first interview ever? Could you tell us a bit more about what happened the night of the murder? So, this woman, Vera, she's Mr. Misham's daughter, right?
Yep, real sickly girl ever since she was little. Hardly ever went outside. Her peers called her a sheltered princess. She did kind of... I'm making a fucking reference to the awful English language translation of the first Monogatari light novel that no human being on this earth has read except for me. She did kind of give off a withdrawn sort of aura. She was homeschooled by her father, apparently. It was quite a scene when they took her to the detention center. She was screaming about how she'd die if they took her outside.
Oh my god, Jesus. That does sound like a scene.
In the end, she agreed. You know what'd be really funny is if Kristoff was somehow the murderer. In the end, she agreed to leave if she was allowed her good luck charm for company. Her good luck charm? Apparently, she has this charm that magically gives her the courage to go outside.
Why can't I ever get a normal client?
But why would a shut-in daughter kill her own dad? Don't look at me. Yeah, it's not like it's the cop's job to establish motive or anything. Fuck you.
So, about the poison. It was found to be in his coffee, right?
Nope, not precisely.
Not precisely? What does that mean? It means see for yourself, I think.
Like I said, last night was the first time someone from the outside came into this studio. I guess mysterious painters who never go outside make for good articles.
And it just so happened that he died the night of his first interview?
Oh my god, they're so sweet. At around 9 p.m. every night.
Yes!
Hi, baby. Wow, 52, an actual realistic age for once. At around 9 p.m. every night, Vera always made him a cup of coffee. Last night, he drank his usual coffee and suddenly became violently ill.
And died?
She poisoned him on the night of his interview? Wouldn't the reporter see? It's true. No, MK, when he was 33, please. MK, 52 minus 13. Or minus 19, rather, is 33, not 43. Anyway, he wasn't near Mr. Misham when she brought her father his coffee. He was checking out some equipment in the back of the room. Supposedly, that's why she— oh, there's another fucking half to this room, thanks for letting me know. Supposedly, that's why she didn't notice he was here. It was the reporter who called the police, in fact.
Wait, but why is she the suspect? If anyone is suspicious, it's the reporter.
Yeah, the reporter never got near Mr. Misham's coffee. Even Vera acknowledges that.
Regardless, I want to know more about this reporter.
Well, tough titties, because you don't have a dialogue option for it.
Emma, I was wondering if you could take a look at this.
Look, I'm a detective. A detective. Can't just ask me any old thing and expect an answer, okay? I think you need to be a little more focused in your inquiries. Scientific, even.
Somehow I knew she'd get around to science.
My entire life, I was waiting for a... How old is Emma here? My entire life, I was waiting for a 25-year-old Maya sprite based on this Emma sprite. Just like Emma's original sprite was based on Maya's when they were both teenagers in the first Phoenix Wright game. But it never happened, because by the time we got to see adult Maya, she was CGI. Boo. Okay, you got nothing to say about this. Thank you very much. Nothing to say about Vera's business card. You have nothing to say about this painting. Oh, that? Quite good, isn't it?
That's not what I wanted to ask you about.
Want to examine it, is that it? I'd be happy to let you if you had a good reason. But without that, sorry. Guess she wants us to do a little footwork on our own first. Emma, about this painting. You want to examine it, is that it? I'd be happy to let you if you had a good reason. Okay, that's not a good enough reason? You don't have anything to say about the mailbox? Cool. Alright, let me examine this shit. Huh? Hey! There's a painting hidden back here. Hey, you're right. What if it's embarrassing somehow and he didn't want anyone to see it? It's his... It's like, was it Tezuka who had the secret drawer full of transformation porn? You certainly seem pleased by the possibility. Huh, it's so normal. It's hardly something to get mad about. Huh? Huh? What is it, Apollo? Well, doesn't this painting look like... never mind. Indeed, regular zebra. I'd better get a professional opinion on this. Hidden painting added to the court record. All right, I'll show it to Emma in a second. It does look like a Van Gogh MK. I imagine this coffee cup was for guests to use. Guests? Did the police already analyze this cup, too? Not a trace of poison was found on that cup. The killer was after Drew Misham alone. Ah, that's the victim's coffee mug. Aha! So the poison was in here. Look, there's this fruity blue lipstick on the rim. This is my first time seeing a real poison mug of coffee. I will say, if Drew Misham uses acrylics, then these splotches of paint on him are just like a sort of funny character touch. If he uses oil paint, and that's oil paint permanently soaked onto his nose bridge and hair, he's gonna have some real fucking health problems, or would have if he hadn't been killed. I would hope so. For those of you who might not be aware, acrylic paint is just like liquid plastic, essentially. So you can like smear it on yourself, it doesn't do anything, it's not a big deal. Oil paint is usually pigmented with weirdo chemicals, some of which are quite noxious to human beings. Like cadmium red and yellow, which you should really not get on your skin or in your mouth. Poisoned coffee? Not exactly, actually. Oh, okay, it's just lead paint. That's fine. Thanks, Corbra. What do you mean? No traces of poison were found in the coffee. What? You'll have to figure out the rest yourself. I'm officially not on your side, after all. Coffee mug added to the court record. You know what color paint I always liked when I was oil painting was ultramarine. With like a very deep blue. Something else about oil paints as contrast from acrylic paints is that acrylic paint is pretty much all matte, as in non-reflective. But oil paint, depending on the pigment and also how much oil you mix into it, like linseed oil, can have a number of different textures. So like cadmium red or yellow, for example, do still apply matte, but if you take a high gloss paint like ultramarine and apply it with a really smooth tool, like a palette knife, then you can get a really, really, really like glossy finish with really deep blacks. Like how people talk about really deep blacks on a monitor, same idea. Anyway. I haven't painted for like a decade. That's not true, I haven't been out of school that long, but I haven't painted since school, unfortunately. Hey, look there! That stain doesn't look so healthy, Apollo. That must be the Blue Mountain stuff we've been hearing about. Something tells me that even Blue Mountain coffee isn't this blue. No, this stain is probably... Better ask Emma. Nice, regular zebra! You should post the minis you paint in our tabletop channel. We have somebody else who does that, and it's very impressive. And I would really like to learn how to paint minis, because I really don't know how. When I was in high school, I tried to paint a mini
into Terra, but it wasn't even with miniature paint, like specialty miniature paint. It was just with like regular painting acrylics, and I did a fucking abysmal job. Anyway. Do. That letterbox looks funny sitting inside a room like this.
I've never seen a woman.
Oh, Cornbread also. Thank you so much for the subscription. Empty. The other half of that letterbox was actually connected to the outside of the studio. Mr. Misham would put his letters in there. It must fucking reek in here. And the postman took them away. Impressive that someone still writes letters in this day and age. Or wrote, rather. No clues in this giant collection of canvases back here. Oh my god, there's so much shit down at the bottom of the screen. MK, I don't remember that, but this sounds realistic. What I can tell you what I do remember, which is going to PAX Unplugged last year and looking at the map and finding on the map the section labeled the miniature gaming hall and immediately clocking the name of the miniature whose silhouette they were using for it. It was Sharn Redcloak. It's like a dude, it's like the basic archery mob. He's in leather armor, leather helmet, red cape, holding a bow like this. Sharn Redcloak, can't miss him. Anyway, Apollo, that's where the body was. That's the spot where Mr. Drew Misham passed away. He put the coffee mug to his lips, and the next moment, there's quite a bit of paint on the ground. I know I have an encyclopedic knowledge of the names of D&D miniatures, at least prior to 5th edition, which is when I kind of fell off of it. I actually was still buying miniatures, like aftermarket miniatures, during the 5th edition years. It's just that I was only buying pre-5th edition miniatures because I wasn't enthusiastic about the quality in the early 5e years. I think that the quality in the later 5e years, like the last few years, has been really good, and I've actually bought a bunch of sets of miniatures. I don't think I have any of them on my desk at the moment. I used to. But like right when 5e started, I did not care for the quality in comparison, so I was still buying older stuff. And when I was in high school, because I had nothing better to do with my time in the summers, I'd put on music, I'd be on my laptop, which I got in high school as my first personal computer, and I would just navigate to the Wizards of the Coast miniatures galleries and scroll through every set of miniatures from 3rd edition onwards and just look at them and think about them. It's probably one of the most neurotypical things I've ever done. As a result, I usually know what a miniature is called from looking at it, assuming it's from the 3rd or 4th edition days. Anyway. See that half-painted painting there? He must have been working on that right up to the moment he died. Wow, a true artist to the end. Maybe he started it a year ago and was procrastinating. Rbeat, I also spent some time on that Yu-Gi-Oh! Wiki, but that was only like post-2020. And also, Barry's been trying hard to get me into Magic since then, so I've kind of fallen over for Yu-Gi-Oh! I wouldn't mind taking a closer look at those paintings, which breaks my heart because I bought 3 Ash Blossoms when they were $50 a pop, and now they're way less expensive. Anyway. I just love oils. You know how they're so thick? Is that the word? These paints are all dry. I'm just surprised at how different these all are. Yeah, and what's going on with this half-finished one? It must have been a work in progress. You can still see the rough sketch below. That's what's so weird. The sketched part doesn't really fit the finished parts. Yes, this is the 3rd time you've hit this note. I noticed. That is weird. Okay, have we got everything on this screen? I think we may have gotten everything on this screen. This is a very cute little picture of an apple or a cherry he has on his wall. I like that even though he is a painter, he can still appreciate, like, cutesy decor. Yeah, Bremy. I mean, but Ash Blossom was never, like, Barry told me she paid $200 for one of those cards, which is insane. But Ash Blossom was never that expensive. Let's take a closer look at this desk here. Look, he's got one of those things! Hang on, I have one of those things! Hang on, I'm gonna get my one of those things! Look, wait, it's not gonna be green. Fuck. It's fucking chroma keyed out. Oh, but you can see it where Grund is. Awesome, perfect. I've got one of those things. I used this for the Gunpla stream, remember, guys? Anyway. Like a cutting board or whatever. Cutting board, but for models. MK, I'm glad you think so. Yeah, no, MK, don't worry. I actually personified it and named it Matt, so you were still being accurate. Oh my god. Can I get the second? Lord almighty. I'm having real headphone issues right now. Okay. Got one in. There we go. Am I borrowing Barry's shoes? No, I'm still using the broken ones. I guess I should borrow Barry's shoes. Is this a journal? Wow, talk about a clue. Let's read it. What is it, Apollo? He didn't write the name of the killer, did he? It's new. He didn't write a single line. Ugh, you had me going for a while there. Oh, what's that radioactive looking thing in the background? Don't worry about it. We're examining the desk right now. Oh yeah, Remy? That's right, I'm just a blonde. I'm just a blonde. You can actually see a little bit of red at the end of this tail. It's because I took a soak in the hot tub the other night and my hair got all wet, and I didn't have time to wash it and style it since then, so I only styled the bangs and the locks on the side. I'm gonna wash my hair after the stream tonight. Something about the way that figure's posed. I've seen that pose before. It's you, Apollo. See, you're making one of your flamboyant gestures, you fucking fruit. Please, I am a professional. I wonder why it's posed like that. Coincidence? So this is Drew Mission? And this little girl must be Vera. Yes, they took that some years ago. They look close. A happy little family. Until you arrested his daughter. Look, I was personally against that, okay? She just didn't seem very suspicious, scientifically speaking. Uh-huh, right. God, I used to have a tiny little picture frame like that. I don't remember under what circumstances, though. Ooh, cute! Look at the tiny frame, Apollo. Tiny is right. That thing's barely 2 inches high. What picture would fit in that? None, apparently. It's empty. There's no glass in it, either. What's it doing sitting on the desk? This is a lesson for us all. Be sure to check the size when you buy frames. Do-do-do-do. No clues here. Are you sure? Hey, Apollo, what's this feather thingy? Isn't that a pen? Like an old-fashioned quill pen? But it doesn't have a pointy end. That was most likely for sweeping detritus off the desk. Yeah, I think mangaka used that to sweep away eraser shavings. It's a good invention. I should have one, I don't. Wow, you sure know nope, that's Emma's voice. Wow, you sure know a lot, Emma. Bold and scientific, that's my motto. Exactly what about that was bold or scientific? All right, away from the desk. Look at this dude, look at his old ass computer, oh my God. Hang on, I have to get rid of myself and Grun. Look at this old ass computer. That's almost exactly what my old monitor looked like with the beige and the vents and everything, except that his is clearly 16:9 and mine was only 4:3. Oh my God. What's all this equipment here for? Doesn't look very artistic, really. Yeah, everything from a lathe to a laser cutter. A lathe is useful for art, if you're doing sculpture. Looks like he was ready to work on metals and wood, too. Though his equipment's a bit old, to tell the truth. Yeah, well, he didn't fucking go outside. Why would a painter need all this? From the dust, I'd say he hasn't used this stuff for years. This corner doesn't fit with the rest of the studio. Oh, do you think I could borrow this? I want to cut a quarter in half to make a trick coin. This is a crime scene, Trucy. But these cost like $50 at the magic shop. Did bro x-ray a frog? Yes, but I'm not allowed to examine that. Because apparently I already have. Oh, hi, Ray! Look at all these paints, Apollo. There's so many. He's got like 20 kinds of red. You could repaint your suit, Apollo. How about this shade of green? That'll be enough of that, thanks. Oh. I just got that. It's very troll, Ray. That's true. Bremy, I actually do have a bendy pose man also, So does the circle here mean that there's shit that I haven't examined yet? I do have a bendy pose man, but he is not with me. I think I posted a picture of him, when I was at my mom's to the Discord at one point. This envelope has been opened and resealed. Woo, I know how to do that. You take a pot of boiling water and hold the envelope up to the steam.
The glue melts and it opens. Cool, huh? Whoever did this wasn't so delicate. You're right. Looks like they just ripped it open and stuck it back together again. Huh? The postmark on this letter is from 7 years ago. Why would someone open a letter then seal it again?
What did Arbeat say? Ben depose. Very good. I would probably do it like capital D, E, capital P, O-S-E, Arbeat.
I'd better hang on to this.
Red envelope added to the court record. Fucking open it. There's no law against you rifling with shit from the crime scene.
Apollo, look! It's been opened once before. You're right. I wonder if there's some way we can see what's inside. Should I try to get it open and then stick it back shut? Let's not tamper with the evidence, shall we? I've got a better idea. Emma, let's ask her.
Okay. That's true, Stream Elements. Thank you for reminding everybody. Folks, MK thinks that I should, speaking of how jank-ass my computer setup used to be, wouldn't be where I was today without MK, and she says I should get a new CPU. So if you feel disposed to improve the capacity of my stream in that way, I hope you'll consider making a donation. Is this desk for painting, Apollo? That would be a drafting table. Drafting? Basically, it's a tool for making precise diagrams. I have a drafting table, but it sucks, and I have not put it back together since I moved. It's literally better to draw at my desk or the kitchen table because my drafting table is so shitty. It breaks my fucking heart. Anyway. Wow, painting is harder than I thought. Why would a painter need a draft? Why would a painter need a drafting table? Something that is extremely useful for drawing. Was he an architect too? Okay, are we good here? I think I got everything. I'm not allowed to inspect this radioactive looking thing. All right, Emma, I got shit to show you, please.
Oh, Emma, I was wondering about this painting here. That one? What about it?
What about it?
Yeah, what about it, Apollo? Take a closer look at it, both of you. Now, look at this one. This is the third painting he was working on. Hey, they're the same! I was hoping you wouldn't find that. You're right, though. Drew Mission was copying this painting. Wow, it's pretty good. Copying a painting? What for? Emma, about this mug. There's a pale blue residue on the rim. Yes, well, it's just a rumor, but I've heard there's a kind of coffee called Blue Mountain. I'm pretty sure it isn't actually blue, Emma. Right. Okay, you got me. That's left over from my testing spray. Forensic science! I knew your hobby was behind this somehow, Emma. Brevi, I was just thinking about the cocoon, yes. It's not a hobby. So, what kind of scientific stuff are you up to? The spray, that's what. It turns blue when it touches poison. So, the poison that killed the victim was on this mug? That's right. See? It wasn't in the coffee. The killer applied it to the rim of the mug itself. Wow, science is amazing. It certainly is helpful. Maybe Emma'd be willing to help us out a bit more. You should try buttering her up, Apollo. Get a stick of butter. They say flattery will get you everywhere. Garrulous, don't even trip. It's certainly worth talking to her a bit more. Emma, about this. Oh, that. Yes, why, that's a bright red envelope. Sure is jumpy. Someone opened this, didn't they? My lips are sealed. Your lips are sealed? That's a first. You mean you know what's inside the envelope? Sure, I read it after all. Ah, you mean you were the one who ripped this open? Ha, please. I would have steamed it open. She did sneak a peek at it, apparently. Know that I have a powerful weapon on my side. Weapon? Yes, the use of tools, highly specialized tools for information gathering. Tools I wouldn't mind getting my hands on. You should try flattering her, Apollo. They say a little praise can open big doors. Never heard that one, but it's good advice. I bet Emma could help us out here. Don't forget, flattery will get you everywhere with her, Apollo. Huh? What are you two whispering about? Well, I was thinking. I mean, what is it we always do when we run into you at a crime scene? What is it we always do Scientifically. Ah, you know me too well. Okay. Okay, meaning we can get, scientific now?
Oh, I suppose. Just this once. Bring me anything you find suspicious and we'll check it out. Let's start with this.
Emma, about this painting.
Oh, that. Quite good, isn't it? Okay, I still don't have a good enough reason to examine the painting, apparently. Let's start by examining this, though.
Emma, about this.
Oh, that. Yes, why, that's a bright red envelope. Someone opened this. Someone opened this, didn't they? Your lips are sealed. You would have steamed it open. You're very cute. You have a powerful weapon on your side. Wait, I did flatter her.
About that envelope we found. I was wondering if you could help us out with that tool you were mentioning.
You want to know about my tool, do you? It's strap-on. It's called an X-ray analyzer.
X-ray? Like the X-rays you get at the dentist?
That's right. At least that's what I call it. Huh? It has a real name, but it's much more complicated. The X-ray spectralization. I think that was spectralization. Something. How am I supposed to remember all that? So basically, it lets you see inside things, like envelopes. That's right, you're sharp, Trucy. But it's a bit more complicated than that in practice, of course. Actually, to tell you the truth, I'm not really sure how it works scientifically.
Can I try it out, Emma, please?
Oh, I suppose. Of course, I've already checked out everything suspicious myself.
All right, let's give it a spin, Apollo.
Yeah, what are you doing?
Oh, just seeing if I could see through your hair, but it's like lead.
Wait, that thing.
Hey, hold still, Apollo. I'm gonna irradiate your head. There's not a problem if I just point this X-ray machine directly at your brain, right?
Point that thing at me anymore and it might all fall out.
Then I wouldn't need an X-ray machine to see through it. Let's just get down to business, shall we?
Right, let's test it on a sample first. Just so happens that I have a lottery ticket here. Yes, I play the slots. I don't want to talk about it. It's true, Brevy. You set the sample of the device like so.
I don't see anything.
Patience. There's no need to get all antsy. I thought it said nasty. There's no need to get all nasty, boy. Look at the right side of the screen. That's the layer view of the envelope.
Layer view?
You've got it set to display the outside of the envelope now, see? Actually, it's quicker to just let you have your first try. Turn that dial there with right stick up, right stick left, right stick down, right stick right for me, would you? I have to literally spin the stick. That's right, that's how you choose what depth you want to scan.
Hey, I got something!
See? That's how you can read the letters on the ticket inside. Cool, huh?
Except I can't read them.
Just turn the dial a little more. What you have to understand is that a sheet of paper isn't really flat at all. When you zoom in this much, you can see that paper is like a bunch of hills and valleys.
Wow, really?
This X-ray device uses a beam with a wavelength of only 0.05 microns. It breaks cards down into thin layers, so it can only show what's written on that layer.
I'm not entirely following you, but what good is it if you can't read anything?
That's why we go on to step 2. Try rubbing the image a bit, if you would.
Rubbing? Like going over the image with left stick up, left stick left, left stick down, left stick right when holding A?
Fuck, I fucked it up right at the last second. There, that fixes the image on the screen. Now turn the dial again, just a little. Good, now you can rub this image to fix it, too.
Hey, I get it. We just keep going until we've got the whole thing.
Exactly, not bad.
Neat, let's do some more.
You do actually have to spin it, it's insane. Okay. I mean, you can already read it. It says lottery number 0007 big winner. But sure, I'll do more rubbing video game, whatever you want.
Wow, they really made me go all the way through that one, huh? Okay, let's print this one out. There it is. Woohoo! I'm a big winner. See? This is the true hidden power of my weapon. Neat, huh? Yeah, Emma's just carrying this fucking thing around with her. Now let's try it out on the real thing, shall we? I love how they said you're not allowed to talk to anyone related with the investigation. We're just having an entire conversation with the principal detective. She's like letting us look at sealed evidence and shit. All right. Ooh, what could it say? Yeah, you are correct. This rubbing part was a lot more fun on the DS, like every other part of this game. You guys might not know this, you guys might not realize this, but you know how I press Y to present evidence when it contradicts something? On the DS, I could have held a button and said out loud, "Objection!" And then we would have proceeded. I actually got busted more than once playing Phoenix Wright on my DS after dark when I was supposed to be sleeping, because I couldn't help but say objection into the microphone. My family would hear me late at night under the covers going, "Objection!" Okay, let's print this one out. Mr. Drew Misham, I've deposited the $100,000 in the designated account. Please send a receipt once you've confirmed the transfer. Someone deposited $100,000 into Mr. Misham's account? His paintings must be really valuable. There's another page in there. Enjoy that, RB? Care to take a look? You bet I do. If you're gonna read someone's mail, you might as well read it all. Here goes with the second page, then. Bram, it was probably just like another 2 zeros and that many yen. Unless they just converted it from dollars to yen, but that would be a fucking... It would only be 1% of the value in dollars that it was in yen, so that would be a bad idea. Because yen is like cents. It's not exactly 1 cent, but that's always how I convert it in my head. And that gives you a much better estimation than like... a yen is 0.8 of a cent, or 1.2 cents, or something. If you're just like basically trying to get within a degree of magnitude. Converting it like 1 yen equals 1 cent is a useful way to do that. Okay, let's print this one out. Sign the papers and send in the enclosed envelope with the enclosed stamp within 3 days. I need not remind you to speak of this to no one. So it was a letter about payment for one of his paintings. Why all the secrecy, though? And what? Why was this letter the only one here? It's 7 years old, right? I wonder if anything weird or noteworthy happened 7 years ago, specifically. Maybe it had some special significance to him? Well, Emma? 1 million yen is about 10K, correct? Well, indeed. She knows something she's not telling us. Looks like she's keeping mum about it. Red envelope, updated in the court record. Can we fucking do the thing here? Can we please use the x-ray drawn to look through this painting at the underlayer of the painting? Please! Do I need to examine it again up close? No, I already examined it. What's this about? Come on, Emma. Come on, Emma. Because first we can talk to her about the envelope again. We just did the x-ray detection thing. Oh, right, sorry. Come on. Right, we talked about this painting already. Drew Mission was copying this painting. We established that. sheet says we don't have a good reason for examining that painting up close. Maybe I have to come back after doing other stuff. I believe I could have still gone to... I remember this spot specifically. This up here. Yeah, I can remember doing it too, just. I might have to, like, go get more information about him elsewhere. I was convinced that this, like, line of 2 pixels at the top of the screen was some sort of important piece of evidence. And so I'd have the stylus out on the touchscreen on the DS, and I'd be, like, trying so hard to precisely tap that little bar. Good old Apollo Justice. It's funny that I remember that fact about the background of this shot, but I don't remember most things about the case. All right, let's get going. I guess there's nothing more I can do there for now. October 7th, Sunshine Coliseum. Woohoo! This is it, Apollo, the place where magic and dreams converge. Just a while ago, it was the place where murder and nightmares converged. Let's go say hi to Uncle Valant. What about the case? Only a performer laughs like that.
The young Miss Truset. How often I hoped we'd meet again, only to tell myself it was an impossible dream.
Uncle Valant, how's it going? I'm glad to see you too.
Of course you are.
Humility is definitely not one of his stronger traits. Don't call him that, regular Zebra.
Well, Miss Truset, how does the day find you? If you've come to give me flowers, do it after the show, I beg you.
Actually, we came to wish you good luck. And congratulations on your big magic show.
Oh, but it is I who wish to congratulate you. Not everyone is so lucky as to witness miracles such as the ones I shall perform.
Yeah, you're amazing. We get the picture.
The world will watch it in wonderment as Magnifi's illusions are reborn. Here on stage, by my hand.
Look, we got our tickets.
A challenge, is it? You want me to make that disappear? Very well, give it to me.
No thanks. We are all magicians like this? Apollo, what was that look just now? I was just thinking how hard it is to get any information out of a magician. I was wondering if you could tell me about this.
Aha! Why, that bears the Grammary seal.
Uncle Valant, is something wrong?
Truce. Where did you get this? This is the sprite of a man who is definitely not the murderer in this case.
Huh? Daddy gave it to me.
Your daddy? My partner, Zach
No, my other daddy, Phoenix Wright.
Why now? Why would
Your Lord Daddy? Boy, is that a translation artifact.
Why would your Lord Daddy?
Lord Daddy? It's kind of stretching the whole archaic thing a bit. Lord Daddy?
The signature upon the back, do you recognize it? It belongs to none other than Zach Grammary.
What? Daddy signed this?
Might I be so bold as to open it?
I'm sorry, but I can't let you do that.
Ah.
Oh, can we run it through Emma's x-ray thing? What's in this envelope, I wonder? All right. Everyone's talking about the big magic show. Is it true that the Grammary Miracle is back after a 7-year absence?
Miss Truce, I must apologize. This show and this honor should have been his.
Daddy. They really love making her say daddy.
My co-magician in training, Zach Grammary. If that terrible thing hadn't...
It's okay.
Your father was a great magician, Truce. If he were alive, then I, Valant Grammary, would have been proud to stand upon the stage as his assistant. I definitely didn't kill him to take that role, so don't even think about it.
Thanks, Uncle Valant. You know, I'm happy you're doing the show. To think we get to see the great Magnifi's illusions again. She really is looking forward to this, isn't she?
My mentor, the magnificent Magnifi Grammary, was a true deity among magicians. A creator god who gave birth to magic and illusions that defied our very imaginations.
I was so little when I last saw one, but I still remember his shows. He did wheelies in a sports car through the air above the audience. Fucking sick as shit, man. The old-ass magician. And then sped off to outer space, faster than the speed of sound. I'm guessing that memory was a bit embellished.
For 7 long years, the world has been waiting for a miracle to match his. As heir to the Grammary Troop's secrets, it falls to me to provide one. It is my God-given destiny. Yes, you, Nameless Face who speaks for the Nameless Masses. How can I help you?
If the world was waiting, why did you hold off for 7 long years?
It appears the lad is uninformed. Perhaps you have heard of the magic known as law, which governs our lands?
Phoenix Wright-ass dialogue.
I have, though I'm not sure it qualifies as magic.
The performance of Magnifie's miracle was impossible. A certain law prevented it for 7 years, but no more.
7 years? That phrase sure likes to pop up, doesn't it? And why was that?
A little matter called performance rights, Miss Trucy.
I have no idea what that means, Persephone.
Can you tell us about these performance rights?
Magnifie's magic relied on an incredibly innovative idea, a trick, if you will. That trick was considered his property, and as such was protected by property law.
Intellectual property.
Magnifie knew this and bequeathed it in his will to one person.
You mean him?
Yes, Miss Trucy, it was your father. Zach Grammary was the inheritor of the Grammary miracle.
Daddy.
Yet, as you well know, he's gone. He disappeared suddenly 7 years ago.
I think I see where this story is going.
Once a person is
classified missing for a certain period of time, they're considered legally deceased, correct?
in all absoluteness, those rolled-up sleeves conceal your competence well, young man. That certain period of time of which you speak is 7 years.
That conceal your competence well line had the sort of democracy manifest air to it.
I see you know your judo well. Yes, Miss Trucy, though it pains me to say it. This past spring, April to be precise, was the time. Your father was legally declared deceased. In the absence of a formal will, the secrets of our mighty inheritor Magnifie passed to me. This was, in fact, stipulated by the will by Magnifie himself.
Is that how it works, Apollo?
Yeah, it's called death in absentia. He's declared missing. Permanently.
Daddy.
Here, do you recognize this poison coffee cup? Do you want to tell me that you actually also killed Drew Misham? You recognize the painting? No, I didn't recognize shit. Okay, I'll just examine stuff then, and then get the fuck out of here. I think I've probably got to talk to that reporter before I can do anything else with Emma.
You know, I thought this at the time of the Governor's concert too, but its Coliseum is just way too big. It's huge. It's got a big-sounding name, too. Sunshine Coliseum, was it?
Would you like to hear what the grand finale of the show in 3 days will be?
What? Really? Yeah.
The grand finale will be nothing other than...
Don't tell me. You're gonna make the Coliseum disappear, right?
Oh, whoops. Looks like I was right. Apollo! I can't believe you'd use your power of perception on something like this. It was just a wild guess, really.
Look, Apollo, a balloon, a hot air balloon. With the Grammary seal on it, no less.
Well, this is a long-awaited revival after all, and it's been 7 years, you know. I've spent plenty of time and a pretty penny on promotion.
Oh, I wonder if it was Magnifie Grammary's murder that Phoenix was trying when he lost his license. I hope it's a huge success, Uncle Valon.
Oh, I intend for it to be nothing less, I assure you.
They both sure seem excited about it. I guess it's a big deal for magicians. This couple here is cute.
Hey, that creature there. He was handing out balloons during our last case, too.
He's not a creature, Apollo. Poor guy.
Oh, sorry. Was I mean somehow? You know how hot it is inside one of those suits? He's stuck in there with only the smell of his own sweat to keep him company.
Funny story. When I was in high school, we did a band competition at Disney World, so I flew down to Disney World. It's the only time I've been there. And at one point, we were backstage, and I saw some of the mascots getting off of their shift, and I saw a Minnie Mouse take off her giant cartoon head and reveal herself to be like a bald, bearded frat guy looking dude, which is pretty good.
On the verge of passing out, he hands out each balloon as though it were his last.
Kind of takes the fun out of seeing the blue badger. All right, I think this is the last thing to look up. They've changed the sign since our last case.
It was all Governors back then, wasn't it?
I hope nothing bizarre and mysterious happens this time.
But it shall! Why, the show itself will be bizarre and mysterious, I assure you.
I don't have a problem with mystery as long as it's legal.
I don't think lawyers and magicians were really meant to have conversations like this.
And yet, this game exists. It was a lot harder to examine backgrounds in the original games, because as you can see in this game, you move a cursor around the background, and it lights up if you're over something examinatable. Oh, my shirt? Thank you, Persephone. But that was not the case on the DS. You just had to tap and hope that it was anything. Which is why, like I said, I spent a really long time trying to tap those narrow 2 pixels at the top of that last screen. Wait, fuck. Seriously? Oh no. Oh no. Oh no!
You're here to see Vera Misham?
Yes, that's right.
She's in the medical office at the moment.
Medical office? Is she okay?
She's just lying down. Said she didn't feel so good. I'm sorry, but I can't allow any meetings at the moment.
Most annoying. Apollo, how can you say that in this game? How can you say that the girl who is shy and faints involuntarily is more annoying than Walkie fucking Kitaki? Are you kidding me? She's the least annoying client. Fucking Machi concealed that he wasn't blind and could speak English. Walkie was extremely loud and annoying, and even Phoenix was a pain in your ass. She is the least annoying client. Guess we should come back. Okay, well this fucking sucks. Okay, we examine this, we examine this, we examine this. I was afraid this was gonna happen. This is probably the part of the game when I started tapping those narrow 2 pixels. Oh, thank you, RB. Emma, I was wondering if you could take a look at this. Nope. Nope. No dice. Walkie Kitaki would have vaped if this were made today. Yeah, if it actually took place in 2025. The way Walkie talks about Alita is very sweet. He even specifically mentions how pretty her feet are. I see myself in him. I'm coming up with jack shit, brother. All right, time to just present everything I have to Emma, I guess. Okay, no dice. Tickets to the zoo, no dice. Vera's card, no dice. Painting 1. She needs a good reason to examine it. I think she's gonna say that about all the paintings. Really, really, really frustrating. She does not give a shit about the mailbox. We already had this conversation about this painting, about how it's the same as the other painting. He was copying it. We already talked about this mug, and we already talked about the letter. Right, it's not a hobby. We had this entire conversation already. Spray turns poison blue. Oh my god, I had to represent the poisoned mug after I buttered her up so I could sit through the entire conversation again and then progress. I was afraid you were gonna ask about that. See, the solution is used to test for atroquinine. A troquinine, the deadly poison found in the autopsy. I haven't found the fucking autopsy report, Emma. Uh-oh, I know that spark in her eyes. She's getting excited. Best tread lightly. It's one of the most virulent poisons, but it is absorbed into the body astonishingly slowly. It takes at least 15 minutes. That is not slowly, Emma. It takes at least 15 minutes from the time of ingestion for adverse effects to show. That's not slowly at all! Oh, and guess what? Recent research has shown. That's fine, really. We don't need to know all the gory details. I think I get it. You just spray this stuff on something you want to test, right?
Precisely. You can find even the slightest trace of poison with this. I want to try too, Emma. Pretty please? You don't have to ask twice. I already used it on anything suspicious, of course. Yay! Let's give it a whirl, Apollo. Ah, what are you doing? I was just seeing if I got a reaction off of you. How's this for a reaction? Never do that again. I'm not poisonous. Tell that to those hapless witnesses on the stand. RB, it is presumably specific to atroquinine. Let's just get down to checking for real poisons, shall we? Okay, nothing on the duplicate painting. Anything on the mailbox? No. This is probably where I have to get... Huh? Really? I was thinking I would pick up traces of atroquinine on one of the paintings, and that would make Emma, that would force Emma to allow me to... Also, for some reason, the mug, which we already established does have traces of atroquinine on it, is not lighting up from the spray, which is really, really funny. All right, this screen then. The drawer. That's true, viewer. If you like the stream, you might consider donating so I can get myself a new CPU. It would mean ever so much to me. This is really annoying. Jesus fucking Christ. I am going to guess that one of the bottles on the shelf has atroquinine in it. Maybe not. Jesus Christ. What the fuck? What the fuck? I have no idea what I'm supposed to be looking for here. Note on the wall. Diagrams on the wall. Desk? I tried the desk already. It seemed likely to me at the time. This is crazy. Wow. Where the fuck is it? Are you shitting me? It was also definitely a lot easier to do this on the DS screen. This is fucking insane. I genuinely thought I got this entire screen already. No lie, I thought I got this entire fucking screen. The doorknob? What the fuck? Am I just supposed to back out of this and say that I can't find any anywhere? Too bad, no reaction there. I'm sure Emma checked out all the likely spots. Wait a second. What is it, Apollo? Did you spray that little desk over there? No, but you just did. I don't think so. The spray probably can't reach that far, you know. Let's check it out, just to be sure. Correct. A reaction, Apollo! What? Where? The inside of that cute little frame, look! Well, would you look at that? Nice going, Trucy. I've known to work magic. Never mind that I was the one who found it. Tiny frame added to the court record. Why would the inside of that frame have poison on it? Looks like we found the only other place that was poisoned in any case. So, Emma, I was wondering, what's the story about this reporter that came here for a story the night of the crime? Only now and only now can I ask you about that. No clues here, but less than an inch away, that's a clue. Huh, looks like you have to take this back part off first to put a photo inside. It'd have to be a really small photo to fit in there. True, and that pale bluish stain. Why would there be poison on something like this? Well, there's one obvious reason. Whoever put poison in the coffee rubbed a bit on here too. It's not very obvious, Trucy. It looks like there was a matting frame in there that's been removed. Ah, I'm afraid I can't tell you because he's going to be a witness tomorrow, I hear. I thought so. I'll never forget that face, but what was his name? Oh, right. Brushel. Brushel? He's after a scoop to sell to the papers. So a reporter comes from an interview with a painter. First interview ever, and that night he's killed. Seems strange to you?
Really strange. I don't have the newspaper article yet. It does raise a few questions.
I'd like to speak with this reporter if I could.
Well, I hear he's on the beat today. I hear he's on the beat today, too. He said something about covering a magician.
Magician? Well, if it's not Trucy, that leaves only one other person.
It wasn't Valant Grammary by any chance, was it? Yeah, something like that. He's got some big show lined up, I hear.
He's out interviewing Valant Grammary. Looks like I'll be heading out to the Coliseum again sooner than I thought.
Here, I'll give you that reporter's card if you want. Brushell's card, added to the court record. Freelance journalist? Look, it says Los Angeles, California! Although it looks like it might actually say Los Angeles, California. That looks like a D. I guess you gotta have a good business card if you work freelance.
Let's see Spark Brushell's card. Really? Really? What's this? A camera lens finder?
Do reporters take photos, too?
I guess if he's freelance, he'd have to.
Yes, and I'm having a subathon Monday. Viewer, I hope you will join me for that. I'll be having several guests, and we'll be having a lot of fun, and I'll be wearing this, so please don't miss out. Maybe you should try being a prosecutor and a defense attorney. You'd always win.
Why don't I become a rock star, too, while I'm at it?
Look, he did the thing that Trucy suggested and drew a caricature of himself on the back. I'm sure the real guy won't look like that, though. I mean, that's obviously just like a cartoon. Normal people don't look like that.
So, a journalist was here on a story?
All eyes in the universe are upon my stage. All pens seek to commit its mysteries to paper.
His name was Brushell.
Brushell.
I think he remembers him.
Doesn't look too happy about it.
Brushell. That cloying scent of mint when he smiles, yes.
Could you tell us more about him? What did he want?
A man by that name called on me just now.
Just now?
Valant's vision is always toward tomorrow. Valant's feet step always forward. That is all.
That's all? Very confusing.
I am to perform a big magic show, yes? I wanted someone to cover it. Yet he had ears only for that incident.
That incident?
In any case, I requested that the rapacious reporter remove himself. So a painter has died, what of it? It is but a footnote in the footlights compared to the magic of grammary.
Uncle Valant, do you know where the reporter went?
I recommended that he visit that place popular with penalized perpetrators.
Detention center.
He was a rude individual. Might I see that card?
Sure.
You would tear apart my respectability. I will tear apart him.
Ooh, here it comes, Apollo. Uncle Valant's big magic trick. Is he gonna fix the card? I'm sure that qualifies as big magic. What happened to the big magic?
Is it not more miraculous for it to stay ripped?
He must have really not liked that journalist.
Now the time has come when I must return to make my prestidigitation preparations. By your leave, Miss Trucy.
Thanks, Uncle Valant.
3 days from now, make ready for a miracle.
It's in 3 whole days.
What do you think that journalist was after? Why did Valant react like that to this envelope?
I think it's time to pay the detention center another visit. Thank you for telling me. Hey, I'm still here. What the fuck's good? Hey, Phoenix, what do you know about this? Presenting, are we? Let me tell you, I can tell you a thing or two about a thing or two. No, I don't know anything about a Troclinine, or that dude who got killed. Anyway, bye. I mean, if I had any kind of a personal or professional relationship with Drew Misham, the murder victim in this case, that would completely invalidate me as somebody to select a jury for it, because it would be a tremendous conflict of interest, you know? Very good, regular zebra. October 7th, detention center visitor's room. I think I hear what you're saying. We're all doing it for the money, end quote.
No, not at all.
Looks like someone's already meeting here. Maybe that reporter?
Oh, he's even less pleasant in high resolution. Just, I think most people hate this guy.
Hey there, how you doing? Who might you be?
Sorry, we didn't know someone was already here. I'm Apollo Justice, attorney at law. Talk about a nervous monkey.
You're Justice? You?
You know me?
Do I know you? Of course I know you. Stares down witnesses on stands till they spill beans, end quote.
That's not true! What's he writing? Oh my god, this is the Dr. Hottie music from the second game. I can see Hottie scratching himself now. Are you a reporter by any chance?
Whoa, you!
Why is he pinching his nipples?
You're Tracy!
Eh? Am I famous?
Oh yeah. Lucy Wright hates carrying a bag. Puts everything she owns in her panties, end quote.
Eee! That's so not true!
Just hold on your breeches there. I'll wrap up this interview in a jiffy.
Interview?
So, guard, I think I know what's going on here. Guarding rooms is my life. What else could I possibly need? End quote.
No! How many times do I have to tell you this? Look, I've got work to do. You deal with him.
Did you come here to interview the guard?
Yes, MK, correct. This is one of the worst dudes. And because he's one of the worst dudes, I remember his weird perception-focused hell. I remember what his nervous tick is. I'm not gonna spoil it for you guys. I think it'll be more impactful if we all experience it together once we're in court with him.
Hoo-wee, what a pickle. Accused wouldn't talk, had to interview someone or go plumb crazy, end quote.
I will say that although previous nervous tics have been in obvious places, like the hands or the face, or in Lamirar's case, the throat, his is less obvious. Huh?
SpongeBob Gijinka is right, Trot. If I had a good Tom Kenny, I would be doing a Tom Kenny, but I don't have a good Tom Kenny.
I should have guessed.
Where are my manners? Name's Brussel, Spark Brussel. I'm not picky. Journalist just closes eyes, writes, end quote.
What's that nauseatingly strong mint smell every time he grins?
Until you've been interviewed by me, you don't know what thrilling is. Wild romp through crossroads of mayhem, madness, end quote.
I can see that. He's writing something again. Well, if he's a reporter, maybe he knows something. So, Mr. Brushel, you're a journalist?
Me? Look, let me state one thing for the record here.
Yes?
I'm the interviewer, you understand, yeah? I'm the one asking the questions here, end quote.
Okay.
For instance, you think a movie director watches movies?
Well, I think he probably does.
Exactly, I know you'd understand.
Duh. So, the night of the murder, you were at Drew's studio?
Oh, me? Look, let me state one thing for the record.
Yes?
I may look calm and collected, but I'm busy, real busy, always on the road. Journalist always buys one-way tickets, never looks back, end quote.
I can understand that philosophy, but...
You want to know the thing about one-way tickets? Once you use them, they're gone. All because you have to give them to the guy at the airport.
True enough. But don't they give normal tickets away too?
Exactly, see? It's the same thing.
What is?
Ugh. Yeah, sorry guys.
So you went to do a story on Drew Misham, and he'd never had a story done about him before?
That's right. Look, let me state one thing for the record here.
What?
I'm sure you're gonna want to know about my source. What tipped me off to Drew? Why do the interview in the first place?
Well, yes.
Look, it's like... Oh, I've got it. Say there's this burger joint with fabulous ketchup. You think the burger guy's gonna tell me where he got it?
At the supermarket, maybe?
Exactly. See? That's what I'm talking about.
I'm losing the horrible lisp. I don't even know how to do it right.
I think I may have actually understood that one.
Well, there's nothing I can talk about, really. Walls have ears. Well, walls have ears, eyes. Especially glass walls with speakers, end quote.
Right, guess we'll leave then. I think it's because I'm running out of spit. I keep on seeing my spit propelling in front of me when I do this voice. Oh my god. Right, guess we'll leave then.
Ah, but since you're here,
Yep, that was it.
might as well tell you a tidbit of news I saw, just for the heck of it.
Sure, tell us, just for the heck of it.
I remember it like it was yesterday. I'd seen a movie on a trip and wandered into this burger place with amazing ketchup when an article in a tabloid caught my eye. Famous oil painting stolen from art dealer's gallery, end quote, I believe it was.
An oil painting?
Happens every day, right?
Yes, just. I think that it is meant to evoke stubble, but the reason it is literally blue and not gray is so that it resembles toothpaste foam. He looks like a character a kid would make up for their creepypasta YouTube video.
But I thought I'd seen that painting somewhere before. A painting of a giant peach floating down a river.
It's from that one Japanese folktale.
Ugh.
Someone stole an oil painting of a giant peach. Hi, AK.
Journalists can smell scoop better than burgers, end quote. Ah, right. Let me go on the record here.
Yes?
I know what you're gonna say. Brussels, take this, right? Brilliant column, end quote.
I gotta remember to say comma in those. I don't think so.
Look, buddy, I write brilliant columns about one thing, and that's food.
What?
Try to understand.
Understand, excuse me. What could he possibly be writing? Didn't listen to a word I said. Do you have not a...
Brussels, take this, comma, write brilliant column, end quote.
God, this is one of the worst characters in any Phoenix Wright game. Alright, let's go fucking talk to Emma. Well, how'd it go? Find anything out? Actually, there was one thing I wanted to check with you. What's with that scary face you're making? And what's with the I know something but I'm not telling face you've got going, Emma? They do have a certain tension. Emma, about this painting. Oh, that? Quite good, isn't it? No, I did the footwork. No, I just talked to him. He said that. Oh my god, please. Oh, okay. This painting, the one from behind the dresser, it was stolen, no? I was hoping you wouldn't figure that out. What did that say? You think you could tell us a bit about this? I suppose. It's what you think. Drew Misham was a forger. A forger? This song kind of whips. Thanks, Bram. So, what exactly is a forger? Well, basically, it's someone who makes forgery. Fuck you. Fakes, in other words. Nisemono. Fakes? Copies of an original. Thank you for the follow. Exact copies, so precise you can't tell them apart. Why not just photocopy them? The big problem with forgeries is that people try to sell them as the real article. It's a crime, of course. So, Drew Misham was a criminal? I'm afraid so. He received money to create elaborate forgeries. Supplement his work in illustration, I guess. I'd see. Hey, it's fucking hard to make it out here as an artist, man. Actually, that's why I brought this machine in here for the first... that's why I brought this here in the first place. What do you mean? When you're trying to determine if a painting is a forgery, the rough sketch underneath can be a valuable clue. The rough sketch is like practice for the real thing. Like doing a magic trick in front of a mirror before you go on stage. But not in the case of a forgery. Not necessarily, anyway. You know what the finished product is going to look like, after all. Oh, yeah, I guess you would. That's why I brought this. I'm gonna use it to see what's under the paint of the finished pieces. I get it now. Not that I really needed to go to such lengths, seeing as how one of these paintings was only half finished anyway. Still, it'd be neat to see Mr. Misham's rough sketches. Kinda like what he was drawing when he thought no one was looking. True, that would be interesting. Maybe valuable for our case. You should try buttering her up, Apollo. Flattery will get you everywhere, they say.
Now represent the paintings to her for like the 5th time. I kind of wanted to see the sketch under this. And I was wondering if your tool there might do the trick. Oh, fine. Just this time, though. Let's check it out.
Okay. This reminds me of something else you did on the DS screen. I think it reminds me of digging in the walls in the underground in Pokemon Diamond and Pearl. You could go down there and find fossils. I had a system for getting them out without collapsing everything. But you mostly just found those useless fucking gem things. Oh, is that Clavier? On fire with his guitar? Cool. Fossils and gems and Evo stones. It's true, regular zebra. Okay, let's print this one out. Look at that. It's also not, it's also in 4x3 rather than 3x4. What the heck? Wow, he really blows. The finished painting isn't anything like the rough. He fucking blows. Chunks. Cock. Devices like mine didn't exist until recently. He probably thought he could draw any sort of thing he wanted to for the rough. Very good, MK. What do you mean? Well, in the past, you could only analyze the composition of a sketch. Composition? In other words, the traces of charcoal between paint and canvas. So you could tell if there had been a rough sketch, but not what it looked like. Ah, I think I follow you. So in essence, it wouldn't have mattered what was underneath the finished painting. Some pros would actually paint out a rough sketch entirely, then do a completely new painting on top of that. So Mr. Misham was drawing whatever he wanted before painting over them. Possibly. Is there a problem with that? Not particularly. Something about the sketch itself is kind of odd. You're awfully silent all of a sudden, Apollo. You think we could check out one of the other paintings? Well, sure. You do like this detection stuff, don't you? I think I had forgotten about this, but I think I remember the uniting theme of these sketches, and it's pretty cool. You can probably guess what it is, viewer. Yep. Okay, let's print this one out. Oh my god, that's terrifying. Jesus Christ. Wait, why is the Eldoon banner in such high fidelity compared to the rest of the sketch? This one too. What's wrong, Apollo? You look so serious all of a sudden. You think I could just look at the last of these? Fine by me, knock yourself out. I didn't mean to do them in reverse order, but this is working out well. Chop, 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 chop. Chop, 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 chop. Chop, 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 chop. I see it now. Okay, let's print this one out. Wow, even the specific cards, dude.
What the heck is all this?
I hesitate to ask why you're getting so excited. You sure your device isn't leaking some kind of strange radiation? Trucy, look at these 3 sketches! Do you notice anything? I don't remember so many furs around the Eldoon's noodle cart. Ah! They're all... Now you're both white as sheets. What's going on? These sketches are of the 3 cases I worked on. What? The murder in the poker room at the Borscht Bowl Club. The dead man pulling the noodle stand. And then... the events that transpired during the Gaviners concert. What could it mean? How could he have drawn those things? And why? That's what I want to know. Wait, is Drew Misham your father? Give me a break. Does that seem even remotely possible to you? I'd never even heard of any Drew Misham before. I hadn't even seen a picture of him. There were my cases drawn on his canvas. Every single one of them. It couldn't have been a coincidence. Just who was this Drew Misham? What did he have to do with me? Well, I guess we'll fucking find out later.
Phoenix is simulating this case? Yeah, this entire case is happening in VR. Save complete. Good job, Apollo. We're all very proud of you. Yeah, what if the entire game was like, it's like Metal Gear Solid 2, the entire game is VR training missions for Apollo. Phoenix is trying to build the ideal defense attorney. That would actually be a sick reveal at the end of this. If it turned out that Phoenix was like mind broken from his dismissal from the law and was trying to like psychologically engineer the perfect attorney. Apollo, turn off your Nintendo DS right now. Okay, that being said, I think that I am going to find somebody to raid out into. So just give me a second here. Bum, bum, bum. Oh, Dead Blossom Jesse is live. Hang on. Alrighty, viewers, thank you so much for tuning in to watch me stream Phoenix Wright today. I had a really good time, and I'm happy that you were here with me for it. I do, as ever, especially want to thank those of you who were able to donate, ZJ Mack and Standard Hunter and Proudly Ignorant Pianist and Freighter5 and Kringus and Maddox Evolved Ken. Boy, what a fucking day, huh? Boy, that Gaviner's case, huh? But I will be back tomorrow streaming more Phoenix Wright, but more importantly, on Monday, I will be having a subathon, which starts at 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time here on the East Coast. I very much hope you will be here for that, viewer. It would make me very happy to see you there. I'm gonna be having a bunch of friends on. I'm gonna be drinking, as is my custom during the subathons. I'm gonna have the shot caller, be playing Mario Odyssey and Elden Ring PvP, and probably Zoom beanies. So I hope you'll be there for that. But until then, and until tomorrow, hope you guys enjoy the rated stream, and I will see y'all later. Bye-bye for now.